This is an ABC News special report.
Hello again, everybody, and for those of you joining us now who I cannot imagine under any circumstances expected to see a normal World News Tonight broadcast at this time, we've been on the air for the last 10 hours as the country has endured or is trying to get through, as one official here in New York said, this horrendous attack on the United States today in both New York City and outside Washington at the Pentagon, and an attack that may or may not have gone wrong on Camp David in Maryland, the president's country retreat, but certainly resulted in the deaths of some people on yet another airliner today. So this is going to be a very different broadcast, and try to deal in the next half hour, as we have dealt with today, in a comprehensive way exactly what the United States has been through today. It began a little more than 10 hours, a little less than 10 hours ago, when first one aircraft, we'll take you through the video scenes of the day, when first one aircraft and then another hit and ultimately destroyed the twin trade towers, 110 stories high, on the west side of Manhattan. We didn't see the first one happen, even though television was on, and that is the astonishing second one, as seen by a freelance cameraman who joined us a short while ago. And he then stayed on to record this extraordinary, which we've seen from many angles, collapse to first one of the trade towers and then of the other. And the attack brought down these two towers upon themselves ultimately, and has left this extraordinary pile of rubble. Video brought to us from yet another person. Meanwhile, we have this crash at the Pentagon, 200 feet wide, concern at the White House. Obviously, the president was in Florida early today, but then, particularly when word that a fourth plane had been hijacked, which ultimately crashed in the Pennsylvania countryside outside Johnstown, Pennsylvania, not far from Pittsburgh. The President of the United States has spent part of this day in an underground bunker in Nebraska. He's on his way back to Washington now. He's going to speak to the nation tonight. The Navy's Atlantic Fleet was at one point diverted to come and bring aircraft carriers to New York Harbor so that they could assist. There's help and assistance descending on New York and Washington from a variety of places. And it's probably not at all unfair to say that the entire country is, in some measure, in shock as to what has happened to the United States in a psychological, symbolic, and very physical way on this particular day. In this half hour, we're going to try to put together just some of the more cogent reporting of our reporters who've been watching this throughout the day. And I want to go first to ABC's Diane Sawyer, who's been in Midtown Manhattan all day, gathering what she can. Diane.
All right, Peter, forgive me if I don't respond to you carefully, because it's still very noisy down here, and I'm going to kind of tell you what happened to me. We're now about 4 blocks from the scene, and as you can see, even at this hour, it's like being on the edge of the crater of a volcano. The smoke is still pouring out. The air is still acrid with fumes. Everywhere around me, I see haggard firefighters, exhausted policemen. And then in this eerie disconnect in New York, occasionally you see people just succumbing to the everyday and walking by. But still, when you look at this, it is clear it is not over, because as we know, within the last hour, another building came down, number 47, a 47-story building. And also they're saying they're evacuating now the Millennium Hotel, so this may not be over in a number of ways. As I said, when you walk around the streets of New York, and it's too easy probably to say that it's like one of those techno future thrillers where everything seems wrong, and yet people are carrying packages. They've been shopping while firefighters are still streaking their way down here. I also want to bring in, if I can, Don Daler, Peter, because Don has been down here all day. He was with us this morning as well. And about an hour ago, you made your way up to the scene, and you've had those pictures from the private photographer, Peter. But I want Don to tell us what he saw when he went to the scene himself.
Right. Well, about an hour ago, we made our way down Broadway past where there were a large number of firemen gathered, very frustrated, very exhausted, because they were not being allowed to put out these fires in the number of the buildings around the site of the World Trade Center itself. There was too much danger for them to be going there. They wanted to go and work. We made our way past the firemen and got about half a block away from where this building on this side would have been standing. And there was billowing smoke. It was hard to see everything, but I clearly saw something worse than what Dante would have imagined. There was rubble, there was twisted metal, and I clearly saw bodies and what appeared to be body parts strewn on the street, on the rubble itself.
And people still working on the evacuations?
Working on evacuation, yes, but they were forcing, at the point I was there, the police were forcing everyone from emergency workers to the firemen away because there was such a fear, as you saw later, of a building collapse.
Well, I want to give you a sense again, Peter, of what it is like here when one of the buildings collapsed. We have here Jeff Rawson, who's from WABC, our affiliate, which has done great work today on this story. And Jeff, we have footage, and I hope we can cue it up, because we see this wall, this thunderous wall of smoke streaking down the street, and you were just ahead of it. And for all of you who were trying to escape it, what was that like?
Well, what happened was we saw this big cloud coming at us. It was dust and it was smoke, and we knew the people inside of it couldn't see anything because we saw them running at us. So our job was to just get out of the way. What happened was we couldn't get out of the way fast enough, and it caught up with us. We have people crying. They were creating a human chain, literally walking around like this because they couldn't see anything. At one point, we were stuck. We were at a store with a glass front, and we couldn't get in. There was no way to go. We couldn't breathe. We didn't have masks. So an officer, a police officer from New York, came in with an axe and literally just bashed in the window and let us into that store. If it wasn't for that, I'm not sure what we would have done, and that's been a huge problem all day. Couldn't just see anything, and that was the problem.
What was the heat like, and how suffocating was it for those trying to escape?
It was hot, but luckily we were a couple of blocks away, and the bigger problem was all the dust, and it got into your lungs, and you just kept coughing, and you couldn't speak, and you couldn't see. That, I mean, people were walking at the poles, people were crying and screaming. It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare.
Well, again, these are just a couple of people who have been on the scene all day, Peter. And as we said, we have watched this footage. We have seen people both heroic, terrified, and mystified. And the scene out here tonight is really just one of complete, almost wounded numbness. And there's no other phrase I can summon at this moment to convey it to you.
Thank you very much, Diane. Diane Sawyer, who's been in Midtown Manhattan all day trying to get a grasp of the city and very effectively what's going on around her. Don Dahler from ABC News Good Morning America has been down with a couple of freelance photographers. It's freelance photographers who brought us the most intimate, the closest up video of what actually happened at the Twin Trade Towers today. It's a reminder of the world we live in. There's a camera pointed by somebody almost everywhere. Catch you up very quickly on a story to say again what we said before World News Tonight came on, which that U.S. officials speaking for some reasons on the conditions of anonymity say the United States is not involved in any of the violence going on in Kabul, the Afghanistan capital tonight. This appears to be an intra-Afghan affair, that the supporters of a leading anti-Taliban leader who was killed the other day have been rocketing the city tonight, so it has nothing, as best we can tell, to do with this. And then, of course, there was the Pentagon, and it just, think back 10 hours, it just began to pile up on us, one thing after the other. One was horrible, the next was third horrible. By the time the Pentagon attacked, shortly after the attack on the Twin Trade Towers, it was amazing. And here's ABC's John McCarthy, who's been there all day. John?
Peter, it was at 9:38 this morning. I was innocently sitting in my office at the Pentagon when there was a jolting blast on the other side of the building. You can see it over my shoulder. A large aircraft came down 395, which is a major highway. It clipped off the tops of many of the light poles on the way in, and it slammed into the building. You can see on the one side of the huge gash that 25 windows down along the Pentagon were destroyed. The building, the section of the building that was hit by the fuselage of the aircraft collapsed several minutes after the aircraft hit it. I was able to get an exclusive walk up to the damaged site with some officials who got me through police lines. The area is surrounded with police evidence markings all over. There was a huge area for medical triage that is quiet now. And now they are continuing to fight fires inside the building, Peter, so they can go ahead and try and get anyone who may be still trapped in the rubble. It took them 5 hours before they were able to get into the building initially and begin to look for people who might be trapped and injured.
John, we heard a while ago, and there's some chaos here too, as you can understand, about a preliminary casualty figure at the Pentagon. Do you feel you have a good handle on that?
I do not have a good handle on it, Peter. There have been wild rumors from several hundred to over 1,000. It's impossible to know at this point, and I will not speculate.
And you may have said this most recently, and we would never want you to speculate, John. We believe, I believe you said now what you said earlier before, that the senior military officials of the Pentagon, none of them have been hurt to the best of your knowledge.
Don Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, is in just a few minutes going to hold a briefing inside the Pentagon for a very few number of reporters that are over there. And all of the military chiefs have been accounted for, and they have been spending the day in the National Military Command Center. Presumably, they have initially been looking at rescue options, but we also believe they are looking at retaliation options. But before that can happen, of course, the United States has to determine who they believe is responsible for this attack. I'll tell you, Peter, there is a pervasive sense of anger among the military officers I've talked to today. They have mentioned again and again Pearl Harbor, saying that it is going to be dwarfed. The number of people killed in Pearl Harbor so many years ago, just about 2,600. They say the casualties from this one are going to be so much worse. They are ready to go to war. There is a sense of war here at the Pentagon.
And thank you very much, John McWethy at the Pentagon. We'll be coming back to you many times in the course of the evening. The question is, go to war with whom? Because from the FBI, from the CIA, from the Pentagon today, no warning of this whatsoever, no knowledge of who's involved, no clues yet as to who's involved that we have heard about in any respect today. It has been interesting today to try to focus on the president, too, because the country does so clearly focus, I can't read that, I'm sorry, does focus on the president in a moment like this for leadership. And I believe that Ann Compton, who's been with the president all day, in a very tight group of people with the president, is on Air Force One and can talk to us at the moment. Annie, can you hear me?
Yes, Peter, I can. We're just getting off of Air Force One. He has arrived back in Washington with a dramatic flight with F-16s and F-15s on either wing as he came into Andrews Air Force Base. And the president feels it's important to address the nation tonight. Later this evening, he will give what we are told is a message of reassurance to Americans that the United States has been tested before and has always passed those tests. And when we saw him briefly toward the back of the plane, he was resolute.
Annie, thank you very much. And the president will take a helicopter, I gather, from Andrews Air Force Base downtown, or do we know that?
Well, we do know that, but it's one of the things we aren't going to talk about until he's safely at home.
We just did, inadvertently, and as we had not been told not to talk about it, but there was some question. The president does traditionally come from Andrews Air Force Base down, and one assumes, given the extraordinary security that's surrounded the president today and how the Secret Service has moved him first from Florida and then out to Nebraska and now to Louisiana, first of all, and then to Nebraska and back to Washington, president all over the country. Here's the Secretary of Defense, Don Rumsfeld, who's been in the Pentagon all day. And we're having difficulty hearing him, and one should not be surprised if there isn't some kind of, if there's some kind of hookup that didn't work today. Very, very rarely today have we had a problem. So we'll have our reporter on the scene listen to this, and the moment that we can hear him, we will go back to him. But in the meantime, Claire Shipman is just outside the White House across Lafayette Square. Claire, I want to check in quickly with you, if I may, to know that if we know anything about the president's plans for this evening that we, in some respects, haven't had on the air today, or go beyond what Ann's reporting is.
Well, what we do know is that we're told by sources who've been with the president today that he is extremely upset, of course, about what has happened, but agitated and angry. Somebody told us that the language he will use tonight will be retaliatory. He will express his impatience. In other words, he will say there won't be a long time spent thinking about how to act once
Claire,
the U.S. is confident.
I apologize. I wouldn't interrupt you if
Sure.
we couldn't go back to Mr. Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense. Well, the best laid plans. First of all, here we are.
Kind enough to come down and has been with us. We've very recently had a discussion with the President of the United States. Chairman Hugh Shelton has just landed from Europe. Secretary of the Army, Tom White, who has a responsibility for incidents like this, as executive agent for the Department of Defense, is also joining me. It's an indication that the United States government is functioning in the face of this terrible act against our country. I should add that the briefing here is taking place in the Pentagon. The Pentagon's functioning. It'll be in business tomorrow. I know the interest in casualty figures, and all I can say is it's not possible to have solid casualty figures at this time. And the various components are doing roster checks, and we'll have information at some point in the future, and as quickly as it's possible to have it, it will certainly be made available to each of you. I'll be happy to take a few questions after asking First General Shelton if he would like to say anything, and then we will allow the others to make a remark or two.
General Shelton,
Thank you, Mr.
outgoing
Secretary.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the Secretary just said, today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people. Acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country. I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones. I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Mr. Chairman. Chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Carl Levin.
Our intense focus on recovery and helping the injured and the families of those who were killed is matched only by our determination to prevent more attacks and matched only by our unity to track down, root out, and relentlessly pursue terrorists, states that support them, and harbor them. They are the common enemy of the civilized world. Our institutions are strong, and our unity is palpable.
Senator John Warner.
Thank you. As a past chairman preceding Carl Levin, I can assure you that the Congress stands behind our president, and the president speaks with one voice for this entire nation. This is indeed the most tragic hour in America's history, and yet I think it can be its finest hour, as our president and those with him, most notably our Secretary of Defense, our chairman, and the men and women of the armed forces all over this world stand ready not only to defend this nation and our allies against further attack, but to take such actions as are directed in the future in retaliation for this terrorist act. A series of terrorist acts unprecedented in world history. We call upon the entire world to step up and help, because terrorism is a common enemy to all, and we're in this together. The United States has borne the brunt, but who can be next? Step forward and let us hold accountable and punish those that have perpetrated this attack. Again, I commend the Secretary, the Chairman, and how proud we are. We spoke with our President here moments ago. He's got a firm grip on this situation, and the Secretary and the General have a firm grip on our armed forces and in communication of the world over.
The Secretary of Defense, Carl Levin, Senator, Democratic Senator Carl. They're going to take questions. Let's stay here with this and see if anything is revealed.
Mr. Secretary, did you have any inkling at all, in any way, that something of this nature and something of this scope might be planned?
Charlie, we don't discuss intelligence matters.
I see. And how would you respond if you find out who did this?
Obviously, the President of the United States has spoken on that subject, and those are issues that he will address in good time.
Mr. Secretary, we are getting reports from CNN and others that there are bombs exploding in Kabul, Afghanistan. Are we at the moment striking back? And if so, is the target Osama bin Laden and his organization?
I've seen those reports. They, in no way is the United States government connected to those explosions.
What about Osama bin Laden? Do you suspect him as the prime suspect in this?
It's not the time for discussions like that.
Mr. Secretary, you said you could not be specific about casualties. Can you give us some characterization of whether it's dozens or hundreds in the building?
Well, we know there were large number, many dozens in the aircraft that flew at full power, steering directly into between, I think, the first and second floor of the opposite the helipad. You've seen it. There cannot be any survivors. It just would be beyond comprehension. There are a number of people that they've not identified by name, but identified as being dead, and there are a number of casualties. But the FBI has secured the site, and the information takes time to come. People have been lifted out and taken away in ambulances, and the numbers will be calculated, and it will not be a few.
Secretary, could you tell us what you saw?
Mr. Secretary, do you consider what happened today, both in New York and here, an act of war?
There is no question but that the attack against the United States of America today was a vicious, well-coordinated, a massive attack against the United States of America. What words the lawyers will use to characterize it is for them.
Does that mean Secretary of Defense Don Rumsfeld being asked all the obvious questions, and let's just quickly review them before we move. Did they have any inkling of this in advance? The answer is they don't discuss this. Every single piece of evidence we have seen all day says the United States in no way had any inkling of what was going to happen, and if they did, boy, somebody missed something somewhere. Secretary, reaffirming what we reported to you already, the U.S. has no, or saying again what we've said already, that the U.S. has no involvement in Afghanistan, the violence occurring in Kabul tonight. This is not a time to discuss whether or not the United States suspects Osama bin Laden, but he's been at the top of the list of American suspects for international acts of international terrorism for so long now, it's impossible not to imagine he wouldn't be at the top. Casualties in the building, he says there are many. And then he goes on to make the point that we sometimes forget in covering New York and the Pentagon today, and that is the people who died on the aircraft. 266 people died on 3 aircraft today, 4 aircraft today. The 2 that crashed into the trade towers, the 1 that crashed into the Pentagon, and the 1 that crashed in Pennsylvania today, whether or not it was on a mission or not. Was this an act of war? Secretary of Defense and everybody else in the government today, you can expect to be very careful about using the phrase an act of war, because it imposes on the United States certain requirements to respond in certain ways if they find themselves involved in a war, especially with another country. We believe this is now the president coming from Andrews Air Force Base to the White House, but it was Senator John Warner, one of the most senior politicians involved with the military for many, many years now, and a man with a real sense of history and knowledge of history, surely, who describes this as the most tragic hour in America's history. I think there will be people, not least of whom are historians throughout the country, will argue with the senator about that today, given the attack on Pearl Harbor, given the invasion of Normandy, and heavens knows, given the first and most tragic days of the Civil War in 1861, who will argue with that characterization. But it does give you some real sense at the moment of how intense the feeling is, not only in the political establishment, in the country as a whole as well, and all sorts of other countries. I'm getting messages from countries all day today, people deeply, profoundly shaken by the experience that the United States has had today. I want to go to Washington now because Claire Shipman is there right opposite the White House. We'll come back to Charlie Gibson and casualties in just a moment, but as we think, Claire, that the president may indeed be arriving, are those helicopters, Air Force or Marine One as it's called, the president's helicopter coming from Andrews Air Force Base?
Yes, that's right, Peter. And in fact, we're told the only reason that his security team felt comfortable letting him chopper back to the White House was because there is substantial air cover in the area keeping him protected. But it has been a long day for him, as you noted, and he has, we're told from people who were with him, wanted to get back to the White House all day, but again was listening very closely to his security team, who wanted to be absolutely certain that that was going to be all right. We were talking earlier, the president is very eager to make plain tonight that his mood is retaliatory, to express impatience. We got a little bit of a hint of that from a statement from Ari Fleischer, his press secretary today, who said not so long ago, we will find these people and they will suffer the consequences of taking on this nation. I wouldn't be surprised to hear something like that from the president tonight. Equally eager to get back, Peter, just as the president is back, congressional leaders, they're planning to make a public statement tonight at 7:30 p.m. Again, everybody wanting to show this is business as usual in Washington, certainly not usual in the way we would ever define it, but they want to show a government that is up and functioning, because they think that the PR element here, in terms of sending a message around the world, is every bit as important as security measures.
As we wait, I'm going to bring in the voice of Charlie Gibson at the moment, because I do not want to go away from this scene on what I assume is the south lawn of the White House. We'll just stay with this and watch the president come out. But Charlie, you've been trying to get some kind of handle on casualties throughout the day. Have had any success?
Well, no, Peter. People want a number, and as if it were some way to quantify these most horrific of acts, and properly no one has been willing to speculate on what that number may be. Obviously, any low number would have to be ratcheted up at some point, and to give upper-end estimates are probably too horrible to imagine. As the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, said, when we get the final number, it will be more than we can bear. The concern, obviously, is that there were emergency workers inside the World Trade Centers when they collapsed, when the Twin Towers came down, and the evacuations had not been completed. And as the Secretary of Defense said a moment ago, when we get the totals from the Pentagon, it will be a lot more than a few. We do have some estimates on injured, but again, these are highly unreliable. The mayor, again, saying at least 2,100 injured in New York, 1,500 taken to Liberty State Park across the Hudson River in New Jersey, 600 taken to hospitals, and the most chilling, one of the most chilling quotes that we've heard today, St. Vincent's Hospital here in New York had more than 200 injured. One doctor, Stephen Stern, saying there are hundreds of people burned head to toe, and we know many burn victims have been evacuated, some as far away as being taken to Canada, some being flown to Vanderbilt Hospital in Nashville. The military apparently flying those burn victims out.
Thanks, Charlie. There he is, the president, coming back from a trip that has taken him first to Florida today to talk about education, when ironically the political establishment in Washington wanted to talk about federal budget and keeping the country out of recession. And then this happened just as the president was visiting a group of people. He learned about it, spoke to the people, then moved on to Louisiana and then out to Nebraska, where he went into a bunker totally reminiscent of the situation which the president might have found himself in, and which the country prepared for during the Cold War, when the issue was nuclear exchange between the United States and the Soviet Union. And now, after something of a sharp debate, we gather, between the president's political staff and between the Secret Service, the president is coming home to the White House. There's nothing that this president, this new and young president, could ever have imagined was going to occur on his watch, which would test his leadership qualities so. And he is going, and how he responds, how he accommodates the country's frustration, and how he accommodates the country's anxiety and anger, and how he responds or finds a way to respond, and as we've said many times, to whom will mark George Bush, however it goes, one way or the other. As he will speak to the nation at 9 o'clock tonight, and as Claire Shipman said to us, the representatives of the Congress, who've been pretty forthright today, earlier Senator Biden early today, saying that Congress must be seen to keep going, that the most important thing is that terrorists not be allowed to see that American life has been interrupted to any greater extent than it already has today. So we're going to hear in full later tonight, but we shall be on the air for the entire time for any development. Lisa Stark who covers aviation for us on a full-time basis from Washington, is in Seattle today. Among other things, the headquarters of the Boeing company, which had its aircraft involved in these hijackings today, 757 and a 767. What can you tell us, Lisa?
Well, Peter, it now appears that the weapon of choice appears to have been knives on board these planes. We know from reports from our sources and others that reports from flight attendants on an American flight and from passengers on two different flights we're now learning. The United flight that went into the World Trade Tower, as well as the flight that went into the Pentagon. Cell phone calls from passengers on both those flights reported that men were on board with knives or box cutters, that flight attendants had been injured or killed, that people had stormed the cockpit. We also learned that on one of the flights, the American Airlines flight that went into the World Trade Tower, the flight attendant was also able to tell the American Airlines Operations Center, she reached them and told them what was going on board. She was able to tell them the actual seat number of the passenger who was causing the problems on the plane. So that may lead authorities at least to one name, at least the name of the person who booked that ticket. She was able to give that information to the people at American Airlines. Obviously, this was a major security breach at 3 U.S. airports. There will be a lot of talk, as there is already, about how this could possibly have happened. One person told me these are obviously shocking events, but not that surprising. There have been a number of reports throughout the years about security problems at U.S. airports. The Department of Transportation Inspector General, the GAO, all of those groups have done reports talking about how easy it is to penetrate secure areas, to get on airplanes, how easy it is to get devices past the people who are checking you at the screening machines. So obviously this will be a focus of the investigation to find out how these people got on board and how the weapons got on board as well. Peter?
Lisa Stark, who is in Seattle for us tonight, and gives us one additional piece of information I think we have not had earlier today, which was that one of the people on board the American Airlines flight that was, I think she said, Lisa, are you still there? Lisa Stark still there? I think she said was the first flight, or the first aircraft today, which run into the trade towers, that somebody on board did manage to give some security operators at American Airlines headquarters the number of a seat in which one of the hijackers or terrorists was occupying. Am I correct in that,
Correct.
Lisa?
That was the American Airlines Flight 11. It was the one that went into one of the two that went into the World Trade Tower. The flight attendant was able to tell American Airlines Operations identified the actual seat number of the person involved in the hijacking. So that may help authorities. And Peter, I want to add one other thing. I did manage to talk to a number of controllers in the New York area today. They told me that they realized by the time the second plane was heading to the World Trade Tower what was going to happen. They said they had a helpless feeling. All they could do was watch the blip on the screen. At that point, of course, there was nothing that they could do.
Okay, thanks very much. Lisa Stark in Seattle tonight, the headquarters of the Boeing Company, or at least part of the headquarters of the Boeing Company. Now they've moved to Chicago, but there's three major violations of security, or breaches of security, to be fair, at Dulles Airport, just outside Washington, at Boston, and as somebody pointed earlier, it could have been any number of flights leaving from Boston today, and at Newark Airport, a flight headed for the West Coast as well, all three of which, given the fact that they were going to be transcontinental flights, would have had huge amounts of fuel on board. It was John Miller who first brought us that piece of information. And John, I don't think anybody's been in quite as close touch as you have with the cops, the firefighters here in New York City today. As we get to this point, a little more than 10 hours after this incident, what do you, not your conclusion, what's your interim conclusion of where we're at?
Well, three things are happening. One, the very basics. The FBI has activated its command post in New York and set up, well, in FBI slang, it's a lead bucket. As all leads come in, they're entered into computers and agents are assigned to go out and check them out. This covers everything from crazy crank calls about people who suspect people to leads from people with direct information. They have set up a toll-free number that they're working on getting the telephone number for. We don't have it yet. for national leads to come in. Ironically, it won't be in New York. It's going to come into the Atlanta field office because they literally are buried under phone calls and business in New York. So they've tasked that field office to sort through these phone calls in the coming days. The other thing they're going through, of course, is the back channel. They're talking to the National Security Agency, the Central Intelligence Agency. The Defense Intelligence Agency is somewhat limited because their offices may have been wiped out at the Pentagon today. That was the area their offices were located in, to talk about what leads were you looking at? What intelligence did you have? What things came in? Did we miss something? Is there something that we could have read into that we may have overlooked? Did we have any inkling of this? That we should have known about, but more importantly right now that will point us in the direction of who did it. There's been a lot of discussion of quote-unquote going to war, and the question is still with whom, and they seem to be a great distance away from knowing that right now.
One of the things that we talked about a little earlier today, before this period we usually devote to World News Tonight, was the National Security Agency, which listens to so much, both at home and abroad, has constant monitoring of cell phones both here and abroad. And that will surely be one of the first places they will listen to see if they can pick up communication between the members of what was a very well-coordinated attack.
Yes, and I mean, they, after realizing that there were signals coming from cell phones on those planes, they've been scanning backwards, and we understand picking up phone calls from other civilians on the planes that may have given valuable intelligence as to who the hijackers were, how many.
The fact that they're going to begin to gather data in Atlanta is, of course, reminiscent of the Oklahoma City bombing investigation, which the FBI messed up so much, in part, we think, because they were so overloaded with information, trying to get around a past problem immediately at the beginning of this one.
Well, they've certainly learned a lot of lessons there. Their computer system is somewhat new, and they now have an online case tracking system, which should be helpful. But that's going to be a problem because this is going to be a case of worldwide leads and national leads and a tremendous amount of paper to keep track of and things not to overlook.
And just so to remind people of how tough it's going to be, the new director of the FBI is a man named Robert Mueller. He's been on the job
just a few days.
Just a few days, and he walks into this. Who will run the operation? FBI Washington, FBI New York? A little hard to understand.
This operation will be run by FBI headquarters from the highest level, from the directors, but the office that has right now been tasked as the lead office is the New York office of the FBI, and there are a number of reasons for that. They have the most experience in international terrorism cases. They have the most cases that they feel may be related to this action, and they have the assets and experience all around the world. And of course, there is the added advantage that they're on the ground in New York, where the largest crime scene is right now. They investigated the first World Trade Center bombing. The bombings of the embassies was a New York FBI case. So this is something that they're quite unfortunately all too well experienced at.
Other than the rescue, the search operation and the hopeful rescue operation, thank you, John, which New York is involved in tonight, and at the Pentagon as well, we're in something of a state of suspended animation. Governor Pataki is just one of the politicians who's come out today and said, make an example of those who are responsible. Well, the answer is the Pentagon was stunned. The FBI, by his own admission, was stunned. You heard Secretary Rumsfeld say they wouldn't discuss intelligence. Nobody knew this was going to happen. There isn't a single shred of evidence, as we've said before today, that anybody had an inkling that this was coming. And if they did, we'll learn about that in days ahead. But in the meantime, one more attempt to pull together this day in New York City. Clearly, New Yorkers and others across the country argue the most important symbol of the United States on the east coast of the United States, and those twin trade towers, a symbol of so much that is America. Here's ABC's James Walker.
As the upper floors of the Trade Center towers burned, inside, employees scrambled to escape.
For the 82nd floor, and I don't know where my peers are. I don't know. I hope to God they're okay. And so I can say, I don't know what. We saw a shadow, it looked like a plane. Next thing we know, it was boom, and the floor started shaking. And then we saw debris fall down, and next thing we know, we had to get out of the building. We stuck on the stairs for a while. We finally got down to the lobby. Then we get to the lobby, it was this big explosion.
As soon as he got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky to get out. There's a lot of people that didn't get out. There's a lot of people coming down the stairs burnt up. It's bad.
On the street, New Yorkers looked up and watched in horror.
And then we saw the people jumping. We saw what we thought was debris, and we realized it was people jumping.
I started seeing people they started jumping out of the window, like the 96th floor. They just started, one at a time, from different parts of the building. I just started seeing people just drop. And I must have counted like 30 or 40 people, you know.
Rescue workers raced to the scene, but then, some 90 minutes after the attack,
Oh my God, there it goes!
soot and rubble were everywhere, and with it, chaos.
Get out of here!
What scared me the most was the panic, and people were running, and you just saw this great big cloud of dust just coming from the center of the building and mushrooming out towards the river. There was people had no place to go. People were going to jump in the river. They were going to swim. They were jumping on a boat. They were breaking glass to get into nearby homes and restaurants.
There was, dust and whatnot everywhere, but it was...
The second building has just come down.
You okay, officer?
Firefighters and police officers found themselves momentarily helpless. Trained to save others, they suddenly had to save themselves.
It's a war. We've been attacked. It's like World War II. It's World War II. This is unbelievable.
Tonight, crews are standing by to start searching for the thousands of people feared missing in the debris. James Walker, ABC News, New York.
Well, you hear of fire. Nobody is accustomed to tragedy to a greater extent than firefighters, and you hear of a firefighter there describing it as World War II. I want to go back and reach into our earlier coverage today for a couple of things. But first, I know that most of the people at ABC News bureaus around the country are out covering the story. Any of them who we can get to come in and give us some sense of the mood of the country as a whole at the moment would be very much appreciated, even if they call in on the telephone. A little earlier today, ABC's Lynn Scher put together a package for us in which we asked someone to take the radar monitoring that the Federal Aviation Administration does of the entire country in components all the way across the country, of this one particular aircraft that they were able to track from Boston, maneuvering in such a way that it became clear to them at a horrifying moment that this was an aircraft not following its flight plan that was headed to New York City. And if you put that together with the sense that some people got from the aircraft that there was something going on board these aircraft, simply horrified everybody in the law enforcement establishment, not to mention the two airlines, American and United, are involved. And Charlie Gibson and I have just momentarily been talking about this. Have we got this video available? Can we just move this video up and we'll listen first to the man who tracked this one aircraft. Remember, there were two. Tracked this one aircraft as it was headed towards New York City.
Plane took off about 8 o'clock out of Logan in Boston on its way to Los Angeles, climbed to 29,000 feet and cruising at about 450 knots. About that time, 8:28, the flight took an immediate hard left turn due south. The speed initially decreased by over 100 miles an hour and then increased to over 500. And then as it approached the New York area, it slowed to all the way down to about 300 knots. And then tragically it impacted in the World Trade Center. American 11 was indeed the first flight, we have confirmed that, of the two.
But as ABC's Charlie Gibson points out in this conversation with me just a moment ago, Charlie, there were 2 rogue aircraft who were out of flight pattern.
Well, Peter, the 2 airplanes that hit the 2 twin towers of the World Trade Center were both out of Boston. That was a description of what happened to Flight 11, which was the first one to come into the towers. And just looking at the timing, it's interesting. The plane took off at exactly 8 o'clock from Logan Airport in Boston, and it was at 8:28 that it took that hard left-hand turn and then crashed into the World Trade Center at about 8:45. So that means for 17 minutes, some air traffic controller had to know that they had a rogue aircraft on their hands heading for New York City. The other flight, the one that went into the second World Trade Center, and that was United Flight 175, a 767 that had taken off for Boston for Los Angeles, took off at 8:15. Then just after it passed the Massachusetts-Connecticut border heading west, just south of Pittsfield, Massachusetts, the flight took a 30-degree turn to the south, left toward New Jersey, then another 90-degree turn. It was heading toward Atlantic City, and then it took another hard turn northeast, basically doing a U-turn over New Jersey, and slammed into the to the building at 9:03. So again, for a considerable period of time, the air traffic controllers had to know that they had not 1 but 2 rogue aircrafts heading for New York.
Thanks, Charlie, very much. Now we want to go to Washington. I think it's Washington because the Attorney General, John Ashcroft, is about to make a public appearance in the White House press room. This man, of course, responsible for the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Today, America has experienced one of the greatest tragedies ever witnessed on our soil. These heinous acts of violence are an assault on the security of our nation. They are an assault on the security and the freedom of every American citizen. We will not tolerate such acts. We will expend every effort and devote all the necessary resources to bring the people responsible for these acts, these crimes, to justice. Now is the time for us to come together as a nation to offer our support, our prayers for victims and for their families, for the rescue workers, for law enforcement officials, for every one of us that has been changed forever by this horrible tragedy. The following is a summary of the known facts surrounding today's incidents. American Airlines Flight 11 departed Boston for Los Angeles, hijacked by suspects armed with knives. This plane crashed into the World Trade Center. United Airlines Flight 175 departed Boston for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the World Trade Center. American Airlines Flight 77 departed Washington Dulles for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 departed Newark for San Francisco, was hijacked and crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Crime scenes have been established by the federal authorities in New York, in Washington, D.C. area, in Pittsburgh, in Boston, and in Newark. The full resources of the Department of Justice, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the U.S. Marshals Service, the Bureau of Prisons, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Office of Justice Programs are being deployed to investigate these crimes and to assist survivors and victim families. Thousands of FBI agents in all of the field offices across the country and in the international Legat offices, assisted by personnel from other Department of Justice agencies, are cooperating in this investigation. The FBI has established a website where people can report any information about these crimes. That address is www.ifccfbi.gov. That address again, www.ifccfbi.gov. Individuals can report any information they know about these crimes to that website. It takes courage for individuals to come forward in situations like this, and I urge anyone with information that may be useful and helpful to authorities to use this opportunity. The Office of Victims of Crime has established a toll-free 800 number for family and friends of victims. They can call 800-331-0075 to leave contact information for a future time when more information is available, to find out information about a victim, or to find out information about the rights of victims and the services available to victim survivors and victim families. The determination of these terrorists will not deter the determination of the American people. We are survivors, and freedom is a survivor. A free American people will not be intimidated, nor will we be defeated. We will find the people responsible for these cowardly acts, and justice will be done. Tommy.
On Ashcroft. And this is Tommy Thompson,
Every single
Secretary of
American
Health and Human Services.
Lost something today. And every one of us at this time expresses our deepest sympathy to the victims of today's tragedies and their families. It is now our mission to begin the healing from this tragedy. From the moment that we learned of these attacks, the Department of Health and Human Services has begun readying teams and resources to be sent to New York City and the Washington area to meet any needs of state and local officials. So far, we have sent 4 disaster medical teams to New York City, and 3 of these disaster medical teams to the Washington, Northern Virginia, Baltimore area. These medical teams each consist of about 35 physicians, nurses, and emergency medical technicians. They are all trained to deal with traumatic injuries and other emergency needs. We've also sent 4 disaster mortuary operational response teams to New York and 3 to the greater Washington area. We're also in the process of shipping a great deal of emergency medical supplies to New York City with the help of the Centers for Disease Control. In short, we're making the full force of the Department of Health and Human Services, both its resources and medical expertise available to the areas that need our assistance. We've also this afternoon activated the United States Public Health Service Commission Corps, which consists of approximately 6,000 health professionals. We also are giving backup assistance to the 500-bed ship Comfort from the United States Navy. Americans all over are calling up and asking what they can do. The best thing they can do is respond to this great call by volunteering to give blood. We need Americans to continue to answer that call. No matter where you live, please do your civic duty and assist us by donating blood. It is our primary job is to make sure Americans harmed by this tragedy get the help that they need. We will remain in constant contact with the governors, the mayors, public health officials, and other local officials to make sure that all their needs are being met. It is a sad day, but America and all of its citizens certainly share tonight in the grief that has been caused. And as the President and everybody in his administration have said, we, the government, will continue to operate and continue to provide the services to all Americans.
Well, it is important for the country. This is, let's just come away from the White House for just a moment.
One of the most cherished freedoms.
For a second now, and just inadvertently, we get from, it's so important at this point to hear from the representatives of government. Here are the leaders of the Senate and the House of Representatives together. The Speaker of the House in the middle, Dennis Hastert, Tom Daschle, the Senate leader, to his left.
At a time like this, no words that we should utter today or this evening can help the hearts and souls and feelings of the victims and the families that were a part of this great tragedy that happened in this country today. Our prayers and thoughts and words of consolation goes out to all those who have suffered. But one thing that happens here in this place is when American suffers and when people perpetrate acts against this country, we as a Congress and as a government stand united, and we stand together. Senators and House members, Democrats and Republicans will stand shoulder to shoulder to fight this evil that's been perpetrated on this nation. We will stand together to make sure that those who have brought forth this evil deed will pay the price. We're not sure who this is yet. But we have our suspicions. And when that is justified and when those suspicions are justified, we will act. We will stand with the president, we will stand with this government, and we will stand as Americans together through this time. Thank you.
Applause from the politicians for one another, almost willing themselves to stand shoulder to shoulder in a nonpartisan way. This is Tom Daschle, the Democratic leader of the Senate.
Despicable acts were an assault on our people and on our freedom. As the representatives of the people, we are here to declare that our resolve has not been weakened by these horrific and cowardly acts. Congress will convene tomorrow. And we will speak with one voice to condemn these attacks, to comfort the victims and their families, to commit our full support to the effort to bring those responsible to justice. We, Republicans and Democrats, House and Senate, stand strongly united behind the president and will work together to ensure that the full resources of the government are brought to bear in these efforts. Our heartfelt thoughts and our fervent prayers are with the injured and the families of those who have been lost.
We know as a nation, as we said, our thoughts and prayers are with those families and those injured and those who are the casualties of today's attack. We also remember those thousands of people who are rescue workers. We'd ask now that we all bow our heads in a moment of silence and remembrance. Thank you.
So, brief remarks from the political leadership, both Republican and Democrat, on the Hill today, and many members of Congress, both the House and the Senate, including Senator Lott just leaving the camera, I think hugging Barbara Mikulski, Democratic.
Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies to the ocean.
Well, I do not know. I do not know whether that was a spontaneous gesture, but whether it was or was not, to see members of the House and the Senate, men and women, hugging each other in the face of this attack on the country, standing together on the steps of the Capitol on the evening of the 11th day of the month, 9th month of the year, singing God Bless America, surely reflects some heartfelt attempt by the members of the Congress to say to the world that this is a unified nation in the face of tragedy, as it has, for the most part, always been thus. A couple of very important numbers and website things have just been talked about by former Senator John Ashcroft, now the head of the Justice Department, the Attorney General of the United States. And I want to just read them out a little, one more time slowly, because they're important. The first, as the Justice Department in general and all of the intelligence agencies led by the FBI in this case begin to troll for information as to who may have perpetrated these acts of terror and horror, the Attorney General offers a website. If you have a pencil or a pen, it's www.ifccfbi.gov. As I expected someone to make a graphic. Thank you very much. And this is a telephone number coming now, which I think many people in the country will have been desperate to hear. It's the first time we've heard it today. This is a Victims of Crime hotline, which the government has established, and it is 1-800-331-0075. 1-800-331-0075. And this is particularly for people who may have had family, primarily for family, relatives, who they fear for in either the attacks on the trade tower or at this point, as we know, in the Pentagon, because we haven't had a number from the Pentagon yet, and certainly on the aircraft, on which 266 lives, we estimate, were lost today, to call in, leave a contact number, and then somebody will get back to you. And that'll be one of those hellish waits that people have to go through when they know or suspect that they're relatives. And we've been getting messages here from people all over the world at the moment who believe they had a relative or contact, particularly a relative, involved in the violence of today. Getting dark in New York City, of course. It's about 7:30 Eastern Time. The days are getting shorter everywhere in the country. We want to try to give you a little bit of a sense of the country now in two reports that we have prepared for World News Tonight, and clearly didn't get on because so much was happening at the moment. The first is from Erin Hayes, who's our correspondent based in Atlanta, and this is what she finds today, if one could call it the mood of the South that she has discovered.
Read all about it.
There is rippling across this country.
Suicide bombers, suicide bombers.
Great fear tonight. This attack was on every American.
I can't believe it. And it's so sad that it's come to this.
The first thing I thought of this morning when I saw that was Hiroshima, Pearl Harbor, all over again. The horror of it. And thinking that we're headed for World War III.
I want to go home to my family right now. That's what I want to do, get close to my kids.
We were seeing things we have never seen before, not just on our TV sets, but signs all around that this is as serious as it gets. At the airports is where it was most obvious, the national confusion.
I'm really scared. I feel helpless.
Paralysis.
All the lines and the cell phones are all busy.
Planes making their way to the first airport in sight. Unloaded passengers stunned to find themselves in places they had no plans to be, unsure what to do.
I'm just totally shook up right now because we were in the air when it happened. We're not told anything about it.
They said good luck, sleep in the airport.
And in city after city, anxious officials evacuated one building after another.
Our boss just finally came and told us, just go ahead and leave.
Not because of actual threats, but because no one knew what might be next.
There is a war here now.
We are a nation now on high alert, not just militarily, but psychologically, shaken on every level.
Just waiting.
For what?
To see if anything else is going to happen. To see if we're going to be attacked here in Atlanta.
It's a very strange feeling to be so threatened.
The uncertainty set in motion a wave of shutting down across the nation. Not just the obvious, government buildings, but malls in Georgia and theme parks in Florida.
Due to unforeseen circumstances, the Magic Kingdom is now closing.
And schools everywhere.
Our military at home and around the world.
And in those classrooms still in session, you could hear the anxiety of the youngest generations, for whom this kind of attack had been limited to their history lessons until today.
They hit the Pentagon. It's a slap in the face. It's the nerve center of our military, and they hit the Pentagon? What is that?
I always thought America was like my superhero, like nothing could harm America. I mean, America is everyone's defender.
This is an attack on our generation. It is an attack on our culture, our system, our values, what we do.
There is a growing sense tonight that what we do now will truly define us as a nation.
I'd hate to see panic, because then whoever did this will win, and we can't let them win.
We are Americans, and I'm glad I am an American. We need, we just need to come together, and I think we will.
It will take that and much more in the coming days to see the nation, the entire nation, through this.
Head that way.
Erin Hayes, ABC News, Atlanta.
One never thinks of a citizen as being an ordinary citizen, but from those citizens, three expressions at least which are worth holding. The young man who said it's a slap at the face of the Pentagon, he couldn't imagine. The young person who said it's an attack on our culture and our country and our military. It's not really hard to say it's an attack on the American culture because there's so many cultures here at the moment, but I think you know what he means. And young people who just couldn't believe that they were seeing what they were going to witness today. But as everybody in the country has experienced today, this is a new reality for the United States. We saw it first in Oklahoma City. We've seen it in any number of threats and the growing security that has been involved with our public life in the last several years, but nothing like this. So now go to California, where a similar report for us today from ABC's David Wright.
In Minnesota, the Mall of America never opened today. In Chicago, Navy Pier and the Lincoln Park Zoo were closed. In Orlando, even the Magic Kingdom was shut down. Just about any place in America where large numbers of people were likely to gather locked the doors and sent people home.
Nothing's going to get done today. It's going to be a miserable day.
With all of the nation's airliners grounded, thousands of travelers were stranded.
I'd probably feel safer in Europe if I could actually get over there right now.
It's horrible, and as Americans, we're totally unprepared for that. We just don't think that terrorism is going to hit in our backyard.
In Los Angeles, grief counselors were brought in to meet with family members of the 3 Los Angeles-bound planes that were hijacked and used by the terrorists. In San Francisco, one of the few planes left in the skies, a flight from Thailand, was escorted in by fighter jets.
I'm really scared. I feel helpless.
The workday routine was disrupted the country over, and rush hour extended through most of the day as people struggled to get home or just someplace they perceived to be safer. In Denver, people did what they could for the victims thousands of miles away. The blood banks were full of people eager to give. Here in L.A., the entertainment industry has shut down production. Madonna canceled one of the final concerts of her national tour. The Latin Grammy Awards, scheduled for tonight, and the Emmys, scheduled for Sunday, are postponed indefinitely. And across the country, Major League Baseball has canceled its entire schedule. The disruption is likely to continue for at least a few days. Financial markets will remain closed through tomorrow, and the post office says the U.S. mail will be slowed, but will keep coming.
From California on another part of the country, from Minnesota out to the west. There are no time zones in the country today. One thing that David Wright mentioned there about baseball canceling game, this is the first time since the D-Day invasion that Major League Baseball has canceled all of its game. The first time since D-Day in the Second World War that Major League Baseball has canceled all of its game. I was very struck earlier today by what David McCullough, the noted and popular and wise historian said when he said that's warfare 21st century style, and reminding all of us in the country who listen and read him that we haven't seen such destruction as this on our home ground, as he put it, since the Civil War. And one girl in that report saying, of course, Americans in many cases are just simply not prepared for this. ABC's Dean Reynolds is in Chicago today. And Dean, I don't quite understand what it is you have, and we'll come back to the mood of Chicago in just a moment, but there was another incident involving a plane today.
That's right, Peter. They didn't know it at the time, but the pilot and all of the passengers aboard TWA flight number 3, bound from New York's John F. Kennedy Airport to St. Louis, came perilously close to one of those planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. So close that New York Air Control told the TWA jet to take evasive action to avoid a collision.
You dodged one of the aircraft that hit the tower?
Well, he was up there whenever we were coming from New York, so what we had to do was, they were not talking to him, and he was changing his heading and his altitude, so they just cleared us to deviate however we had to stay away from him.
It was right after they had taken off, and the passengers were horrified.
I thought we were going to crash. I thought the plane was going to crash, because when we took off, the plane kind of went down and came back up, it was kind of shaking, and it wasn't your normal taking off routine. And then you could just see like a plane that just kind of just bypassed us really close, and I said maybe it was just a mere miss.
We had him in sight, so it was a nice day in New York. We were out of the clouds, which helped a lot, so we just, dodged him.
As the TWA jet ascended, others aboard said they could see a terrible sight below.
Then when we got really high up, our brother's a fireman, and so I said, doesn't it look like the Trade Center's on fire? And he says, yeah, it does. It looks like a big fire.
Now, the passengers told us, Peter, that after consulting with the pilot, the flight attendants pushed the food trays up against the cockpit door, apparently to guard against a possible hijacking. In any event, the plane continued on uneventfully until it was ordered to land at Dayton, Ohio, and it landed safely.
Stay with me for just 1 second, Dean, because if you weren't with this all day, there was a time this morning when the Federal Aviation Administration, first of all, didn't allow anybody to take off, and then ordered all planes in the air over the United States to land immediately at the nearest airport, which was how a plane which begins in New York and is going west ends up in Dayton, Ohio. Dean, now can we just talk a little bit about Illinois and the central part of the country? One of the very first things that happened today was the Sears Tower in Chicago was closed. What else happened there, and what other sense of that part of the country do you now have?
Well, I got to O'Hare Airport shortly after the attack on the World Trade Center, and of course it was basically a ghost town, except for everybody standing outside the airport waiting to get cabs elsewhere because nothing was going out of the airport. When I got into town, again, there were very few pedestrians. It was almost all police walking along the sidewalks, checking all of the state, federal, county buildings to see if there were any bombs. The police were checking to see if there were any missing buses or trucks. It was very tense here. Now, as the day has progressed, it looks as though life is returning to normal here, at least in Chicago, in the Loop area.
Thanks very much, Dean Reynolds in Chicago. We'll come back to you just to give you again some sense of the magnitude of this. The Reuters news agency reporting out of Toronto tonight makes the point that the tarmacs of airports all across Canada, from Vancouver in the west to Goose Bay in Labrador, jumping off spot if you're going to Europe, are crowded with aircraft which are either moving back and forth across the United States or across Canada or going to or from Europe. We're just all told to land. And so in all of those airports tonight, there is a huge number of aircraft, and the FAA is simply going to keep them on the ground at least for the next 12 hours and maybe longer. There was a passenger on a Northwest Airlines flight which was bound for Detroit and which was ordered by the FAA or their company to divert to Vancouver. The captain on board told the people that there was a mechanical problem. It wasn't a great issue, but they're going to Vancouver. When they got on the ground, he apologized to them for lying to them under the circumstances. It seems like the obvious thing to do. But all domestic flights in Canada were canceled as airports were closed down because nobody had the vaguest idea whether or not there was something else going on up there. And earlier today, you may recall that we heard the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, talking about this, and it wasn't long before I don't know of any other European city involved, but certainly he ordered that aircraft should not be allowed to fly in the airspace over London. And so this was repeated time and time and time again in a variety of places. But in just one place, St. John's International Airport in Newfoundland, which is a pretty small place, has taken in 27 aircraft today with 5,000 passengers. That may be St. John's, New Brunswick. I'm not altogether sure it's St. John's, Newfoundland, St. John's, New Brunswick. And it may be either in New Brunswick, but you just get some sense of aircraft just being ordered to bail out from wherever they're going and to get on the ground. John Nance, our aviation analyst, is with us. And John, it's probably you should be talking much more about this than I am. But add some more to this general overall air crisis today.
The only time, Peter, that we have ever in our history, certainly in the jet age, ever had a situation in which jetliners were parked all over the place was in the air traffic control strike of 1981, when we had basically a cessation of services by most of the air traffic controllers, but not all of them. Even then, there were still flights flying. This is unprecedented except for that time in history, and even going back into the latter days after World War II, I'm not aware of any time that we put all the air traffic on the ground.
John, I'm just looking at how widespread this is. It says here 34 flights were diverted to Vancouver, 25 were diverted to Toronto, 1 was diverted to Whitehorse, which is in the Canadian Yukon, in the Yukon, and after the plane reported communications and fuel difficulty. This must have just been the most, we know what we're dealing with in terms of tragedy and casualty and chaos, but it must have just been an unbelievable day for the aviation authorities.
Well, totally chaotic in every possible way. One thing that we can be very thankful for is that a number of years ago, the FAA established a central control system, which is now housed in Herndon, Virginia. It's like a mission control. We've actually, we had cameras there on New Year's Eve back there on the Millennium. But this gives us the capability of coordinating all the air traffic control centers, all the control towers throughout North America, and being able to shut the system down. But imagine the air crews on those flight decks trying to get an idea of why in the world they're being told to land someplace other than their destination. The confusion factor there alone has got to be horrendous, especially the fact that when you're told to land at any suitable airport, not every airliner can land everywhere, and there are a lot of decisions that have to be made very rapidly.
John, the
air traffic...
My apologies, I'm terribly sorry, go on.
No, all I was saying was that the radio traffic that has to occur between the pilots and their company to find out where in the world the dispatcher wants you to go, that alone was a monstrous problem, certainly for American and Delta and United and all the big airlines.
Now, you're a pilot, a commercial pilot as well, flown for major airlines, Alaska Airways, as I recall.
That's right.
You're a commercial pilot in an aircraft today. Does your company tell you from the ground that not 1 but 2 and perhaps 3 aircraft in the country have been hijacked? And what do you do then?
I really am going to be interested to know whether or not that information was passed that way. Usually you're just given a command and not told the reason why, because there's too much concern that broadcasting that out over radio frequencies may somehow exacerbate the problem. You know, you're in unknown territory. But I would imagine that there were enough out there who were told that the level of tension was very high.
John,
certainly you're going to be looking at your door.
When we heard that one case of the drinks trolley being brought up and pushed against the cabin door by the members of the crew of one particular aircraft because they clearly had some sense of what was going on. John, what have you managed to learn throughout the day in terms of the aircraft which ultimately were crashed with that enormous loss of life? Anything to add there?
Well, only this, Peter. We touched on it briefly before, and that is the tantalizing clue, if you will, that we have 2 Boeing 757s and 2 Boeing 767s, and those are subject to what we call a common type rating. In other words, if you're trained in one, you can fly the other. Boeing built them that way to minimize training differentials in the airline business. Perhaps that's simply coincidental, and perhaps it's very pointed here in terms of how this was planned. These aircraft, too, when you consider the amount of fuel that was on board transatlantic or transcontinental flights, and we have to consider that there's a high probability that these flights were selected because they would have a lot of fuel, you wouldn't have to put extra explosives on, and you could create a flying bomb that not only involves 300 to 400,000 pounds with a kinetic energy of 200 to 250 knots or greater, but also the, not explosive, but the burning power, incendiary power of all that fuel, which we saw do these horrible things in the Trade Center case.
So as you look at these events today, these two events, which are really three events, which are really four events if you consider the fourth crash.
Yes, indeed, four.
And the amount of fuel and the explosive power, as we certainly saw at the Pentagon and at the trade towers, do you think anybody would have needed to take additional explosives on board? There was enough explosion potential in the gasoline itself.
I think I wouldn't be surprised when we finally get this unraveled, Peter, if there was a structural engineer on the other side of the world that had been very much involved in planning this. Because those decisions would have involved what does it take to bring down that structure in each particular case. I think that this was probably something not left to chance, but it also is a very wise thing if you're going to do a hellacious act like this to figure, well, we don't have to put additional explosives in. We make the airplane a flying bomb simply by which one we select.
Thank you very much, John Nance, and we shall come back to you. What we're looking at here, of course, is a videotape from a variety of different angles today. All of it just repeatedly bringing home the horror of the attack on the trade towers. We did not see the aircraft. We've seen no evidence of any video of the aircraft actually hitting the Pentagon. It came from the south. We do know that the people on board were aware they'd been hijacked because the wife of the Solicitor General of the United States, the administration's lawyer, basically, argues cases before the Supreme Court, was on board one of them and died, of course, along with all of the other people, and describes a pretty horrifying circumstances of being aware that they had been made hostages, no longer passengers. And we also had an eyewitness report from the vicinity of the Pentagon earlier today, which said the aircraft came in very low, and it had to come in very low because the Pentagon's only a 6-story building, John McWethy told us at the Pentagon, and was knocking off lampposts, or sorry, power posts, telephone posts, as it came up from the south to attack that. In the middle, I want to talk to our medical editor, Dr. Tim Johnson, about how great the need may really be for this disaster tonight in medical terms. The Attorney General has been talking about it. First, I want to go to Midtown at ABC, Midtown, New York City, that is, and ABC's Diane Sawyer. Diane?
Peter, I don't know how much you can see down here, but we have heavy mobilization. We have cranes coming in. We have bulldozers, generators, lights coming in because, of course, city power is out. I'm told they're coming in part to uncover the rubble from a subway station that partially collapsed. Also, they're going to take a look at the rubble closer up. If you can move the camera in, you can see the gray haze, which is the smoke from what is still burning. Not only the rubble of the 2 tall towers this morning that were blasted, but also that third building, the 47-story Tishman building, which had been evacuated. And then we're told that the Marriott Hotel is still on fire, but firefighters have given up on that right now. So right now, building's still on fire. Everybody evacuated out there. I'm going to bring in Don Baylor once more for a couple of footnotes for this scene, Peter, because he's been walking the streets all day.
Ask him to speak
Don, you saw a jet engine. You saw a turbine engine.
Yeah, it was obviously an engine from a large jet that is over on the left-hand side about 2 blocks down this way. It landed on what I think was a phone booth, but it was charred. Obviously, the insides, it did not have the outer shell anymore, but it looked like the inner workings of a jet engine.
And again, we're talking blocks and blocks away, Peter, so imagine the trajectory of that engine's flight. Another thing you told me, which has such a poignancy to it, you said when you walked the scene up at the Trade Center devastation, that you were knee-deep in a carpet of financial documents.
Right, well, we were talking about the implications of this on world markets, this being probably the center of the world of finance, and nowhere was that more dramatically demonstrated than what were millions and millions of documents. I looked at financial documents, stock certificates, employment records, just lying around. Many of them were charred. It's obvious. And when you saw the explosion, you saw a cascade of paper come off these buildings, and that's what it was.
We're told it's as far away as 3 miles, Peter. And I should just say that every time you stop here, someone comes up from the EMS or from the firefighters and the police just to tell you the names of people they know who went in before them and they're not sure came out.
Thanks very much, Diane. So I must tell you, for the future, it's very hard to hear you down there because of the emergency equipment that's working in Midtown. I'm sure your engineers will tell you if we could move you just a little bit away from that, we'd like very much to hear as clearly as we can, obviously, under the circumstances, what you are saying. Just thinking for a second there about the thousands of people who are outside the country. When you think that one airport in eastern Canada had 27 aircraft and 5,000 people, and it's happening all the way across the continent, people stranded tonight. And one assumes, though, the cell phone network in the United States, at least today, certainly in the eastern United States, was jammed with people trying to make calls related to this incident, the press, government officials, emergency officials. One assumes, because we haven't got any phone numbers for you, I'm afraid, of people in other places tonight who are expected to be somewhere else, and they all appear, as far as we can tell by the reporting that we're getting from a variety of places, are okay. They're just spending a night in some place they did not intend to be. We've had a couple of chances today to talk to Jerry Hauer, who is the man who set up New York City's emergency headquarters on the west side of Manhattan, right down there by the trade towers, which is no longer usable today because it was, if not one of the first, one of the early victims of these two extraordinary collapses of the two trade tower buildings. But he's with us again tonight. Jerry, grateful that you came back. You just tell us what you know that's going on.
Well, there's a massive effort underway right now, Peter, to get medical resources into the city. As you heard earlier, Secretary Thompson has mobilized a number of Department of Health and Human Services, DMAT teams, DMORT teams, which are the mortuary teams. They are bringing in the Comfort, which is a naval ship that is a hospital ship that will help provide resources and much-needed beds. Joe Albaugh, the director of FEMA, is coordinating the federal government's effort to assist the city and Washington, D.C., and there will be numerous urban search and rescue teams coming into the city to aid with dogs, with search equipment, to aid New York City's firefighters, because clearly this is going to be a long-term operation. Our firefighters here in the city, our police and emergency medical services have been absolutely heroic today in their efforts. A number of them have become victims in the process today in trying to rescue people in these buildings, and the fatigue will set in, but they are the consummate professionals. They will do everything they can to continue to try and search for victims, but there will come a point very soon where once the fire is out, they will start to pick through the rubble.
Jerry?
Yes.
Let me interrupt you and even be more specific, if I may. Mike Carter is the Vice President of the Firefighters Union, estimates that half of the 400 firefighters who first reached the scene at the trade tower may be dead. And here's what he says: we have entire companies that are just missing. We have lost chiefs. And Cardinal Edward Egan, the Roman Catholic cardinal in New York City, who administered the last rites to a dozen victims, said the firefighters and the police were dead in great numbers. Now, I don't mean to reach out for numbers except to quantify the scope of this disaster, much of which we can see on our face. But what can you add to those two comments?
Well, first of all, many of those people, the chiefs that I heard on the radio as I was listening to this evolve are very close personal friends. Many of the police officers, the emergency service unit, these are the people that were the first responders, the first two rescue units, the first two fire units. We're all in the building either doing rescues or firefighting, and they transmitted a third alarm almost immediately, which is upwards of 150 to maybe 200 firefighters, and then they rapidly brought in more resources. They transmitted a fifth alarm and then an additional fifth alarm. So there were hundreds and hundreds of firefighters and police officers trying to save the people in those buildings. And to try and quantify it at this point, how many people?
No, I didn't mean to make you do that. I just want to know whether or not you were aware what the head of the Firefighters Union in Cardinal Legan has said in terms of the dimension of the disaster for the fire department.
Absolutely, and some very, very senior people in the fire department are missing. There's some very senior chiefs, some of the specialty units, the rescue units, same in the police department, some of the senior police officials, the inspectors that were on the scene, the emergency service units. These people are true heroes that were going in and paid the ultimate sacrifice in trying to rescue New Yorkers.
Let me ask you one other thing. The mayor has gone out of his way today to say there are 170 hospitals in New York, and we know that one of them, St. Vincent's, was pretty much overwhelmed today, and one of them was put briefly out of operations because it lost its gas, or it lost its power temporarily. But now the Attorney General comes along and says they are sending 4 disaster medical teams to New York and also 3 to the Pentagon. Is there some suggestion here that New York, under the present circumstances, can't handle this by itself?
Well, I think that a couple of things. First of all, the number of burn beds in New York is not that significant, and there will be and are quite a number of burn victims. There is going to be a need to do constant triage. There's going to be need to support the relief effort, the search and rescue effort. And the hospitals have been overwhelmed. These teams will help with triage of the walking wounded. There are still a lot of people being triaged. And it will provide some relief to the hospitals, to the hospital workers who are going to be working around the clock to deal with these very critically injured patients.
And perhaps, thank you very much, Jerry. I really appreciate the time you've given us today. I know you had to walk up here to our newsroom on the west side of New York, a heck of a long way from this disaster. And of course, we are all insulated from the absolute intensity of it by working in newsroom. But perhaps the most ominous statement tonight, I think, at this stage, comes from Dr. Bruce Logan, who was the chief of medicine at NYU Downtown Hospital, and he told the Reuters news agency, the vast majority of victims have still not gotten here. The hospital staff is really pulling together, but the worst, said Dr. Logan, I'm afraid, is still to come. I think everybody knows. We talked to a lawyer. What was his name? Tom? I apologize for forgetting his name. Tom Humphreys, who worked on the 47th, 48th floor, 57th floor, thanks, John, 57th floor of Tower Number 1, the northern tower at the World Trade Center. And he was in it when the first aircraft hit that tower, and he said all things were pretty calm given the circumstances, and many people in that tower managed to evacuate the building. And it was pretty early in the morning, and a lot of people hadn't come to work as far as he was concerned, and even some people from the higher floors. Underneath, he was certainly scared of the explosion. He wasn't sure if people came from above those floors. Managed to make a fairly orderly evacuation from the building. And that's given people reason to hope today that the casualty numbers that might have been anticipated, given the 50,000 people work in the Trade Center, may have been lower. But the answer is we simply do not know.
Peter,
sorry, Don.
I just spoke to people at the office of the chief medical examiner of the New York City morgue, where they only have 8 fatalities so far. They are bracing for so many more. Even among the 8 they have, one of them is a high-ranking member of the fire department. Another is a close personal friend of mine and of Jerry Howard's. And among the unaccounted for at the scene are a police chief, high-ranking chief, and 62 members of the police department's forward rescue unit, the emergency service squad, that they still haven't been able to locate.
It does focus very clearly on what Mayor Giuliani said when asked what his single overwhelming emotion was at the moment. He said, all the people in those buildings who I actually knew. And this is a scene being repeated, of course, at the Pentagon today, where we have no estimate of the casualties there. And John McCarthy, our Pentagon correspondent, very wisely said to us there was simply no way that anybody was going to speculate about this at the moment, but that there were, that this aircraft slammed into a newish part of the Pentagon that had just been refurbished. We'll get to that clearly as quickly as we can, but deal with one thing at a time. Our medical editor, Tim Johnson, is here. Tim, we've heard mentioned several times very early on that burn victims here had gone as far away as burn centers in Canada, some of which are very efficient and well known. Is New York, at least in terms of burn centers, overwhelmed? not able? Do you have any sense of this?
Well, I would guess it might well be, because burns are among the most difficult and demanding of all trauma injuries to take care of. Demanding in terms of personnel, of medical resources, of space, long-term care. The two huge, overwhelming problems with severe burns are fluid loss, which can lead to shock and quick death, and then long-term infection. Enormous problems taking care of the infections that result with serious burns. And so the care of these people really is something that demands long-term care and a lot of resources and a lot of personnel, and it can very quickly overwhelm even a major city like New York.
And so New York may have an adequate number of burn centers, but not
for the ordinary burn cases that occur in everyday life, but not for the kinds of injuries and numbers that may come out of this.
And the most middle-sized cities, which might have been what we call the tri-state area, New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, have burn centers?
They have burn centers, but limited numbers of beds in most of those cities. We're going to have to talk about major cities, Boston, Chicago, cities in Canada, elsewhere, to take care of numbers that might well come out of this kind of a disaster.
And we're going to go to the triage center in a moment and talk to ABC's Cynthia McFadden, who's been there waiting like so many other people. But explain to people again just basically what happens in triage. It's a question of selecting who to take care of and who to put aside.
Absolutely. You have limited resources by definition, and you have to decide who is most likely to benefit from those resources. Some you can put aside for later care. Others are so near death that any care is not going to be possible. So you'll focus on the ones that need immediate emergency care and have a chance of survival.
And it must be one of the toughest decisions that a doctor ever has to make.
It is. I worked in an emergency room for 15 years, and that is among the toughest decisions, of course.
I believe, by the way, and this is particularly relevant to the New York audience, we won't necessarily find the phone number here, but when Mayor Giuliani and the police commissioner, the fire commissioner, the head of the FBI in New York, and the governor were all giving a news conference some time ago, after the mayor had said, everybody don't feel any hate in Anchor, be New Yorkers, pull together, and the governor had said, that we will, of course, get through this. He did point out that there was a true, genuine need for blood donors. And then I think we heard exactly the same thing from Attorney General Ashcroft, who said that anybody in the country who wanted to participate or felt they could give something, one of the things was to contact their local Red Cross center, because, as we know, there's a shortage of blood in the country. And the governor also said that they like it if doctors volunteered and nurses volunteered. Now, there's a catastrophic shortage of nurses in the country, and the burden that will be on doctors and nurses here. The military, Tim and John, as pretty much as I understand, they're getting civilian help at the Pentagon as well. The military pretty much is able to take care of its own under most circumstances, right?
It is, and the majority of injuries in the military, and I suspect the majority of injuries from this tragedy today will be crush injuries of various sorts. Again, burns are in a very special category requiring very special kinds of care, and that's going to be a real issue.
We also know, and I think we actually can give you some sense of this already, that 3 ships of the U.S. Navy are on their way to New York, one of which, the USS Comfort, is a hospital ship with 1,100 beds on its way, dispatched by the Health and Human Services and the military. And the aircraft carrier, the USS John F. Kennedy and the George Washington, are coming as well, on their way from farther down the East Coast to be put in New York Harbor, lest they are needed for a variety of reasons. And these aircraft carriers, particularly, and the Comfort, are hugely capable of taking care of casualties in a wide variety of ways. Hang on, Dr. Tim, we'll come back to you in just a second. But I do want to go to Cynthia McFadden, who is at the triage center itself. Cynthia, do you hear me?
I do, Peter.
So just bring us up to date with what's happened there since we last checked you.
Well, Peter, we're still standing by waiting. There are still hundreds of doctors and nurses here waiting. The grim realities are that they expect to tag hundreds, perhaps thousands of victims of this explosion throughout the night tonight. The reason the ambulances are still sitting empty at this point is because we understand from rescue workers they have not been able to get close enough to the actual midpoint of the explosion to actually bring anybody out, which is the reason that they are still standing by. They've told us the system here, Peter, I heard you talking about setting up a triage system. The system here will be as follows. Victims who come in and are tagged red are victims that they believe can be saved. Victims who are tagged yellow and green are walking wounded and will be quickly taken away to other locations. And then there are the black tags. for those people who they feel they cannot help.
Thanks, Cynthia. We'll come back to you. I want to go quickly to Stoystown, Pennsylvania, at the moment, where ABC's Dan Harris is standing by. 4 aircraft involved today, and we know that on each one of them there was a hijacking in process. And the aircraft that crashed near Johnstown, Pennsylvania, was United Flight 93 with 38 passengers and 7 crew on board. ABC's Dan Harris rushed to the scene of that accident, and I hope is with us now. Dan, do you hear me?
Peter, I do hear you. And we have a new piece of information on this crash from ABC's Lisa Stark, who, as you know, covers aviation for ABC News. She tells us that Flight 93, which, as you mentioned, was departing from Newark and headed to San Francisco, filed for a change of flight plan request, requesting to change its destination from San Francisco to Washington. Shortly after that, it turned around and crashed about a mile from where we are right now in Stoystown, Pennsylvania. It crashed, and I believe we have some pictures of the crash scene. Crashed in an open field. All that you really see there is a huge crater. You can't even see it very well from our vantage point. A huge black gaping hole, as investigators are describing it. There is a lot of debris, most of it very small pieces of black charred remains. The FBI tonight is making a huge grid, and tomorrow morning it will begin what it calls a painstaking process of gathering the evidence. At this point, they say they're treating this as a crime, though they won't go so far as to say it is indeed an act of terrorism. If indeed the plane had successfully turned around and headed back toward Washington, and now it appears there would have been one more target. It did not make it, which is fortunate for Washington, unfortunate for the 45 people on board. No survivors, Peter.
Dan, it was indeed a chilling moment when you made a reference there to United Flight 93 asking for a change of flight plan, headed for San Francisco, asking for a flight plan that takes it to Washington. Have you picked up anything else on the ground tonight?
We have picked up from the FBI that there was 911 contact from the plane. Now, they wouldn't go so far as to confirm a report that has been circulating. The report says that one of the passengers locked himself in the bathroom of that plane and called 911 at 9:58 a.m., got in touch with a local 911 operator in this part of Pennsylvania, southwestern Pennsylvania, and told him there had been some sort of explosion on the plane. Shortly after that, 2 minutes later, in fact, the plane did go down. That report is not confirmed in total in some. However, the FBI says it has received tapes of a 911 call, and it is going to go over those tapes.
Just help us place Stoystown, Pennsylvania, a little more, with a little greater familiarity to people. You're fairly close to Johnstown?
We are fairly close to Johnstown. Stoystown is about 75 miles southeast of Pittsburgh and about 30 miles north of Maryland. It's a very rural area, and the area where the crash happened is really very, very rural. It's an open field, and as I said, there is a huge crater. There were some eyewitnesses, coal workers, who ran to the scene shortly after the crash. We've heard that they saw the plane going down. It was very unstable before it went down, as you might imagine. People who live nearby say they heard the ground, they felt the ground shake miles away. People who went to the scene, we spoke to one eyewitness a short time ago, said she saw lots of debris, but nothing very big. And in fact, that's what our pictures are bearing out, that the debris is very, very small. This made a very hard landing, Peter.
Thanks very much, Dan Harris in Stoystown, Pennsylvania tonight on the United Airlines flight, which started off from Newark to San Francisco, took off about 8:01. You see where it all converges? The first attack on the trade tower is just before 9 o'clock. The second one is after that an aircraft goes down at, sometime 8:35, between 8:30, maybe a little after 9 o'clock. And so the coordination involved in this has intelligence and military officials tonight confused, shocked, and steamed. Barbara Starr, one of our reporters at the Pentagon, reports tonight, quoting a senior intelligence official, our top priority tonight is nailing the SOBs who did this. And they are, Barbara reports us, tweaking every single intelligence system they have, their reconnaissance, their assets. And then they're going to go through, as we've heard earlier today, through all of the cable traffic. They're going to listen to all of the monitoring, which the National Security Agency does, of thousands of phone calls. And again, though this may not lead to anything, just a short while ago, Senator Orrin Hatch of Utah, who's a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, told the Associated Press that U.S. intelligence intercepted communications between supporters of Osama bin Laden discussing the attacks on the World Trade Center. And he then goes on to say, I'm just going to get his quote accurately here, they have an intercept of some information that included people associated with bin Laden who acknowledged a couple of targets were hit. I'm not sure how much that tells us at this point. They may simply having been reacting, if this report is true, they may simply have been reacting, as many people all over the world did immediately, to the fact that these attacks had actually occurred. It's not going to be very long from now before the president. I'm missing anything, John, before I go back to Washington and talk politics?
No, we're up to date.
Okay. John McCarthy, outside the Pentagon, unusually removed from your post, which I know must be very frustrating at this point, John. Want to add to Barbara Starr's reporting in terms of attitude on behalf of the military at the moment?
Well, attitude and what you describe as the intelligence community is now doing is a major wash. They are going after every agent they have all over the globe. They are focusing every piece of technology they have. They are desperately looking for answers to who did it, so they can then better go after who did it with what undoubtedly I now believe is going to be a series of military strikes. But you cannot do that until you have a very focused piece of intelligence that leads you directly to the culprits. And then there is, of course, the problem, once you decide you are going to use military force, of trying to decide how to make it in any way effective. It does feel good oftentimes to retaliate against accused people that you believe have done a terrible act like this to the United States, but it doesn't necessarily go after them and often creates additional problems, especially if it is proved that the terrorists who did this came from a region near the Middle East, like Afghanistan. That is going to set off a whole series of very complex political machinations, Peter, that could end up coming back on the United States.
But let me ask you an operational question, John. We believe at the moment that the United States had no inkling of what was going to happen. But there's a history of terrorism in various other parts of the world, to which the United States has been party victimized by in one way or the other. After an incident has occurred, is there any history of a tendency of people who perpetrated the terrorism to talk?
There is a history to claim credit in some way. Although I must say, Osama bin Laden, if he turns out to be the culprit who is behind this, has been often circumspect in the days and months after an attack. Intelligence sources have indicated in previous attacks that his organization was involved, but they had to piece that information together because he was, at least in the initial period after the attack, absolutely silent.
Thank you very much, John McCarthy. We have a microphone open somewhere else, and I think just trying to pick up the sound that it is in our Washington position across from the White House. It's appropriate because we want to go there now where Claire Shipman has been for most of the day. And Claire, the president, I think, is going, you tell us clearly, the president's going to talk to us, I think, fairly quickly now, pretty soon now?
That's right. He's going to talk to us, we're told, in just over 10 minutes, Peter. And I think what you've been talking about tonight, a lot
Claire,
of
let me
anger.
stop. Can I stop you? Maybe you'd move your microphone up. I'm sorry. There's a microphone, I believe, in your little location there, which is interfering with what you are trying to say. So do you want to try again?
All right. Is this any better?
It's somewhat better, yeah.
Good. Okay. Rough conditions here. But you've been talking about a lot of the anger being expressed in Washington tonight from military officials and others, and I think that is the sort of thing we're going to hear from the president tonight. We've been told he is quite angry. He's eager to talk about it. We're told his speech is going to be a mix of condolence, anger, and also retaliation, that he wants to make it very plain just how quickly he intends to act when he feels the United States is able to act. He and his aides still putting finishing touches on this speech. Probably hard to exaggerate the enormous importance of this speech for him tonight, Peter. A couple of other notes. Condoleezza Rice is at the White House with him as National Security Advisor. Colin Powell arrived recently back in Washington at Andrews Air Force Base, and we're told might be heading to the White House, but that depends on some security issues. The president was to meet with Vice President Cheney once he arrived back at the White House, and then we were told from security forces that he was going to have to leave the White House. They didn't want to keep the president and the vice president for very long in the same location, and he would either be heading home or to Camp David. Peter?
Thanks very much, Claire. We're going to come back to you very shortly because the president is going to talk. And in fact, Colin Powell just came back from Colombia today, where he has been He's been visiting with leaders of Latin America about, among other things, the war against the international drug community, which is based very largely in Colombia. And there is no reason that any part of the world tonight should be, whatever our instincts are, whatever the history is, there's no reason tonight to rule out criminals from any part of the world who have the money, if not always the sophistication. That's a big, big question in terms of trying to resolve today, to have mounted this attack against the United States, though, as always, the intelligence community has gone almost immediately to Osama bin Laden as a principal suspect. And we don't yet know why they have done that, but it seems to be something of a tradition. It was great to see. It was really great to see the members of Congress gather and sing God Bless America, and to tell the country and the world that the country's hanging together. But there was a time earlier today when the capital city was just closing down as absolutely fast as they could get it closed down. Take a look at this report from ABC's Michelle Norris.
With the Pentagon burning in the distance, the nation's capital was evacuated.
This is the first time we had a mandatory evacuation of the Capitol and the House and Senate office buildings.
Bewildered employees got out as fast as they could, while key congressional leaders were carefully whisked away to safe and undisclosed locations. Top leaders from throughout the administration were immediately placed under special protection.
The leaders are in undisclosed locations for their own safety and to ensure that we can reconstitute decision-making when that's appropriate.
The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe.
It's all part of official Washington's civil defense plan to ensure that the federal government continues to function smoothly even while the nation is under attack.
And they basically have a playbook initially to assess how serious is this threat. Do we need to have a lot of people move very far away from Washington, or do we just need to have a few key backup people get outside of the immediate downtown area?
During the Cold War, the federal government developed an elaborate evacuation plan to make sure top leaders would survive a nuclear attack by taking them to a series of secret bunkers just outside Washington. Today, that wasn't necessary, but nonetheless, the nation's top decision makers remain under very heavy protection.
Making sure that the federal government continues to function, I think, is very important in a time of crisis because it reassures the public that somebody is in charge and the situation is well in hand.
And in today's time of crisis, Americans, as well as many elsewhere in the world, will be looking for that reassurance. Michelle Norris, ABC News, Washington.
Information is pouring into our newsroom from everywhere, trying to understand this. Here's a message from a friend who happens to be an architectural engineer who knows something about the World Trade Center and who believes that a member of the family may have been killed in the Trade Center at all. It's been impossible we've only had one person, at least on this broadcast, identified all day, and that is the wife of the Solicitor General of the United States, who managed to call her husband from the aircraft that was hijacked and then subsequently attacked the Pentagon. But he, an engineer and an architect, speculates here that the heat above the crash site on the twin trade towers may have indeed caused the building above to melt, just simply collapsing in itself and putting enormous weight on the rest of the building below, which could not possibly stand it. And the steel columns which go up through the building, built to code at best, would only be able, he believes, to have been able to stand an hour and a half of intense fire like this, pressing down on the rest of the building until it finally was able to give way. It was a very well-built building, probably better, given its size and the attention and everything else, much better than similar buildings built today because it was the first of its style. And as we know, in many American cities as well as overseas, there are a lot more daring architectural structures of this magnitude in many parts of the world today. And in Asia particularly, people building these astonishingly high buildings as showplaces, almost a competition going on in the rest of the world as to who can build the tallest, most daring building. Well, there's a very simple, long box structure built well, according to the engineers who know it. And the heat of that fire from those penetrations of the two aircraft, in his view, may have made the difference. It will take us time to find out. John Miller, latest.
There's really no change other than rescue operations have started now at the World Trade Center, ones that were hampered because of the impending collapse of 7 World Trade Center, the 3rd building to go down. Bodies have started to be brought to the morgue, but only in very small numbers now. That's going to be a massive operation that continues. And, of course, as we've all discussed, the mounting of a massive federal investigation in tandem with the intelligence community's assistance to the military to try to put a name to this.
I wonder if anybody else is as aware as I am at the moment. I'm sure people are aware as I am at the moment of previous investigations we have done of far lesser incidents. Attack on TWA 800 is one. The investigation at the AL-QAEDA Towers, which was conducted by retired General Wayne Downing, who's with us in our Washington Bureau. We'll talk to him after the president tonight. All of these investigations have gone on and on and on and on, and many of them just really didn't resolve anything in the final analysis.
Yet many of them did. The largest acts of terrorism on U.S. soil, ironically the bombing of the World Trade Center, the attacks in East Africa have been solved to the extent that people have been charged. Many have been brought back to this country. The FBI actually has a terrific track record that way in chasing these leads out to the ends of the earth. We were talking about something a minute ago, though, that is part of the fog of war in these things. After the Al-QAEDA explosion, there were intercepts of people calling Osama bin Laden's headquarters to congratulate him. And in these intercepts, there was no, he didn't say, well, thanks, but it wasn't me. Now the government is taking the position that it was the Iranians. So you really have to sort through the information very carefully before you choose your suspects.
Yeah, I just simply wish to make the point that it's going to take a long time, and that the impatience that we all feel about striking back at somebody who's done this thing to the country is not going to be requited, I think, for very long. ABC's Pierre Thomas, by the way, reports that his FBI sources are telling him that several people on board both 2 of the planes which went down, this would be the one of the Pentagon, at least one of those coming either to New York or to Pennsylvania, were able to get out on their cell phones and call their relatives. And they described horrific scenes on board the aircraft, people being attacked and stabbed on board the aircraft itself. We've heard at least one piece of information that the weapon of choice, at least on one of the aircraft, was a box cutter, what professionals and sometimes amateurs use with the razor blade through it that enables you to open up cardboard boxes in a hurry, and has, of course, been a weapon of crime with which we're all familiar. And as John Miller, who knows more about these things than most, pointed out, these are, you take a plastic one on board and it's very hard for a security device to detect. But I'm going to go quickly to Midtown New York City again, just before we go to the president, and get a quick update from Diane Sawyer. Diane?
Peter, I'm standing out here, and as you can see around me, there's a dramatic change in activity, and I don't know how much you could hear earlier when we were telling you about it, but we have 6 bulldozers down here now. We have an entire line, an entire street full of EMS crews and ambulances. It appears they have got the lights up. The generators are working, and it's very possible they could be moving in soon for some kind of activity actually on the site. And I've got Don Daler here with me. We've been dividing up all the duties here, and he's been down to the scene. And also J.D. Halpern, who said he's just a volunteer who came in from California and was around the area. I just wanted to know, how much fire is there? You said you were just at ground zero. How much fire is left?
Well, the building 7, there was no fire there whatsoever, but there was one truck putting water on the building, but it's collapsed completely. And then the other building that there were some flames still coming up was in World Trade Center 1, but not a lot.
And you said you saw melted tour buses, melted cars?
The cars that were right down there, it was just unbelievable. They were twisted and melted into nothing. The debris is just unbelievable. And then you can see fire trucks and police vehicles that were down there early that all their windows, the windshields are completely blown out must have been from when debris dropped.
We can even see from here that the smoke seems to have gone down, Don. And I want to repeat, Peter, because J.D. was saying, as well as Don earlier, in case you didn't hear us, that it is carpeted up there. It is ankle deep in papers.
In some places, papers and debris go up 2 or 3 feet high. You have to wade through in some areas.
These are financial documents.
Yeah, the ones I looked at, many of them were financial documents, very personal documents that when I saw the first explosion that hit, there was just a snow cascade of paper, and the whole area down there is just coated with it.
Well, Peter, again, we'll let you know as soon as we can confirm that they are going in to the site. We should say that the mayor was here just a minute ago and drove by, waved at us, but would not stop. Back to you.
Diane, just exactly where are you?
We're about four and a half blocks from Ground Zero.
Okay, thank you very much, Diane Sawyer. Don Daly. Don Daly did a wonderful job for us earlier today, giving us some sense of what was happening as close as you could get to the scene. And I'm also joined now by ABC's George Stephanopoulos, who's been downtown all today. And so we'll have a chance to revisit that scene from a variety of locations after we hear from the president, because it's 8:30 Eastern Time, 3:30 in the West, and we are about to hear from the President of the United States. I think most of you know that the President has been on something of a strange journey today. He went off to Florida to promote education. He was in Florida when this occurred. He was then literally taken up by the security apparatus which surrounds him, and taken off first to Louisiana, where he touched down at an Air Force base. We didn't know what was going to happen late. He was then taken off to Nebraska, to the old Strategic Air Command, one of the old Strategic Air Command bases from the Cold War days, put into a bunker or down the rabbit hole, as it was described to us. ABC's Ann Compton was with him all day and talked all day about the struggle between the security and the political apparatus to whether the president could get back to Washington. Well, the president is back in Washington now, and there has been no time in his presidency, and there may never be a time like this again, when it has been so important what he says to the country, because I think we all know at moments like this, the country looks to the President of the United States for understanding, for knitting the country together, and some presidents do it brilliantly, and some do not. Here is Mr. Bush. Okay, this was well, the president isn't sitting there trying to think about what to say, I can assure you. The president is sitting there because someone on network television has sat him down and said, we'll cue you in 30 seconds, Mr. Bush. And so, as awkward as it looks to him, this is what we've expected him to do. And now here he is.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
The President of the United States, when he is in many respects needed most. And we've been joined by George Stephanopoulos, who's been downtown all day and who very quickly picked up, George, that the President may have given us a hint in his first couple of lines there to the magnitude of this.
He said thousands of lives that were suddenly ended, the first number we've had all day by an official verifying the magnitude of the casualties. Thousands of lives suddenly ended. He also did a lot of other things in this very short speech, Peter. He gave voice to the anger that many Americans are feeling. He talked about the quiet, unyielding anger of America, and then was very pointed in giving reassurance. Military is prepared. The emergency teams are on their way. Government will be back to business tomorrow. Our economy will be back to business tomorrow. And then finally, Peter, what I found most interesting in the section about where he talked about retaliation, he said America would make no distinction between the terrorists and those who harbor them, which is a message to any state which may be supporting these terrorists who are behind this act.
Well, which creates a huge dilemma for the United States of America, because if it is discovered, as we've talked several times throughout the day, that a state, and I've forgotten who it was, a former director of the CIA perhaps earlier today, who said he couldn't believe that a state would actually support Jim Woolsey, former director of the CIA, who said directly he couldn't believe that a state would actively support an act such as this, though it may have over periods of time, as Iran and Iraq and Syria and Afghanistan have all been suspected to do, give collateral or
and that's
indirect support down through the years.
The word that the president used was so expansive, Peter. It wasn't just supported or funded. It was any who harbored them, who may have given them sanctuary at any time. That is a very open-ended commitment.
And then I thought, by the way, also, if I may add, that this president particularly, who feels so strongly about his Christianity, felt it a good time to say, to quote those lines from Psalm 23, even though I walk, or yea, though I walk through the valley of death, I fear no evil, because God is with me. And that will just sit so appropriately, I believe, in the minds and the sentiments of many Americans tonight. And we've felt throughout the day, we heard scattered reports of people going to churches and saying a prayer for those people who may or may not be lost, and for the families of those people around the country. Because don't forget, relatives in these locations have relatives all over the country. This is a total engagement with the nation. And I think you pretty much covered it all, except for one thing, George. The President talked also about the sense of safety and security of young people in America, particularly, who were threatened today. And we heard that from people around the country today, people who simply could not believe, as it was the case at Oklahoma City, that this was happening in the United States. It's always something that happens somewhere else.
Or in the movies. And this is far worse than any plot that anyone could have ever devised. And I think I was downtown, as you mentioned today, Peter, so it was more surreal there, almost because people were so determined to get back to the normal life, even as the rest, all of downtown was being closed off. So I was a little bit cut off from what was happening around the country, but you did feel it down there.
But I think this is very characteristic of New York, and probably would have been characteristic of any other major community in the country, any other community as well. Terry Moran, who covers Mr. Bush for us today, but ironically wasn't with him today as he went on this education trip, not on normal. I think you are now, Terry, back at your regular location on the north lawn of the White House. Does that mean the White House has loosened up just a little bit?
Well, it has, Peter. The White House has leapt to life after several hours of the White House compound itself and the blocks around it in Washington essentially being deserted, a ghost town really coming in here. It is now a beehive of activity with government officials, cabinet secretaries. The president, of course, has returned. The First Lady has returned, and they are now working well into the night on this crisis. The president that you saw in these remarks, we are told, is the man who absorbed this tragedy today. He was described as steely throughout the day, as someone who did not react with great emotion or anger, who was able to see the pictures that America saw while he was in the air in Air Force One and reacted very seriously, very soberly, pretty much as we saw him tonight.
Now, you say that the White House is up and running again, full in action, though the White House is clearly never completely out of action, no matter where it is. But what do you actually mean by that? What are they doing?
Well, what we are seeing right now is the president and his top advisors huddled in the Oval Office and in the study off the Oval Office. We saw cabinet secretaries and FEMA Director Joe Albaugh were here earlier, and Joe Albaugh is still here. He is briefing the president on the emergency response teams that he's sent out. The president is receiving information from his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice. You just see a great deal of activity. And you're right, this was not a completely deserted White House. Vice President Cheney was here, as was Dr. Rice, through the day. And in fact, we are told that the president, while he was in the air, had an open line of communication to the vice president throughout the day.
And Terry, you know as well as I do that much of the country had this feeling of helplessness today. As the president said, our sense of safety and security as a national entity were attacked today. They must have been just as frustrated because they didn't really know any more in the White House than we did on the outside.
They did not, and the president's response and the Secret Service's response to the events as they developed was determined by misinformation sometime. At one point, there was a report of a car bomb going off at the State Department. At another point, there was a report that this plane that crashed in Pennsylvania was on its way towards Camp David, and those things helped determine the Secret Service's decision to keep the president out of Washington, to put in place this plan to take him to Air Force bases which are predetermined and keep him away from harm.
So the staff works on at the White House to get some sense of what is it. Thanks, Terry. I'll come back to you in just a minute, man. We've been joined in Washington by Leon Panetta, a former White House chief of staff for Bill Clinton, now out of government, back for the most part in California, if I remember correctly, Mr. Panetta.
That's correct.
What's the White House chief of staff do at a moment like this? Where do you reach? What buttons do you try to push? Who do you try to connect with? Are you in some respects at the mercy of the military and intelligence establishment at the moment?
Well, you should not be. What you should do is try to organize the White House team so that the main focus is in the White House. You have your security people, your military people, your defense people. You have your national security advisor, your State Department people. I think it's better to run this kind of crisis directly from the White House so the president is in charge of not only what happened, but what to do.
Take us back to Oklahoma City and to the attack on the barracks residence at Al-Khobar in Saudi Arabia. What am I, 96, 97? I apologize, I've forgotten.
I believe about 96.
Were you just immensely frustrated that you just didn't know anything?
Well, Oklahoma City, the first time we heard of Oklahoma City, it was on television. And we were sitting near the Oval Office watching television reports of what had happened. And it was only after it was first reported on television that we began to get some telephonic communication about what had taken place. But you feel rather helpless because you know a tragedy has taken place, but you don't know all of the facts and why it happened. And you know, Oklahoma is a good example of not jumping to conclusions, because in Oklahoma City, we had all kinds of thoughts that this was a Middle East terrorist effort in Oklahoma, and it turned out not to be. So I hope this country has the patience to carefully investigate, determine who really did this, and then respond.
To be open about it, we've said this several times today and reminded people in Oklahoma City that our tendency towards prejudice emerged pretty quickly and was proved to be wrong. As you have tried, I assume, to talk to people around the world today, have you picked up anything which contributes to the understanding of this?
Not really. I mean, you have obviously your suspicions about who's involved, but we are a country that believes first and foremost in justice. That's what distinguishes us from the people who carried out these acts. So I hope we take the time to fully investigate this matter, determine who did it, and then take appropriate action. That's what a great democracy does.
But there is, Mr. Panetta, tremendous pressure on the president to strike back at somebody. We've struck back at Osama bin Laden's training camps in Afghanistan, didn't get him, spent a fortune, and didn't accomplish very much. Is the pressure on the president huge to do something in order to satisfy the anger and the frustration of the American people?
The pressure is incredible, Peter. It's coming from politicians on Capitol Hill. It's coming from constituents. It's coming from, I'm sure, many in the public who want to strike back in some way. The president is the leader of this country. He's got to take the time to make sure we do what's right. And what's right in this instance is to take the time to fully investigate this matter, determine who are the culprits, and then take appropriate action. That's been the course of action that the United States has taken in the past, and it's the course of action we've got to take now.
Thanks very much, Leon Panetta, for joining us, reminding us that the president's resolve will be tested, but also so will be his patience. We've talked a lot about the attack on AL-QAEDA in Saudi Arabia in the mid-1990s when American military personnel posted in Saudi Arabia were the victims of a terrorist attack. And the retired General Wayne Downing is with us in the Washington Bureau. He was the senior military officer assigned to write the report on the AL-QAEDA towers. And General Downing, you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are. There's one note in the note that was handed to me a while ago about you. You were responsible for making recommendations about making U.S. citizens safe from worldwide terrorist attacks. What were your recommendations, and is there anything that happened today which suggested your recommendations were not followed?
No, I think in this particular case, QAEDA Towers was a surprise. It should not have been, because we had a bombing over there in Saudi Arabia in November of 1995. And QAEDA, after that bombing, was assessed to be the #1 target in the Middle East. And in the subsequent bombing in June, we found ourselves surprised, a lack of situational awareness. I don't think that's the case today. I think people in our Congress, people in the executive branch, certainly the National Commission on Terrorism that I served on last year, it was a congressionally appointed commission, pointed out that we had a serious problem with the possibility of an attack by weapons of mass destruction. And if we saw anything today, we saw an attack with weapons of mass destruction.
General Downing, I've asked this question several times today. Perhaps you wouldn't mind answering it as well. There is a sense that the intelligence community or the counter-terrorist organizations in the country were consumed with the fear or the awareness of a chemical or biological weapons attack on the United States. And this kind of conventional attack got less than full appreciation, the potential of it. Is that a fair observation?
I don't think that's fair. I think certainly we have been concerned about chemical and biological, but I think the experts in this business have always felt that our greatest threat came from a kinetic energy weapon or an event like this, a suicide, if not aircraft, certainly a suicide bomber, suicide truck.
And do you agree with others today, particularly in the intelligence community, both in it currently and even some members of Congress who said the failure here is the United States' emphasis on human intelligence around the world, that one of the mistakes the United States made was to downgrade the degree of human intelligence that people thought was necessary?
Well, this is a complicated subject. Certainly when the American barracks in Beirut was bombed in 1983, one of the findings that Admiral Long came up with on his investigation was we had a problem with intelligence. Certainly one of the things that came out of Khobar was we didn't have enough human intelligence. We did not have tactical warning. But I think what we came up with was the fact that the terrorists we're up against are not going to give us the opportunity to get tactical warning. And so it's a very, very difficult subject. Now, to be fair to the intelligence community, they have made Herculean efforts over the last several years to improve our access to tactical information. And it's a very, very difficult subject. It's a difficult subject because we as Americans are very uneasy sometimes with the type of people we have to deal with to get this kind of intelligence. So on the one hand, we want the information, but on the other hand, we get very upset sometimes with some of the dirty, rotten people you must deal with who have this kind of information. And I think we're in a new era now. I mean, I think we've seen a formal declaration of war on the United States, although it shouldn't surprise us. We've had a lot of people saying this, our enemies, people who hate us, for many years. But now we see a manifestation on a scale that is almost unbelievable.
Downing, I very much appreciate you waiting for us and taking the time to tell us, to talk to us. Is the former Commander-in-Chief of the Special Operations Unit, is General Downing, and he wrote the Khobar's report, the report which investigated the attack on Americans in Saudi Arabia in November of 1995. We're going to go to, in just a second now, to ABC's Robert Krulwich and then talk to the engineer, or one of the engineers who worked on the trade tower, see if we can understand what it was that brought these buildings down today. But first, some more fairly late news from John Miller. John?
Since the rescue workers are now first starting to work that scene, they're starting to have some very interesting results. Two Port Authority police officers, the Port Authority being the entity that runs the World Trade Center, have been found trapped in the rubble. There is a team of police officers trying to dig them out. They're apparently alive. A strange case, a 911 operator in Pennsylvania says she's received a call from people trapped in the rubble 40 feet from the Vista Hotel or the Millennium Hotel. They say they're near a fountain.
On the west side of Manhattan.
Yes, right. In the World Trade Center complex. And they're calling out from where they're trapped beneath the rubble to a 911, perhaps on a Pennsylvania cell phone, but that went to an operator in Pennsylvania, and they're trying to kind of triangulate where they are to get to them. So things are picking up there. They've also brought in dogs from all the counties around the city to aid in helping to sniff victims out.
Exactly as we've said before today, exactly they do in the case of an earthquake. People are now underground, and dogs are just the best thing you have in trying to locate them.
Yet, as we've learned so often in modern times, in recent times, in Columbine, the role of the cell phone in modern disaster is incredible. From the people who called out from the airplane, something we really didn't expect, an odd development, to people perhaps calling out from the rubble, if that's a legitimate call to the Pennsylvania operator.
Great. John Miller, will come back to you. Now to try to examine the building. ABC's Robert Krulwich has put together a piece on the structural engineering of the World Trade Centers, perhaps better able help us to understand that when these two aircraft hit these two towers today, exactly what was going on. Robert?
Why did the towers collapse as quickly and as suddenly as they did? Engineers from the original firm that built the towers told ABC they can only guess at this point, but they believe that the collisions themselves, the plane hitting building number 1 and the plane that smashed into building number 2, by themselves, they did not cause the collapse. It was the fire, they say, the intense fire and heat from the explosions that brought the buildings down. temperatures inside could have built up to 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, steel loses its strength and steel beams connect every floor to the outside walls. As it got hotter, the beams got weaker, and the hot air inside began to push and press against the outside walls until the outside walls just buckled, snapped, and released the top floor, which fell onto the floor below, and the entire building sinks in a straight vertical, the floors falling faster and faster down. Until you notice that every floor in the building is gone. Viewed from another angle, you can see the same thing. Notice the aerial stays vertical, just stays straight as it sinks into the building. There's no buckling or tipping, just straight down. And this happened in both buildings. The first tower, too, stayed straight as it went down, each floor falling neatly on top of the other. So the reason the towers went so quickly is because all the floors were literally hanging onto the skin. And once the skin went, the buildings went too. Robert Krulwich, ABC News.
Well, that report, as we look at New York City at night, which has a still quality about it tonight. The city of light at night, as so many American cities are, but there's a still, almost calm look of it from the sky. It's anything but that on the ground. But this is the second time from Robert Krulwich and also from some architect engineers we talked to a little earlier that say it was the heat which caused the building to collapse, because that the steel at the top of the building would maybe have only been able to sustain an hour and a half of intense fire, and then the steel begins, as Robert points out, so clearly collapse upon itself all the way down to the bottom. I think we have with us on the phone or in person from Seattle, John Magnuson, who is an engineer. John, are you there? John Magnuson, who is with the company that actually built the World Trade Center towers. John, have you heard our two layman explanations tonight of what it was we think collapsed the building, and do you agree or disagree?
I agree. I need to say one thing. At the time of the design of the World Trade Center, that was in the mid-1960s, and I was in 6th grade. So to kind of put in perspective how much time has passed since this design was actually completed. But the description of the fact that steel, when it gets up to 1,500, 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit, that it loses its strength is accurate. The buildings actually survived the impact of both the planes, and it was really the fire that finally created the disaster.
And the upper floor fell on the next floor down, which fell on the next floor, and the sheer accumulation of weight just forced the whole building to collapse on itself.
Right there, from the videotape, and I can only go from what I've seen on television, but the videotape showed that several of the upper floors fell onto the next lower floor that was still intact. And once that happens, there's going to be an instant overload situation, and then it will fail. And then that will drop down to the next floor into another instant overload situation. And so the floors just progressively collapse down all the way to the bottom.
I appreciate very much the fact that you were very young in the mid-1960s when the trade towers were built, though I have heard it said earlier today that they in fact, were stronger, more sensible structures than many of the more daring-shaped buildings that are being built in parts of the world today.
Right. The term that structural engineers use is redundancy. And the World Trade Center towers really set a new standard in redundancy. And that's why those airplanes were able to crash into the towers without causing the structural failure. The buildings were still standing. And then the problem was the fire and the jet fuel. And in normal buildings, all the steel is protected with fireproofing, and there's sprinkler systems, but they're not designed to protect against a jet fuel fire inside of a building.
Can you be a little more precise what you mean by redundancy?
Redundancy is that if you have a structural element that is damaged and is no longer able to carry the load, that load is able to be passed on to other elements or other columns or other beams within the building. And the columns on the World Trade Center, they were spaced at 39 inches on center all the way across each face.
What does that mean, 39 inches at center?
Every 3 feet 3 inches there was a column that supported the building. So they were very closely spaced together. Many buildings, the columns are 10 or 15 feet apart or more. And so having these very close spaced columns on the outside created a lot of redundancy. That's why there was able to be a hole in the side. If you go back and look at the tapes, there was a tremendous hole in the side of the building, and it didn't collapse until the fire brought it down.
And Trade Tower number 7, which was the last to go, which was a building 47 stories high, do you have any sense of why it ultimately collapsed? Was it the concussion of the other buildings collapsing which undermined it?
I'm not familiar with that building. We were not involved in that building, and I haven't seen any of the details on that yet.
So aside from your horror, which I assume you share with the rest of us today, when you look at what has happened today, do you learn something?
Well, it's a very difficult situation because if you take that much of a load and that much jet fuel and you put it into a building, there's very little that you can do. And really, I think the solution to this will be to keep the planes and keep these attacks away from the doorsteps of these buildings.
John Nance, who's our aviation analyst, said to us several hours ago when speculating, as we all are in many cases, about who may have been involved, said he would not be surprised if somewhere in the world there was a structural engineer who was part of this operation. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense. I sure would hope not. Every structural engineer is dedicated to preserving public safety. And just the thought that someone would take that training and use it for evil purposes just really disgusts me.
Is there anything I've missed, John? In
No.
that? No? Okay. I'm very grateful for the time. What's it like up there in Seattle tonight? People feeling exactly the same thing people here in New York City are feeling?
Yes, and there was certainly a lot of apprehension during the day. Many of the buildings were evacuated just as precautionary measures. But there's this same empty feeling in your stomach about the whole thing, and just watching. People, of course, were glued to the coverage on the television sets.
Thank you for being so articulate about it and helping us understand, at least thank you very much, from the slightly cold-blooded language of engineers and journalists covering this from some distance today, the structure of the building, which may not have been able to stand up to that fire, which was caused when those two planes, the first and the second, struck under somebody's control fairly high up in these superstructures, and then simply, as Robert Krulwich pointed out, and John Magnuson confirms, collapsed down upon themselves. And it was the president, we think, George Stephanopoulos is still with me. You were down there all today. It was the president, we think, who gave some clue to that which we have feared most of the day, that it wasn't hundreds of people involved in this, but thousands.
But thousands, yes. But Peter, I think, and I was thinking of this as John Magnuson was talking, when you talk about the strength of the building, in the coming days, we're also going to be hearing about some amazing, not only rescue stories, but survival stories. I spoke with the relative of someone who was on the 102nd floor of the first building today. After it took the hit from the airplane, that person still made it down from the 102nd floor and is home safe tonight.
It's very interesting because one of the lawyers had come down from a lower floor, believed that many people had got down in a fairly orderly fashion from some of the highest floors, at certainly right underneath where the attack had occurred, which has given people here, and I suspect in the country, some hope tonight that many more people get out of this building than we thought. It is now 9 o'clock Eastern Time. In the East, it is now 6 o'clock. On the West Coast, up and down the West Coast in the United States, it is about 12 hours, just 12 hours and a bit since many of us walking to work were suddenly confronted with having to deal with this in one way or another, and there's a huge number of developments to
inside the building. Then, a few minutes later, just after 9 a.m., as smoke pours from the top of the North Tower, an unbelievable sight, a second plane hitting the South Tower.
Oh my God! Oh, my God!
There are gaping holes in flames coming now from both towers. Witnesses see people screaming from the higher floors.
They're trying to save themselves. I don't know.
You see people jumping from the top of the World Trade Center. And
this is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the fire.
It was about 10 o'clock a.m. when the South Tower collapsed.
A huge explosion now, raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
On the ground, there's chaos. Flaming debris, someone said, like at the dark side of the moon.
It was bad. It was like a dust storm or something. Like I couldn't see anything.
About 20 minutes later, the second tower crumbles to the ground.
Oh my God, there it goes!
Symbols of New York, the World Trade Center towers, are simply gone.
Diane Sawyer giving us what it was like, at least from a distance, because we've all been at a distance from this, what it was like in those first moments. Now let's look at it from another perspective, because ABC's Lisa Stark, who covers aviation for us, as we've said several times today, is able, I think, to take you there, Lisa?
I am, Peter.
Lisa's in Seattle today, where she's been out at the Boeing company. It was Boeing jets, Boeing equipment, 757s and 767s involved. Why don't you just walk us through what you and we now know about how this unfolded from the point of view of the hijackers?
All right, I will, but Peter, I want to give you a little bit of new information first, if I may. There's a meeting going on, we understand, between the Federal Aviation Administration and the major carriers at this point. They are trying to determine how they might be able to get air service back up and going again tomorrow, what steps would need to be taken. We do understand from a number of sources that one of the things they are considering is a resumption of the Air Marshal program. That would be armed air marshals that would actually fly on a number of flights. Now, that happens now in the United States, but it's a very small percentage of flights. It's unclear whether they would ramp up to every flight. That seems unlikely. But whether they are considering whether they would put air marshals on a number of flights as a precaution throughout the United States. One of the options that they are talking about.
Okay, just before you go to your chronology then, let me remind people that what you mean by air service back up is because hundreds of airplanes and thousands of passengers, an extraordinary job of air traffic control and pilots getting planes safely on the ground when the FAA decided everybody should land at the nearest possible airport, many of which are in Canada. And so there are thousands of people stranded far away from home tonight, safe, but when you refer to air service being got back up again, you basically mean getting the nation's air communication systems back up and running.
Absolutely. There's a national ground stop throughout the United States until at least noon tomorrow. It's going to be a massive task to get the system up and running. And obviously the main concern is to do it safely, to make sure that we don't have a repeat of the horrible events that we saw today. So there are security issues that are paramount, and there are also simply operational issues. How do you sort of turn the switch back on and get as many as 40,000 flights every day in the United States back in the air? And those discussions about that are underway right now, we understand.
We'll all follow that one. Now take us, if you would, through the movement of the aircraft which were ultimately and fatally involved.
What we know is that American Airlines Flight 11 was the first plane involved. That was the plane, a 767, en route from Boston's Logan Airport to Los Angeles. The plane took off shortly after 8 o'clock, we understand. About a half hour into the flight, it made a sharp left turn down towards New York. There were massive changes in airspeed apparently at that time. As the plane then headed toward Manhattan, it slowed and slammed into the World Trade Tower. It had been in the air about 45 minutes. Now, at the same time this was going on, there was a United Airlines 767, Flight 175, also from Boston to Los Angeles. It also was in the air, taken over by hijackers. That plane made a turn towards New Jersey, then made virtually a U-turn and came up toward the Trade Tower from the south, came over Staten Island. It slammed into the second Trade Tower. It had also been in the air about 45 minutes. Now, before any of these planes actually hit the World Trade Center, a third plane, a United Airlines 757, American Airlines American Airlines 757, it was Flight 77 from Dulles, had taken off. It was bound for Los Angeles as well. We don't know much about the flight path of that plane. We believe it was in the air about 1 hour before it hit the Pentagon. Then we have the fourth plane, United Flight 93, another 757, en route from Newark to San Francisco. We are unclear about the departure time. We have some conflicting information about that, whether it was close to 8 o'clock or closer to 8:45. It did depart Newark Airport. It appears that hijackers may have taken control of the plane over Cleveland. That is when it suddenly made a turn back toward the east. We also understand that sometime at that point, someone from the cockpit called the FAA and requested a change in flight plan. They said, we're not going to San Francisco. We want to go to Washington, D.C., to DCA, which is National Airport. It's unclear whether there was another Washington target, perhaps, that this plane was aiming for. Either way, it didn't make it all the way to Washington. It crashed in Pennsylvania. A total of 266 passengers and crew on all 4 of these planes. The toll could have been even much, much worse on the jetliners because they were very lightly filled. They can hold anywhere from 185 to 250 people. The most crowded plane had 90 passengers and crew members on it. Peter, we also want to mention, if we can, that as this was unfolding, people on board these planes were able to communicate what was going on. We know some details about that. We know on Flight 11, that was the American Airlines flight, the first one that hit the World Trade Tower, a flight attendant was able to call the American Airlines Operations Center. The flight attendant informed them that a number of flight attendants had been stabbed and that the perpetrators had stormed the cockpit. She was also able to tell them, apparently, the seat number of at least one of the hijackers. She was able to give them that information. We also know that there were some cell phone calls from at least 2 of the other planes. There was a cell phone call, as you have reported earlier, from the plane that slammed into the Pentagon, a woman calling her husband, saying that these hijackers were on board, that they had box cutters, those sorts of knives, and they had herded all of the passengers into the back of the plane. And we understand there was also a cell phone call on the United 175 flight. That was the other flight that hit the World Trade Tower. Apparently, a son on that plane called his father from his cell phone and also said there were hijackers on board with knives. So we do know that as the events were unfolding, what was going on 30,000 feet above the United States was being communicated. Of course, unfortunately, there was nothing the people on the ground could do about any of this except watch in horror as these planes ended up where they ended up.
Well, thanks very much, Lisa Stark, who has given a very clear picture many times today on what precisely happened, or at least as much as we know of what happened. Thank you. On board those planes, we do not very often make recommendations for people's behavior from this chair, but as Lisa was talking, I checked in with my children, and who are deeply distressed, as I think young people are across the United States. And so if you're a parent, you got a kid in some other part of the country, call them up, exchange observations. People have been getting onto sites on the web, which is a very good, vigorous way for people, very good way for people to communicate. Some of the things people have been telling us at ABC News, at abcnews.com, after today, nothing changes. Sorry, everything changes. Nothing will ever be the same. The way you've lived your life, enjoyed your freedom, your very personal expression, it all changes after today. From someone else, only a month ago, I laid on a bench outside the World Trade Center and marveled at what man could create, looking up at those 110 stories, and now I stare in disbelief at what man can take away. I want retribution, said one person to abcnews.com, and that's a sentiment that has been widely, deeply expressed in the heart of the political establishment in Washington and by people in every walk of life across the country. And as George Stephanopoulos and Leon Panetta, the former White House Chief of Staff, have made very clear, and as the President clearly knows already, one of the things the President has to do is be patient and understand who it is who did this before the country can do anything by way of retaliation. Here's a slightly chilling one. If they can pull off an act like this, they are certainly capable of eventually sending nuclear weapons this way. And this is very interesting. How can people keep calling it the modern Pearl Harbor? At least we knew who we were up against back then. Of course, the attack on Pearl Harbor by the Japanese was a surprise to a great many Americans in the middle of afternoon ball games. This is the first time today that Major League Baseball has ever canceled all its games since D-Day, the invasion of Normandy in World War II. And one of the enormously frustrating things for the intelligence establishment, for the political establishment, for all of us in the country today, not to mention anyone else in the world who was a friend of the United States, perhaps even a foe, is to understand who it was who actually did this. And the reverberations from this are indeed global. Air traffic, we already know, listening to Lisa Stark and our own reporting earlier today, is snarled around the world, especially in Europe. The impact of what happens there in terms of transportation and commerce. The stock exchange was closed today. It all has an effect somewhere else. Any place there is a proposed mass gathering, in many parts of the world, they are rethinking it. In Germany, they have now canceled the Frankfurt car show, which is one of the biggest car shows, if not the biggest car show in the world. There's some consideration to canceling the Oktoberfest, the great beer and culture festival in Munich in Germany. France has called a general security alert, and I'm just told that Ted Koppel is with us in London live. Ted has been in London and now can go even further than that, please, Ted, on telling us what's happened in Europe and as much as you know elsewhere.
Well, I must tell you, Peter, I've spent the better part of this day trying to get from where I was, which about 12 hours ago was in Italy, to where you are. And as you well know, and as you've been reporting for much of the day, getting into the United States from overseas is a very difficult task indeed. But it's just about, what time is it here? 2:15 in the morning here in London. And some of the early editions of the newspapers have come through, and I thought you might like to take a look at them. Let me hold them up. There's not a great deal that differentiates the tabloids today from the more serious newspapers. You can see it: Apocalypse, New York, September 11th, says the Daily Mail. Declaration of war, says the Daily Express. And then this one, which perhaps goes farther than it might: is this the end of the world, from the Daily Star? And so it goes. The Mirror, war on the world. The Sun, the day that changed the world. And now one of the more serious newspapers, the Independent, and again the same horrific pictures that we have been seeing all day long. And the Independent says, Doomsday America, the Times of London, when war came to America. And so it has gone. And I must tell you, Peter, the only thing I can tell you is, as you know, when we're overseas, American tourists tend to turn to folks like us, expecting that we know something. I'm afraid I knew less than they did. It was some other tourists who informed me earlier in the day of what had happened, and I went rushing back to my hotel room and packed while I was watching the television scenes that you have been reporting on all day. And all I can tell you is that this was a day when, as soon as people found out you were an American, they turned to you with expressions of grief, expressions of horror, expressions of outrage, and an offer to do anything they could do to help, which in my case meant getting a little bit closer to New York or Washington. Peter?
Ted, have you managed, I totally sympathize with what you've gone through today, and as bad as a day it is for many Americans, I understand what you mean when you say it's been a good day to be reminded that people around the world admire and sympathize with Americans, suffer with it. Can you give us some sense, if you have any whatsoever, just from looking at the reporting there, as to how governments are responding as well as individuals?
Well, again, Peter, and you've been in this situation often enough to be sympathetic to it. I literally just landed in London. We had to charter from Paris to get over here because flying into Heathrow wasn't that easy, especially at this time of night. And have only landed now and been reading the wires in the car coming in. And I do know that Tony Blair has expressed strong condemnation and, of course, a sense of oneness with the United States. Perhaps, Peter, the most interesting thing that I've heard, and just read a little bit of a transcript of a television newscast that came out of Tehran earlier this evening, is that the Iranian president, Khatami, is quoted by Iranian anchors earlier this evening as expressing his outrage and offering to help in any way that he can against this form of worldwide terrorism. Coming from Iran, That is quite remarkable, as I'm sure you know.
I do indeed, though perhaps a little more understandable coming from President Khatami, who is regarded as the president of Iran, who, as you well know, is trying to move the country closer to some kind of sense of democratic representation than others in the country are willing him to do. But I think we've all known for a long time that sometimes elements within the Iranian political establishment or on the edges of the political establishment operate in ways that other parts of the political establishment are not aware of. At any rate, I won't...
Right. But no, go ahead, Peter.
No, I was just going to say, I don't want to impose on you anymore, because I know you want to, I know, like anybody else arriving on scene, you want to sit down and get as much as you can. So please come back to us at any time that you want. You want to add something now?
Just one thing, and I realize compared to what everyone has been going through in the United States today, and especially the citizens of New York and Washington, this seems like a small thing, but I'm sure it was reflected today thousands, if not tens of thousands of times. Being overseas and picking up the phone, I've got 3 youngsters, as you know, who live in New York City. Just trying to get through on the phone today could be such a trial. And 2 of my youngsters, 3 of them actually, work down in downtown New York. And all I can tell you is you stop being a newsman real fast, and all you want to do is be a father and find out that the kids are all right and that everything is okay. And for so many, many people today, Americans around the world, still wondering at this late hour what's happened to their loved ones. All I can tell you is the grief and the sympathy of the world goes out to all.
You're absolutely right, Ted. And as a man, as I just said just before we joined you, just got off the phone with at least one of his kids and the other is trying to call him. I totally appreciate it. We'll let you go to work. Please come back anytime that you feel like it with news from overseas. But as Ted indicates, when he holds up the tabloids, sometimes known as the popular newspapers and the more serious broadsheet newspapers in Britain, they all have those same headlines that this strike on America has somehow changed things. And it's not as if the United States, in the wake of Oklahoma City, was not aware that it could happen on the American mainland, but they use phrases like apocalypse now in the movie sense, among other things, and just make you realize how deeply this has felt and what impact it's had in other parts of the world. It's interesting that it's interesting in a very minor way, that several people today have noted the oddity of the date, 9th day of the 11th month, as the 3 digits of the emergency number 911. George, I'll be with you in a minute, George Stephanopoulos. We've kept John McCarthy at the Pentagon, who's been frustrated, John, I think a little because they've forced you to stay. Have they forced you to stay where you are and will not let you get into your normal listening post inside the Pentagon?
That's right. The security around the Pentagon is extreme. We have been allowed to get cameras a little closer on a very restricted basis, Peter. That was where we were able to take pictures of some of the bodies lined up outside the Pentagon, some of the grim evidence. You were talking about people worrying about their loved ones. Well, calls are going out from the Defense Department tonight of those bodies that have been identified. There are still many, many missing in the rubble of the Pentagon, so that search goes on tonight. You may notice behind me there are still fires burning on the roof of the Pentagon. They have been struggling all day to put out these fires, and they have moved along the rim of the Defense Department, and they break through. The firemen go up on the roof in very heroic efforts. They break through the roof. It breathes air, and that gives the fire new life, and then they pour water down those infernos as they burn. So the fight is still continuing here at the Pentagon to try and bring the fires under control so they can go after those people who are still trapped in the rubble.
John, we're looking at a second graphic. We had one earlier today which appeared to show that the depth or the width of the tragedy, not to mention the depth into that inner courtyard. And you described the great gash across the building as being, I think, about 200 feet wide. Is my sense tonight that fire has spread to places where you didn't anticipate it was going to spread earlier in the day?
There are fires that have spread along air ducts and along the very top attic section of the Pentagon, well beyond where the actual gash was. But Peter, the destruction, as the plane hit the Pentagon at an oblique angle, it dumped some of the fuel, apparently, in an explosive blast in one direction, and the damage is far, far worse on one side of the gash on the Pentagon than it is on the other.
And it looks to be the side on the right to our eye here. Am I right about that? Looked at from your perspective?
Correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
John McWethy, thank you very much indeed again. We're going to stay in the Washington area now because Claire Shipman, the House Intelligence Committee has just had a briefing, and I believe that Claire, you've managed to get a briefing from someone in the Intelligence Committee to tell us what went on.
News.
Hang on a sec, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can, now go ahead.
All right, sorry, trouble with my sound tonight. What we were told from Democratic and Republican leadership sources on Capitol Hill is that they had a briefing, an intelligence briefing, a little bit earlier today from members of the intelligence community, including the CIA, and that they were told, quote, the CIA had some hard facts, and of course this won't surprise you, that were pointing to Osama bin Laden. In fact, the source told me they were surprised how blunt the CIA was with them at this point. We've also been told, it's interesting, Peter, even in the midst of all of this tragedy today, that there was a little bit of grumbling in Washington. Some members of Congress frustrated that they weren't hearing from the president, that the president wasn't back in Washington. But the leadership says that they absolutely understand why the president was traveling around the country today, and that they have the scene we saw on Capitol Hill earlier of bipartisanship was not an act, that it's very genuine. The leadership was briefed 4 times by Vice President Cheney earlier today. They didn't hear from Bush directly, but they were very happy with what they heard from him tonight. They're planning to convene tomorrow to pass a piece of legislation condemning all of the terror, and then it's not clear whether or not they're going to stay in session. They're trying to decide how much sense that makes and how appropriate it is.
Okay, thanks very much, Claire. We'll come back. We'll come back to you as the evening wears on. I know there are people in the country who will express this sentiment, so I express it as much on behalf of other people. We believe at this point we knew absolutely nothing in advance, and we've said that several, if not several dozen times today, and here we are within minutes, I shouldn't take that back, within hours of an incident involving terrorists about which we've heard not much throughout the day, and already we have someone in the Intelligence Committee, or maybe it's through a member of Congress, pointing the finger at Osama bin Laden. I'll turn to George Stephanopoulos to talk about this a little bit, and then perhaps to talk to our defense analysis in Washington in just a moment. Tony, the skeptics just say, oh, they point the finger at Osama bin Laden.
Because it's easy, and we need a face.
Exactly.
We need a face.
We need someone to
demonize. And someone to blame, and someone to demonize, and someone to attack. And I think there'll probably be some grumbling from the Central Intelligence Agency and others in the intelligence community that information like this was frankly leaked out of the House Intelligence Committee or out of the Congress, because that's one of their big complaints consistently with the Congress. Is one of the reasons we can't trust the Intelligence Committee with this information is because the minute we talk about it, it gets out in the public domain. But I do think it does speak to something that we'll see happening in the coming days.
Before you go on to the coming days, I apologize. I don't want to hold you up except this. Do you think, from your experiences in government, that there is a tendency to blame Osama bin Laden even when there is not necessarily any basis on which to precisely point the finger at him? I don't mean that Osama bin Laden gave money to someone in the country, but within hours of this, we're beginning to point at the same man we point to on almost every instance.
I would say a tendency to find a specific target that you can blame as quickly as possible, not necessarily Osama bin Laden. But I remember very well in early 1993, after former President Bush, there was an assassination attempt against him.
Right.
The FBI and the CIA spent several weeks trying to find out who was responsible. They finally did identify people, but there was an awful lot of pressure from the people on the ground, especially to say, yes, we have it. And you felt that a lot of people further back in Washington were saying, are you sure?
Yeah, I think the public is pretty actually wise about this now, because we've been through so many experiences where we thought it was Iran, and maybe it turned out to be Libya, we thought it turned out to be Libya, and then the suspect was Syria, and it turned out to be Palestine, thought it was Palestinians, and it turned out to be an American.
And one other thing, not to discount, Peter, I'm not suggesting this is happening in this case, but you always have to be careful. Those who are doing the briefings may have an agenda. of their own within the government trying to build pressure for an action they want.
Now, you were going to, before you go on to your other point, Claire Shipman mentioned that they were going to pass legislation tomorrow, which will be national legislation respectful of the day.
And support for the president.
And support for the president and support for the various government agencies. There's very quickly going to be a demand and request for doing something more than already, and money.
For much more. And whenever you have these kinds of terrorist acts, whether it was Oklahoma City or the assassination attempt on President Bush or the Khobar Towers Congress acts, remember, after TWA Flight 800, we first got those questions that were asked of every air passenger. Have your bags been with you at all times? And has anyone else, have they ever been out of your sight? That was never asked before. You'll see something far more stringent, I would guess, coming onto Congress now. Far more attempts after the Oklahoma City bombing. There were attempts to increase the FBI's wiretapping capabilities and tracing gunpowder and other kinds of ammunition. And also after Al-Khobar, more money for intelligence. You'll see that coming out of the Congress.
But you make a very good point, and we discussed it a little earlier today. I've forgotten, I think it was James Woolsey we began talking to, and pointing out that how important it is for Americans at the moment to appreciate freedoms in the country. And I think it was somebody very early in the day who quoted Edmund Burke when he talked about ordered liberty, because there will be pressure in some communities in pursuit of international terrorism to make it tougher for Americans to enjoy all of their freedoms. Do you believe that?
No question about it. After Oklahoma City, there was even an attempt to start to catalog these domestic militias in a way that we would have never done before that, and that was something, there was an outcry at the time, but I would suspect that after something like this, people will say, we're willing to sacrifice some liberties in order to get the security.
Okay, thanks, George. Please don't go away. We want to go back downtown to hear one more time from Diane Sawyer, and I say one more time because if you think about it, she has been up longer and working longer on this story than any of us. It was late in Good Morning America when this happened, and Diane, I know you need in some way, at least I think you do, prepare for tomorrow. So why don't you just take some time now and tell us about the day from your perspective.
I will, Peter, and we will be back on in the morning very early. And of course, I know you're going to be going along through the night too, so we'll probably pass the torch sometime in the middle of the night. I want to tell you what we just did. We decided to make our way as close as we could get to Ground Zero, and I can now report to you that I've seen what's going on inside, if you go all the way up and inside. At the scene itself, where the Twin Towers were, one tower completely level. I saw no signs of fire there now. It is a truly eerie scene because, of course, there's no light, there's no electricity, and you see silhouetted firemen, silhouetted EMS workers, everyone moving around, and in unbelievable conditions because the soot is up to your ankles, you're tripping over piping. There are those horrible, grotesque sculptures of the burned out cars and the burned out buses all around you every place. The other building, the other tower building, there seems to be the base of it still standing. They're still spraying it with water all the time, although they told me they're going to really wait for daylight to do much more. Then we went over to Building 7, which also burned and burned later in the afternoon. And over there, you're hearing the crumbling sounds. It almost sounds as if you're going to have a rock fall or a landslide or an avalanche because the building is creaking and moaning as it continues to crumple. Now, there was still fire. I couldn't determine exactly where it was. I didn't know if it's that Marriott hotel or not. We saw flames still going up in the air, but it was impossible to determine from where we were exactly what that fire is right now. And Don Daler fanned out in a different direction. I'm going to bring him in once again to see what you saw, Don.
Well, I just a moment ago saw a doctor in full medical scrubs walking from the direction of the scene, and I asked him, was there anybody that he even got to work on down there? And he said no, that they didn't have any victims or injured people who were coming out to the triage area. So either the people who were injured have been brought out and are already at the hospitals, or there's nobody coming out right now. And that just now happened.
You think you saw a K-9 unit deploying as well?
We saw a K-9 unit, and we heard reports that there were some Metro workers trapped somewhere down in that area, and also there was a 911 cell phone call, a report of a 911 cell phone call from a Philadelphia area code that was traced to the region, to the area down near the Marriott Hotel. But we are, in the next couple days and hours, certainly we're going to hear probably as many tragic stories as you saw leaves of paper, but one of them was a fireman who just came by moments ago, did not want to go on camera. He was down there very early in the day and had actually witnessed one of his fellow firemen killed by a falling body, by someone who had jumped from the building.
Unending tragedy. The firefighters working down there now, the grit in your eyes makes it almost impossible to see. The soot is absolutely everywhere still. And we talked to you before, Peter, about the fact that all of these documents, I cannot tell you what it is like to see this sea of financial documents every place. And I just picked up randomly a couple of them, and they're analysis of someone's budget, and then there's an analysis of an insurance filing, and you just keep thinking how important all of these seemed to someone 24 hours ago.
Well, Diane, thank you very much indeed for your work today. It goes without saying we value enormously. As you were talking, I was also trying to catch up to the ripple effect of this thing. We know that aircraft are grounded. Lisa Stark told us a short while ago that aviation authorities and various other governmental authorities are discussing whether or not this freeze on air travel in the country is going to last as long as the original 12-hour delay they put in it, because among other things, Postal Service officials are now saying that mail is only going to be delivered within 600 miles of its point of origin for at least the next 24 hours, because mail going beyond 600 miles goes by a commercial carrier, and that's surely one of the things the government is talking about at the moment in terms of the interruption of national and, one could argue, international life at the moment. ABC's Betsy Stark, who covers the stock markets, national business affairs, and international business affairs, is with us at the moment. Betsy, put together for us, if you will, the picture of a world or much of the world that has been brought to a halt in many ways by these incidents today.
Well, Peter, we're certainly reminded that we have a global economy and global markets. European and Latin American markets had a chance to respond to events today. As you know, U.S. financial markets were closed all day, but markets in Europe and Latin America were down sharply. Trading was halted in some of them. Asia is now having its first opportunity to react to these events. And in Japan, the Nikkei is down around 6.5%. It's been open for about an hour and a half now. Incidentally, that's the lowest level in 15 years. The U.S. has been the world's real economic engine, and the U.S. is, as you know, the economy has been faltering, but this additional blow to those very visible symbols of the United States as the center of world finance has shaken investor confidence, and we're seeing that play out in global stock markets.
Now, all financial markets are going to be closed again tomorrow. The New York Stock Exchange, the American Stock Exchange will be closed tomorrow.
That's right, Peter. Incidentally, you were talking before about parallels to World War II. Interestingly, U.S. financial markets will be closed now for 48 hours. It's the first time since World War II that that's happened. And keep in mind that the New York Stock Exchange is just a few blocks from the World Trade Center Twin Towers. So in a sense, it's not surprising. It's going to be a while before rescue operations and cleanup operations make it possible for New York Stock Exchange employees to return to work. Having said that, Treasury Secretary O'Neill, who's in Japan today, no word yet on when he will return, certainly trying to reassure everybody, saying the U.S. economy is strong and resilient. We had the Fed issuing messages today saying it will do what must be done to make sure that money continues to flow through the U.S. economy and to make sure the banking system continues to run smoothly, which it did by and large today.
In fact, the global economy and the greater number of stock exchanges in many more places makes 24-hour trading with or without to some degree, with or without the New York and the American Stock Exchanges today more possible, does it not?
Yes, it does, Peter. One other thing I wanted to mention to you is there were economists talking today about the possibility that this might be the straw that breaks the camel's back, that this might be the event that tips the U.S. economy into recession. I mean, think about it. When markets don't trade, when planes don't fly, when businesses shut down, as we saw so many do today, when malls close, that's a drag on the U.S. economy. People aren't out there spending, and when you've got an economy that's growing at a snail's pace, those kinds of that kind of slowdown in the economy just for a period of days has the potential to push an economy teetering on recession over the brink.
Thanks very much, Betsy Stark, who will continue to report the economic dimensions of this. You know that so many, largely depending on where you live, I guess, that many of the government and both federal and state offices around the country are closed today. Ironically, the Texas governor granted a 30-day stay to an inmate who faced execution tonight after the worst terror attack in American history, at least on American soil. In Georgia and in many other states around the country, the legislatures ceased doing business if they were in session at the time. And reflecting what we saw on Capitol Hill, maybe we could get that piece of tape up again for people who didn't see it. It was a very moving national moment when members of the House and the Senate stood together and sang spontaneously or not, "God Bless America." The Emmy Awards, television's highest awards, which were scheduled for Sunday, next Sunday, have been postponed immediately, and so have another series of awards. There's a whole list of everything that has been postponed or delayed. And when Betsy Stark talks about the Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill, who's been saying to the country and the world for the last couple of days, as has the President, that he expects the economy to come back by the end of the year, it is part of an important psychological process as well as a business one to say to the rest of the world, as Senator Tom Daschle did when he talked about Congress will be open for business tomorrow. And that has been reasserted as a government theme at both the state and the federal level throughout the day. And so this scene on the steps of the Capitol building tonight, just as the sun was going down, was very, very moving.
From the mountains to the prairies to the ocean, wide with foam, God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
We're sometimes pretty cynical or skeptical about politicians, but there is an example of politicians doing what politicians are supposed to do, which is to give their constituents, all of us across the country, some sense of leadership. We're joined now by Pierre Thomas, who covers the FBI and the Justice Department for us. And Pierre, it's early days, but I gather they've got the tiniest direction to go, at least in one of the investigations.
Yes, Peter, we're being told by sources that the FBI has begun to execute a number of search warrants, including in the state of Florida. My source will not give me additional information at this particular time. He emphasizes that it is at the very earliest stages of the investigation. This may turn out to be nothing, but the search warrants being executed are based on the passenger manifest. They have taken some of the names off of the manifest, and they're going to search some of the homes to find if additional clues.
So these are people we believe, or at least we believe the FBI believes, are living in the United States?
Absolutely. These are some of the names that came up on the passenger manifest. They are going to their homes, conducting searches, looking for paper, any kind of information that might lead to answers to why this happened.
We do believe, Pierre, I think from earlier, that one of the stewardesses, one of the flight attendants, my apologies to stewardess, flight attendant, a flight attendant on the American Airlines flight was able to communicate to her base or to somebody else which seat one of the terrorists was sitting in. Does this contribute to the investigation now?
It does, Peter, and a number of sources told me tonight that a number of passengers and flight attendants were able to dial 911 and also reach some of their relatives. And they describe a pretty horrific scene, scenes of people being attacked, in some cases being stabbed. And one source said he could only imagine the horror of what was going on some of those planes.
Okay, Pierre, thanks very much. Pierre Thomas, who covers the FBI and the Justice Department, who says it's moving, at least in terms of the investigation, and we've known since the last 12 hours of this massive coming together of intelligence operation. And John McCarthy, let me ask you about the National Security Agency, which has the technical... You there, John? Jack?
I'm here.
I can't see you nor hear you.
Well,
okay.
I'm here.
Okay, thanks very much. Not you, it's our inability to see you. The National Security Administration, the National Security Agency, rather, which tapes so much stuff. Just tell us what basically they do that's fairly common knowledge, and what will they be doing tonight?
they have the ability to sweep up. Imagine a huge vacuum cleaner. All of the communications that are going around the world, they sweep them up in a very sort of broad way, and then they look for certain phone numbers and certain things that are of interest to investigators and try and single out some of those conversations. So what they are doing is they have millions and millions of phone calls that they have sucked up into this vacuum cleaner. They have to be very careful because if it is an American citizen, there are very strict rules of the road for how you go about dealing with those kinds of communications. But they will be sorting through all of the communications that have been going from phone numbers that they have a very specific interest in, looking for clues.
Okay, thanks very much, Jack. I just, thank you very much. Let's turn around now because Governor Pataki is here. Hi, Governor, how are you? Thank you for coming. Have you got a microphone on? And if you couldn't, would you mind going and sitting down and take George Stephanopoulos' microphone? Governor Pataki, the governor of New York, we've seen him a couple of times today, briefing in the first instance by himself and then with the mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani. And I am grateful, sir, as I'm sure the audience is, that you take time from pressing events at the least to come in and tell us what's going on.
Well, Peter, we're doing everything we can.
You know John Miller, by the way.
Yes, of course I know John. We're doing everything we can to try to make sure that we rescue as many people as possible, provide the services to those who have been injured, make sure we have the medical support staff and the emergency teams in place, and I
apologize, I'm going to interrupt you several times.
Sure.
Are you rescuing people at the moment? Because we're not certain.
We have the equipment down in Lower Manhattan right now. The city has its police and fire emergency services down there, and we've augmented it with our National Guard heavy equipment that is down there right now. I cannot say that anybody has been rescued, that anybody has been uncovered, but because the first step is to put out the fires and to make sure that the rescue workers are safe, but that's the goal.
There's some reports of people using their cell phones. In fact, John remarked on this earlier, people using their cell phones from under the rubble to communicate their location. Have you been able to get to people in those situations?
I can't say that anybody's been able we've been able to get to anybody, but I do know that every step that can be taken is being taken.
Okay, so go on with what have you been doing this afternoon and this evening?
Well, I wanted to make sure that we had the support team, and we've been working with Mayor Giuliani to augment the city's services. I also spoke with the president and the vice president, and we were getting security briefings on a regular basis. And Peter, I got to tell you that the outpouring of support from around the surrounding area, from around the country and around the world has been enormous. You know, this is a very dark day in American history, but we're going to get through it. The people's resolve is strong, the spirit is strong, and we will not allow our freedom to be taken from us.
I know you said yourself, you've talked to President Bush and to Vice President Cheney. We had the impression that for a while there today, Mr. Cheney was the only person left in the White House.
No, I spoke with the president early, probably 9:20, 9:30 this morning, and he's been extremely responsive. All the help we've needed from the federal government we've gotten.
Do you need anything more? The Attorney General said that they were sending in some different kinds of emergency teams to New York. Does that mean you are in real need at the moment?
Right now, all the needs that we've been told about have been met. But as we go forward, this is not going to be a one-night or a one-day effort. This is going to go on for days and weeks. And the emergency forces that are there are going to need relief. We're going to have to rotate teams in and out. We're going to need specialized teams. And that's why we're very grateful that we have had this support from the federal government, from the surrounding governors, and from everybody pulling together.
John?
We're hearing the first reports of people being rescued at the scene, but, you know, there's a couple of ironies here. Your office, the governor's office, used to be in the World Trade Center.
That's right.
At another time not long ago, you would have been there today.
That's right. And we still have a lot of state offices there, and I have a number of friends who were there this morning.
A number of friends who are unaccounted for even now?
Unaccounted for right now.
Which means that, in all likelihood, you probably know people who were killed in this.
We don't want to give up hope at this point. As I said, we're continuing to do everything we can to try to continue the search and rescue operations, and until everything's been done, hope is something you have to have.
Governor, how close have you come to seeing for yourself what it's like?
I've been to the hospitals. I was with, and the spirit is incredible. I was at St. Vincent's with some injured police and firefighters who were in the hospital injured, and they wanted to go back. They wanted to go back down to help their colleagues. And I was at Cabrini when we had lines of people, blocks long, on the street looking to donate blood. So the spirit of the people, the response has been not one of allowing the terrorists to frighten New Yorkers off the streets. It's been one of pulling together, showing that spirit, showing that hope. And, you know, we've seen death and we've seen destruction, but we've also seen hope. And we will get through this.
You travel through the city in pretty organized fashion at the moment. Are a lot of people out in the city tonight?
No, and they shouldn't be. The vast majority of the people are home, and that's where we want them. But we need to have the highways and the streets clear for the emergency services and the emergency vehicles, and they are right now.
Are all of the hospitals in the city able to cope with what's been presented to them? I recall that earlier today you were calling for doctors to volunteer, and you were calling for nurses to volunteer.
We have seen an outpouring of volunteers in the hospitals, and we've seen an outpouring of donations of blood, so that at this point, the hospitals have the supplies, have the staff, have the support to be able to deal with the crisis as it moves forward. But what's going to happen, Peter, is those doctors, those nurses are going to get tired, and we're going to need the relief teams. And we've set up a statewide system to make sure that people don't just come here, but they register, so that as we need them, we can call on them and bring them in waves to help with that process.
You and Mayor Giuliani have both gone out of your way today to say to people that they must be patient, that in time the United States will retaliate, and that's a matter for the federal government. You want to just give us your thoughts on that?
Peter, that's right. This is something where I'm confident that the president and his team and our military have the ability to retaliate and take the appropriate action, and I'm confident they will. You know, we've seen anger on the streets, and there are moments when I feel it myself, but I've also seen hope, and we have to let that anger not overcome our desire to make sure we are still a nation of laws and a nation of justice. So let the federal government deal with the terrorists, let them make the appropriate response, and let's turn our anger to constructive efforts to rebuild and to pull us together.
It's interesting, Governor. I'm not even sure you know this, but we just heard a short while ago that Kmart, its 2,100 stores in the country, are not going to sell guns and ammunition at the moment. They've taken all their guns and their ammunition off the shelves, which suggests that someone else besides yourself understands there's real anger in the community, and these are those unfortunate times when prejudice sometimes tends to boil over.
There is anger, there is prejudice, but we have to put that aside and understand that the terrorist acts that have devastated the city and frightened the country are aimed at taking away our freedom. And we cannot take away other people's freedom in retaliation. We have to be a nation of laws. Let the president, let the administration make the appropriate response, and let's turn that anger to hope, turn it to action, turn it to working to make sure that we come back as a city and as a country as strongly as possible.
You have no doubt about it, I gather.
I have no doubt about it. This city has been through an enormous tragedy today. This is one of the darkest days in American history, and it's an ongoing nightmare, but we will get through this. Our freedoms will be intact, and this city and this country will be stronger than ever.
Governor Pataki, Governor George Pataki, Governor of New York, thank you very much for coming in. Opportunity to talk to you in person. We've seen you several times today on the television. I know exactly how busy you are. Thank you, sir. Let's go back to the streets of New York and ABC's Bill Blakemore, who is downtown. All of this, of course, is at the lower part of Manhattan on the western side of the city on the Hudson River, and ABC's Bill Blakemore is there. And John, you've heard the governor say that things are pretty quiet on the street. Is that the way you find it down there? Hang on, Bill. Hang on. Can't hear you just yet. Hang on. My apologies. Give us one of those 1, 2, 3s, if you wouldn't mind.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much. Now I hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, Peter, now?
I can, Bill. Go ahead.
It's very eerie down here in the financial district, Peter. We're just slightly north of the wreckage. The electricity is out everywhere, so we're only able to see things by the very harsh floodlights that have been brought in a few places. There's still smoke billowing out of the wreckage and out of 1 or 2 buildings right next to it. We understand the Marriott Hotel is still on fire. They're pouring water on where they can. But within the past hour, firefighters have told members of our ABC News team that it's clearly going to be morning before they can begin to move any of these hundreds of volunteers, firemen, other rescue workers in to begin to try to make something of it. People who have been right down next to the base of what was the trade towers say there's virtually nothing left, maybe a few flights of stairs, a few stories of one of the buildings, but that when they came down there was so much melting and so much demolishing of any kind of structure that they cannot imagine much being left or much hope of finding anybody alive, though search and rescue is being mounted. We've seen dog teams being brought into position. There are hundreds of firemen just to the west of me here over on the West Side Highway, and dozens of fire trucks and police cars ready to move in. But for the moment, mostly it's just trying to get the temperature down at the base of where the trade towers were and to get the rest of the fire stopped.
And Bill, one knows from past experience that a huge amount of heavy equipment is needed in the area in order to continue the searching operation. Do you see it showing up?
Indeed, we've seen every now and then fleets of bulldozers and other heavy equipment moving through the back streets here. In the dark as it is just now, every now and then a fleet of flashing lights and sirens will go by as the people working on the strategy here are trying to figure out how to get these pieces of equipment into position for what they're going to have to do in the morning. But we can see that it's clearly going to be many days of a great deal of grim work to try to take it apart and to do what they can for anybody that they can find alive. But it's going to be morning before we can really see it.
Thanks very much, Bill Blakemore. One of the things that people who aren't familiar with this part of New York may not fully appreciate is that the trade towers stood, emphasis on stood, very close to the Hudson River. And the West Side Highway, which comes down the west side of New York, past the World Trade Center, and then tucks around and goes up towards, that's Brooklyn, in the map over to the right and across the Brooklyn Bridge and towards the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. The World Trade Center are very close to the edge of the river, and all that stuff right underneath the World Trade Center at the moment is basically landfill. And so there is a very narrow physical window through which the relief operators can work. Here's the mayor.
Than we need at this point. We're very grateful for it, and it'll be stored in areas, and probably over the next 2 or 3 days we will need it. And we'll do everything we can to support the efforts of the people who are trying to recover people from the debris and the horror that's taken place down there. The number to call if you have questions. I'm not sure we can answer all of your questions, but at least we can try to answer it, is 1-212-560-2730. That's 1-212-560-2730. If you have questions throughout the night and tomorrow, that's the number to call rather than 911, which you should just call if there is an emergency. We had over 1,100 emergency room visits today that we know of. So far, we have 6 fatalities that we know of, 5 at St. Vincent's. Obviously and tragically, there are going to be a lot more than that, but that's what we know of at this point. We had over 300 patients that were treated at St. Vincent's, over 160 at Bellevue, 250 at Beekman Downtown Hospital. And the hospital, these hospitals were probably the ones under the most stress, but they were able to get through. I want to thank all the people that helped St. Vincent's getting the water that they needed and the support that they needed. Also, I'd like to say to people that might consider doing this that services should be made available in New York City tomorrow on a fair and equitable basis. Anybody that thinks that they're going to gouge consumers or ask for extra amounts of money for food or anything else, we're going to have the police and the Consumer Affairs Department out there. So just be careful. This is a time in which we all have to cooperate and help each other. Alternate side street parking is suspended. Sanitation services will take place in most of the city, except obviously in the lower part of Manhattan, where the sanitation department will be working to remove debris, which has already started. And the schools, again, will be closed tomorrow. And hopefully we'll get them open as soon as possible. Tomorrow, the effort will be at trying to recover as many people as possible and trying to clean up the horrible mess that was created by all of this. And I would ask people to cooperate as much as possible in that effort. If you have to come into Manhattan because your business is essential, then obviously do it. The upper part of Manhattan will be open. But if tomorrow is a day in which you want to stay home and stay with your family and give comfort and support maybe to other people that have been affected by this, it would be a good day to do that. Yeah, the point that Richie Shearer makes is people are wonderful, and I mean this in the best sense of the word. We've had thousands and thousands of people that have come to help us. When I was down at the site near the World Trade Center, I met a lot of the National Guard's people that the governor has sent, really wonderful young men and women. We have enough volunteers now. We have more volunteers, frankly, than we need at this point. And what we need to do is to focus the efforts of the professionals that are there in being able to do the recovery and try to save as many lives as we can and restore services as quickly as possible. We may be asking for more volunteers tomorrow and the next day and the day after, but right now we don't need any more volunteers.
Mr. Mayor, is there still hope that there are people who are still alive in rubble?
Yes, there's hope. There's hope that there are people that are still still alive.
How is the rescue effort hampered by the darkness? What do you do?
We moved a lot of lights in so that the area is being lit now, so that I don't think the rescue effort is going to be hampered by the darkness. The rescue effort is hampered by the fact that there's still fire there. There are still unsound structures, and it's still dangerous, although the rescue effort is now taking place. But if you're asking me, is it hampered? It's hampered because of the conditions, not because of the nighttime.
Can you concerned about a long procession of heavy bulldozers and other heavy construction equipment making its way down to lower Manhattan? What is that going to be used for?
That's going to be used to move debris out of the way so that the emergency vehicles can get in and out quickly, so that we can get the ambulances in a more expeditious fashion than we've been able to do. And I want to thank the Deputy Mayor Rudy Washington, who has spent most of the day coordinating, getting all of that emergency equipment in the right place, ready to move. If you go along Houston Street, you'll see hundreds and hundreds of pieces of equipment that are lined up to move in and to take debris out. And now they've started doing that. And I think that's probably what you observed. You probably observed.
The Mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, getting close to the end of his time in office, not able to succeed himself.
My concern from the point of view of
here in New York City, saying there is hope. He said darkness has made things more complicated, but we've heard from several sources that one of the first things they indeed moved into the site, and you can see it both at the Pentagon and here in New York City. You can see a large amount of temporary lights brought in some cases by the New Jersey Air National Guard. The mayor's saying it probably doesn't come as any great surprise to people, moment they've had tremendous number of volunteers. They've had tremendous volunteers for blood supplies, not only in New York, but around the country, of people wishing to contribute. And in true American volunteer spirit, you've got too many volunteers at the moment, and he says the time has now come to try to focus the effort. But this, and to our surprise, a little bit, he has given a number, which we'll repeat, given that he issued it, because I assume he knew he was talking on national television and not merely to the press. You think I'm right on that, John? Yeah. But there is a New York City number which you can call, 212, area code here, 560-2730. And given the involvement and engagement of the country as a whole at the moment, I don't know how that line is ever going to handle what the mayor or you would like it to handle, but there is another line which is handled today, and I think it's probably worth repeating. In fact, it's more than worth repeating. Something called the Victims of Crime Hotline, which the Attorney General mentioned to us an hour or so ago. This is for people who are pretty certain they have family members either involved in these aircraft or on the ground, and they can call this number 1-800-331-0075 and leave a contact number. You're not going to get any information, as best we understand it now. Just leave a contact number which will tell somebody in government, which is ultimately running all this, that you are in need of information about a known crime. And let's jump to the bottom number there for a second, to report information known about the crimes. This is the FBI saying, as it does in every major crisis or incident like this, anybody knows anything? You can reach us on the web, www.ifccfbi.gov. Now, the FEMA helpline, that's the Federal Emergency Management Administration, and we're not quite sure why their number is up there, unless people believe they can offer help to FEMA, which is the emergency arm or wing or department of the federal government. which swings into action at any national emergency like this and organizes, particularly true in floods and fires and earthquakes, where it's a sort of superimposed agency that can help organize people on the ground, particularly true in smaller communities. Seen a lot of it in communities in the Midwest during the flooding of the Mississippi River and others. But here in New York, the message seems to be that New York, with what it has already required, seems to be able to cope, at least logistically, with what it has on its hands at the moment. And there is that phrase from the mayor, there is hope. To amplify just a little on a story we began to tell you earlier, there's a story out of Philadelphia just a short while ago, which say that a woman from Munhall, Pennsylvania, who was in New York, called 911 in Pennsylvania shortly after 8 p.m. to say that her brother was still trapped under 40 feet of rubble near the Forward Hotel in Manhattan. John, help me. The Forward Hotel is the Marriott Hotel, which used to be the Vista Hotel. It's all the same hotel, right?
It's now the Millennium Hotel,
okay.
But it's the hotel that stands directly in front of the World Trade Center on West Street.
All right. And she called to say that he gave specific directions to her where he was located and said he was there with 2 New York City policemen, because policemen and firemen are under this rubble as well, because they were going one way when everybody else was fleeing in the other way. We don't know who her name is and his name is, and it doesn't matter. But it is why, on an occasion like this, there's always hope. And if you think about a building collapsing on itself, we've seen this before in earthquakes, and we are always astounded, no matter where it is in the world, now how primitive the conditions, that people survive for days and days and days on end. So the imperativeness of getting, this place quiet, which would be very hard in the next few hours, so that people can work in there with some measure of efficiency. The importance of getting in the dogs. They're sometimes called mortuary teams, which is grisly, but they're called that anyway. The federal government has sent 3 of them to New York and a couple to the Pentagon as well. But the value of dogs and the value of searching as quickly as you can through the rubble almost invariably turns up success stories, no matter where incidents like these occur. We've been joined by Barbara Walters, who I think is as appalled as all of us by this. What have you been doing? And what do you bring us?
Of course we are all appalled. There aren't adjectives enough to describe how we feel.
Sure.
I just talked a few moments ago to Senator Orrin Hatch, who had some information. He said, remember the Millennium Threat, which of course you remember, Peter, we all do, and he said it was a very real threat, but if they had the intelligence to be able to block terrorist attacks. He said a month ago there was a general report that a big attack was being planned and that they pulled a ship out of the Persian Gulf. And he said they now have some data that says that people on the aircraft, these are his words, appeared to be associated with bin Laden. And furthermore, he has information that people generally associated with bin Laden, because he says it's more than one organization, acknowledge with joy that a couple of the other targets were hit. He said, Peter, that the next 12 to 24 hours are absolutely crucial, because if you don't find out who did this, within 24 hours they all go underground. And he considers this an act of war.
Well, just before you go on, because I know you have some other news as well, if Senator Hatch is anywhere near a television set and can hear us, we'd like him to come on and explain this in some detail, because I think there's some skepticism around this. These remarks by Senator Hatch have been around by some time, and now they've been repeated by him to you, that there's somehow an Osama bin Laden collection very quickly. And I know people are desperate to find out what, but we certainly would like the Senator to come on and explain in detail what he means, and the connection to this ship that was being pulled out of the Persian Gulf some time ago. Do you know precisely what he's referring to?
He said, you may remember that the ship was pulled out because we thought that, I guess, that their feeling was, I shouldn't guess, that there may have been some attack on that ship.
Yeah,
so they pulled that ship out.
Tremendous sensitivity in the Persian Gulf ever since the attack on the USS Cole, in which 17, do I recall correctly, John, 17 Americans.
Senator Hatch also says that part of the problem and part of the reason that we haven't known as much as we should have is that the CIA has been cut so much and their budget has been cut so much, and we have not had the human intelligence to be able to infiltrate the various organizations that we used to have prior to the 70s.
Let me just ask you one more question. But
Yeah.
Senator Hatch appears to be talking about communication between people who either know or are associated with
Yeah.
Osama bin Laden in the wake of this incident.
Yes.
And we all know what happened in this incident. So is he talking about people talking about the operation in ways that you and I and millions of Americans
Well, I
would
guess
not?
what he's saying is before they were saying, well, we think it's bin Laden, we're not sure, and he is saying, I have some data, I have some information that says people associated with him acknowledge that it's happened. So more and more the finger points more definitely at bin Laden. But I also talked to Senator John Edwards,
Right.
Peter, who's a Democrat from North Carolina and is on the Intelligence Committee and is one of the, as you know, young, fresh faces that some people say might be a presidential candidate. And he didn't seem as definite. He had just talked to the head of the CIA, and we have that if you want to see
Okay,
that.
yeah, here's the tape. By all means, we'd like to hear your part of your interview.
Senator Edwards, I understand that earlier today you spoke to the head of the CIA, George Tenet. Can you tell us anything about that discussion?
The thing that's clear to me is that they're making real progress, that we're going to identify who's responsible for this, and that we're, in fact, as a nation, going to hold them responsible.
We keep hearing that it's Osama bin Laden. How do we know that?
I can't answer that question. I'm sorry.
Maybe this sounds like a very dumb question, but are we sure that this was done by foreigners?
Well, I think at this moment, the public is certainly not sure. I think the director of our intelligence gathering activities feel like they've made real progress and have a pretty good idea of what's happening and who's responsible.
Could I just have a yes or no? Are we sure it's not foreigners?
I can't answer that question. I'm sorry.
Senator Edwards, you've had concern now for quite a while about terrorist attacks and had wanted more security. What should have been done?
Well, actually, Barbara, there are some of us who've been working on some legislation, a law, that's directed at doing specifically that. Senator Graham, Bob Graham, Dianne Feinstein, and I, along with others, have drafted legislation before this incident occurred that does three things. One, puts more resources, more money into fighting terrorism, counterterrorism. Two, coordinates all of the federal agencies, and I think there are 41 of them that are involved, who are involved in counterterrorism, and creates a terrorism czar to oversee that effort. And third, gives the director of the CIA more legal authority to do what needs to be done to fight terrorism. I might add, Barbara, I think that the people who've committed these acts on the United States, who killed all those innocent men and women and children today, underestimate the American people. And I think what they're about to find out is the American people are strong, they are courageous, and they are resolute. And our response will be powerful.
Is this war?
Oh, I think whenever we see the kind of attack we saw in the United States today, certainly if it were state-sponsored, it would be war, and I think we should treat it as an act of war.
How do we combat this kind of terrorism?
We need more money spent on combating terrorism, which is such a serious threat to the American people. We need to coordinate to make sure that all of our agencies are working together in a coordinated fashion to fight these folks. And number three, we need to make sure that the legal authority is in place so that the director of the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, can do what's necessary to fight these people.
Well, I must say he says some things which confuse me, and maybe in subsequent conversation with you got him. He said, if this is state-sponsored terrorism, it is war. And then he said it's war. So is he telling us something he knows about who sponsored this terrorist act?
What I thought was interesting, too, was when I said, are you sure that this is a foreign act? You know, could it be domestic? And he said, I can't answer that question. And that's why I said, well, you know, a simple yes or no. I mean, are we sure that this is a foreign organization? So I found that, and I kept pressing it and couldn't get further. I found that, you know, confusing myself.
Well, really
if it's state-sponsored, it is, but if it's an individual, it isn't?
Well, that's a technical issue, of course, as we've said earlier, because if it is state-sponsored terrorism, the United States is obliged under a declaration of war to do certain things. But John, let me just talk to John Miller here for a second, because John spends so much time on this. First of all, you have a senator say to us now, we're making real progress, but I can't say what it is. Now, I would argue at a moment like this that if we're making real progress, someone has an obligation to come and tell the American people they're making real progress and help them understand something.
And that may be true, and that someone might be the president. I think the box that the senator finds himself in Of course, you can't tell from his coded answer is when he says, I can't answer that question, is it because I don't know, or is it because he's the recipient of a classified briefing that he could answer that question if he were allowed to? I think for...
My feeling was that he was the recipient of some information and just didn't feel that he should give it out now.
And if you were pressing him on that issue, would have caused him to breach that classified briefing by giving the specific answer or how he knew, he'd actually be in violation of law and his clearance. That may be the stumbling block he found in those two very sensitive and direct questions.
The dilemma is that politicians want to be on television commenting on a situation, but they don't want to go as far as I think probably the public, not just us, would like them to go at the moment. He does say three other things, which I think are quite important at the moment, is that he is one of those people who's argued for more resources for the counterintelligence effort in the war against terrorism, and there are lots of politicians of both parties like him. John, he's interested in having greater coordination between federal agencies. There's almost invariably a lack of coordination on issues like this between the CIA, the NSA, the FBI, other elements even of the Justice Department. How bad is it, or is it okay?
It's bad. It's always been worse. The CIA used to be focused on foreign issues, the FBI largely on domestic. Since the FBI has become the lead agency in acts of international terrorism, not on U.S. soil, they've had to compare a lot more notes with the CIA. You find that the FBI and the CIA now have a working desk, a terrorism desk, together at CIA headquarters, staffed by FBI people. CIA people are assigned to the FBI's Joint Terrorist Task Force. So you see them pulling closer together. But anytime you have the Defense Intelligence Agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, the FBI, the National Security Agency, you're going to have agencies that are competitive about who gets information, who distributes information to whom, and really who gets credit for information. And breaking down the bureaucratic walls between those divides and letting that information flow freely has always been a difficulty. Sharing.
Can I just ask you one question? What do you think of the idea of a terrorist czar, that is, somebody now who's going to be overall in charge of all of this, which was his other suggestion?
Well, I mean, in a case like we were just talking about, the sharing of information, the coordination of effort, that person would be, for lack of a better term, the grown-up that would divide up these agencies and say, no, this is what your role is going to be, this is what you're going to do, and stop competing or dividing efforts or duplicating.
Not my job.
Thank you, Peter.
Not my job. Thank you, Barbara, very much for talking to them. And as I say, if you're talking to Senator Hatch, tell him we'd like to talk to him, because there are several other questions we would like to ask him, given what he told you and also what he's got out there floating around on the wire services as well. I want to, just before we go to our next report, and as we look at Lower Manhattan, I just want to remind you of some basic things. There is, in the distance, late this evening, is the skeleton of the front entrance of one of the World Trade Towers on the west side of New York, and that is what's left. And we had that young man go down today, and 110 stories up. You see that photograph on the right? 110 stories up. On the right would have been the top of the trade tower, the single trade tower, and that, go back to the nighttime shot if we would, that is what is left this evening of the twin trade towers on the west side of Lower New York City. 50,000 people worked in there. One of the hardest things to grasp all day is it happened just before 9 o'clock. How many people were at work? How many people managed to get out? How many people survived? First, the attack on the building. At 9:03 a.m. when the first attack occurred, and the second, sorry, 9:03, just before 9 o'clock, the first attack, then the second one at 9:03, and then when these buildings collapsed at 10:28 approximately in the morning. And that is the number one question, I think, for everybody in the country, even paramount at the moment, to trying to find out who the perpetrators of this terrorism were. But it is part of our job to throw the net around the rest of the world and talk to our assets about why we might suspect one individual or another, and criticize, if we will, the fact that bin Laden's name, Osama bin Laden, Saudi citizen, Saudi millionaire, who has helped to finance a lot of operations in the world in the view of the United States. It's inevitable at a moment like this that his name comes up to the top. ABC's John Cooley, who's covered the Middle East and intelligence matters in the Middle East at every single level for us for almost 30 years points out a short while ago in a message to us that maybe bin Laden is one of the obvious perpetrators here, but it's Cooley's judgment at this point, but acting on his own. John Miller, just confirm for me, Osama bin Laden is a loner. He does not act in concert with government, or we've not seen any evidence of that, I believe, even though the Taliban in Afghanistan have given him some measure of protection. Fair comment?
Fair comment. The only indication we've seen of that is that bin Laden's people, according to U.S. intelligence, have cross-trained with Hezbollah, which, of course, had a very tight relationship with the Iranian government, but not with Iraq, not with Libya.
Okay. Let's hold this thought, because, in fact, Senator Hatch has called us from Washington. Senator Hatch, do you hear me?
Yeah, you called me.
I'm very glad to say that we did. Okay. And whoever called who, you're being quoted pretty widely at the moment as inferring, and you're a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, or the senior Republican on the Judiciary Committee, rather. You're being interpreted fairly widely as believing, in the wake of this attack today, that you know some connection between it and Osama bin Laden. True or not?
Well, let me put it this way. I'm as a ranking member on the Judiciary Committee, and as a twice member on the Intelligence Committee.
Right.
I chatted with the top law enforcement people, the top people at the CIA, and they made it very clear that to me that just about everything points in the direction of Osama bin Laden. There's no question that they intercepted information that included people associated with Osama bin Laden who acknowledged that a couple of targets were hit.
Everybody in the world knew a couple of targets were hit, Senator.
Well,
did you press the question?
This is look, Peter. Don't give me that. These are people at the top of the CIA, and I'm just saying that that's what they said. And keep in mind, bin Laden said it was every Muslim's duty to kill Americans. We know that people associated with bin Laden are taking pleasure in this attack. We know there's some data on people on the aircraft who appear to be associated with bin Laden. They're still studying this, so they're not positive, but they appear to be associated with bin Laden. And, we also are pretty darn sure that bin Laden was behind the attack on the USS Cole. So these are things that are very, very serious. Almost everything points to them, and it's a serious situation.
Yeah, I don't mean, Senator, to underestimate the potential of Mr. bin Laden. We're just trying to get at what you know today.
That's what I know today. Now,
Senator, forgive me. Sure. The Associated Press also says, quote, attributes to you the information that law enforcement has data possibly linking one person on one of the 4 ill-fated flights to be members of bin Laden's organization. Is that true, sir?
It was told to me that there is some data on people on the aircraft who appear to be associated with bin Laden. I don't know which aircraft. I didn't ask that question.
Okay. I appreciate...
But they did say that they're still studying this, and they're going to try and verify that and bring that down to reality. But these are all just matters that appear to be, to be pointing in the direction of Osama bin Laden.
Okay. I appreciate very much, Senator, getting you on the telephone this evening and you clarifying for that. Just to reconfirm before we lose you.
Sure.
You, as you told Barbara Walters and the Associated Press, you've been talking to U.S. intelligence, and they've told you they intercepted communications between bin Laden supporters discussing the attack on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon.
But to give you the exact language, it was that they got information that included people associated with Osama bin Laden, where they acknowledged that a couple of targets were hit. They didn't name the targets, but you have to presume. And this is top intelligence information that they told me I could comment about.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Hatch. Appreciate you taking the time.
You bet.
Glad we were able to find you.
Okay.
So the senator does confirm that what he said to the Associated Press and Barbara Walters is what he actually heard from senior officials in the CIA, which takes us back, of course, to Mr. bin Laden. And there has been no one in the history of international terrorism who's been more elusive, who has stymied the United States to any greater degree. And we were talking just a minute ago about ABC's John Cooley, who's covered intelligence on the ground throughout the Middle East, and he makes a couple of observations which are quite fascinating. They're all speculation. They're all speculation. We're all involved in speculation today about bin Laden, but John Cooley says the Taliban could in some way assist bin Laden, giving him access, this is very interesting, John, to former Afghan Air Force pilots who were trained during the Soviet era, when the United States was, of course, using Afghanistan as a bulwark against the Soviet Union to some extent. He points out that Jane's Defense Weekly, one of the most authoritative defense journals in the world, recently did a recent review of bin Laden's military capability globally, which they did conclude was impressive, well-organized, and very wealthy. And I think everybody knows that. Am I right, John?
That's true, and I have to point out a couple of interesting facts about bin Laden, underlining that I continue to join in speculation. Number one, we learned in the embassy bombing trial that bin Laden had hired pilots and obtained surplus military aircraft to transport his people around. So there is a history of having trained people, professional aircraft pilots, to fly big planes, in this case, the smaller versions of the C-130. We also know from the same case that bin Laden had recruited former Egyptian military people who actually, one of them, Sergeant Ali Mohammed, became a U.S. military advisor with U.S. Special Forces. So the idea that it would be far-fetched for him to have imported the type of expertise who could give people, and forgive the irony of this statement, a crash course in how to operate a large jet, is not as far-fetched as you might think.
Exactly. It's interesting that John Cooley should remind us, and I should remind people at home, that you're one of the only journalists in the world who's actually gone to see Osama bin Laden and interview him. Oh, we're talking 3 years ago now?
This would have been in May of 1998, and the statements he made that day really portended the future. He said, and I quote, "It will be a dark day for America. We will send their sons home in coffins and in boxes." And he underlined not just people in military uniform, but civilians too. They are all a target of this fatwa, unquote. It was the first time he underscored that this is no longer bin Laden against the forces of the U.S. government. This was bin Laden against the American people, civilians included. It was 6 weeks after he made that statement in July when he, according to U.S. officials, blew up the 2 East African embassies, thus carrying out the threat he made. And he has threatened several times, including once recently, to launch more attacks. In his latest video, essentially claiming credit for the Cole attack, or at least cheering it on.
This was the attack that appeared on Middle East television, and I think occurred at the time of his daughter's or his son's wedding.
It's the one even after that where he released a kind of a training video showing himself shooting guns and showing U.S. leaders and targets and so on. So he has underlined the threat that it's a continuing one.
All right, just to make clear to people at home, we're persisting with the questioning on this issue of anybody we talk to in the Intelligence Committee or with access to it, so that the country does not rush to judgment, even though, as John Miller and Senator Hatch most recently and others, John Cooley, our correspondent in the Middle East, make clear that Osama bin Laden is certainly a logical person to put at the very head of the suspect list. ABC's Brian Ross gives us some sense of background on at least a measure of the training that Mr. bin Laden has been involved in.
Commercial airlines have been a part of many of the terrorist schemes tied to today's prime suspect, Osama bin Laden. According to federal court records filed by prosecutors in New York, terrorists working for bin Laden have often received training as pilots, some with U.S. pilots' licenses for large jets. In fact, some pilots say the turn the second plane seems to have made in hitting the World Trade Center today would be difficult for an amateur to carry out.
I think we have to start looking for people who were trained to fly these planes, people who knew what they were doing, because no pilot would ever fly in and destroy everybody.
As for bin Laden, after tracking him through his cell phone for several years, American intelligence officials reportedly lost track of him last year.
People at NSA told me that they had been able to eavesdrop on Osama bin Laden for a long period of time, and then all of a sudden it all went silent. They weren't able to track him anymore.
Federal prosecutors say bin Laden has a pattern of making good on his threats, and just 3 weeks ago, the Middle East Broadcasting Company reported the latest warning from bin Laden and his followers. that the coming weeks would bear significant surprises during which American and Israeli interests worldwide would be targeted.
Men must send their sons to the battlefields and the fighting quarters so that they can be prepared militarily for the religion of Muhammad to triumph.
That was 3 weeks ago in the Afghan desert. Brian Ross, ABC News, New York.
Thank you, Brian Ross, for that. It's amazing. There's nowhere in the world, including John Miller's trip to Afghanistan 3.5 years ago to see Mr. bin Laden at the time. There's nowhere in the world which does not have video from it in this day and age, whether it's provided by bin Laden himself or whether on that rare and unusual occasion a Western reporter is able to get to him and sit down and question him about his intentions and his motives. To the Pentagon now, to ABC's John McCarthy. John, you have some information.
Peter,
Hang on, John.
First small signs.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, you hear me all right?
I do.
We're beginning to see the first small signs of the U.S. military positioning itself to perhaps do something in the days and weeks ahead. There was an aircraft carrier, the USS Enterprise, that had switched out with another aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf and was heading home. That aircraft carrier, we are now told from Pentagon sources, has been told to stop dead in the water, turn around, and head back for the Persian Gulf. That's number one. Number two, after the World Trade Center was hit and the Pentagon was hit, we now know that the Pentagon had large numbers of F-15s and F-16s on emergency alert. They moved into the airspace around New York and Washington and secured the airspace. That is the first time, to my knowledge, Peter, that has ever happened. Finally, one issue, Peter, that was raised in the President's remarks earlier this evening that is critical to those of us that watch the Pentagon and understand what some of the code is behind the words. The President said, "We will make no distinction between the terrorists who did this act and those who harbor them." That is a critical statement because what it is telling us is that the rules of engagement that America is going to go after these folks under are going to be different than it has ever been before. The United States is not going to be bound by those tight issues of collateral damage. They are not going to worry nearly as much about the loss of innocent life as they have done before. It is a very important signal that the President has laid down tonight.
We discussed that particular statement earlier, John. Does that not depend to some extent on who, if anyone, has collaborated with a terrorist, that is to say, a state?
Of course it does. But what they are saying tonight, Peter, again, to use the example of Osama bin Laden, if this is an independent terrorist operation that he may have been involved in, the signal is that the United States is going to go after the Taliban, and that is the government of Afghanistan that is harboring Osama bin Laden. But as you may recall, in other conflicts, the United States has been very, very concerned about the issue of what they call collateral damage, and that is the loss of innocent civilian life because of military strikes that the United States might take in retaliation. That is not going to be a concern, apparently, in this case, if the United States launches some sort of military attack.
Well, yet to be answered, John, whether or not the United States would suddenly change its mind about collateral damage and civilians. It's always been an essential point of pride in the United States, even when it has caused collateral damage, that this is not something a nation does easily. Let me run through these nations that are at least, and if not an issue today, at least, are you still there, John?
Yep, I'm still with you.
These nations which come up in conversation at all times like this. Iraq. The United States has thinks it's detected Saddam Hussein's hand in terrorism in the past, but there's no evidence, is there, that Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden get along?
They appear to have parallel interests, Peter, but they have very, very different religious interests. Osama bin Laden does not believe in the things that Saddam Hussein does, and American officials know that they have had contacts and conversations, but the indications are that Iraq and Osama bin Laden have not been able to see eye to eye on doing anything cooperatively.
Okay, that's one. Iran. Now, Iran is very much, or principally at least, and John Cooley points this out tonight from the Middle East, is principally anti-Taliban in Afghanistan and not likely wants to encourage either the United States wrath or Taliban factions which want to make trouble in Iran. Fair comment?
Absolutely. There has been major border disputes between the Taliban and Iran. They do not like each other. They have had casualties. They've grabbed hostages. They are not on friendly terms. And in fact, Iran has been supporting the one faction in Afghanistan that has been fighting the Taliban.
And just to keep going down the list here, with which we've been familiar down for the last couple of decades, Libya, Colonel Gaddafi, I think, is described by many people as a flake these days, and certainly in terms in search of power in Africa, or better relations in Africa, because he wants to make a stronger economic base for Libya and has shown no signs of being involved in international terrorism in recent years. Am I correct on that?
Peter, Muammar Gaddafi is no longer seen as the kind of terrorist threat that he was before. He has lost a lot of the momentum in the drive that he was trying to do about 10 or 15 years ago. And you're absolutely correct. He wants economic legitimacy because he now sees that as the only way that his country is going to get out of the economic problems that it has had over the last decade.
And finally, two other countries which have been involved in violence. Pakistan, a very unsettled country in the world, recently been a coup, very close association with Afghanistan, at least through its security services. Cannot imagine that Pakistan would want to incur the wrath of the United States.
No, not incur the wrath, Peter, on the one hand, but Afghanistan and the Taliban are their neighbors. The Taliban and the fundamentalist Islamic movement is beginning to have an important impact on Pakistan, on certain sections of Pakistani society. So while Pakistan would never support something like this, most analysts would say they can't control it either.
In other words, Pakistan, and particularly its security services, which have been suspected of fomenting or at least cooperating with terrorism before and cooperating with drug dealing, going back and forth, they're, in some respects, the loose cannon within an already unstable Pakistan.
Well, somewhat of a loose cannon, Peter. We have to be very careful that we are not accusing Pakistan of being involved in anything like this. On the other hand, the Pakistani intelligence service has supported some things that Osama bin Laden has done very covertly.
Okay, and finally, because its name is often mentioned in terms of sponsoring international terrorism, is Syria. And again, I think people we check in with today would be really surprised, if not horrified, to hear that Syria would want to incur the United States' anger to this degree.
Not considered a likely contender, but again, both Syria and Iran do play in the Israeli-Arab dispute, and the whole issue of the foment on the West Bank in Israel is something that those countries do play in, but there is no indication that that conflict is connected to what has happened today. No evidence at this moment.
Exactly, John, and thank you. You end on a particularly appropriate note, because we are simply talking at the moment in many respects, giving what I hope is legitimate background in terms of the countries which have been involved in the constant conflict involving the United States, and prior to that the United States and the Soviet Union for many years, Israel and the Palestinians, extremist Islam, not Islam by any means, extremist Islam or extremist Muslims who regard the United States as an enemy. And so that's the aim of contributing that conversation. We have no idea at the moment what the CIA or the National Security Agency or the White House actually believes at the moment in the wake of these astonishing attacks today on the trade towers and on the Pentagon outside Washington. And recall back to the reporting earlier today, one of those aircraft, Dan Harris, ABC's Dan Harris, who was out in Pennsylvania, reported that at one point the United Airlines aircraft that went down in Pennsylvania, in fact, at one point had asked for a change of flight plan for Washington. and the plane crashed shortly after that, so we have no idea what that means. And in terms of the rest of the world's concern about this, we've talked a little bit about the height of the trade towers today. The tallest building in the world currently is in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, which is the Malaysian capital. It has a name, the Petronas Towers, I think it's called. The Petronas Towers or something, 2 towers, much more futuristic looking than the trade towers here, but it was evacuated today in the wake of a threat to it, as were many public buildings, malls, entertainment centers, all across the United States and in many other places today. We've had a couple of visitors today, young photographers, who were closer, I think, to the aftermath of this scene in the World Trade Towers, and a great many other people who tried to get there. And we asked Connie Chung to put together a piece on the photographers today who managed to get closer than most people to what was actually happening. Here's her report.
Around 8:45 this morning, when the pilot witnessed an airplane crash into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
In a day filled with images we may never forget, this one stands out. The extraordinary footage of an American Airlines jet slicing through the number 2 tower of the World Trade Center. That image was captured by 40-year-old freelance cameraman Evan Fairbanks, who had been working 2 blocks away.
I suddenly saw a white flash from the left side of the frame, and it lasted long enough for me to be able to identify it as a jet.
When you saw that plane hitting the Trade Center tower, could you actually fathom what you were viewing?
Not at all. It was very surreal. I felt like I was in another dimension, and we weren't even on the same planet. I guess as the human stories start to emerge, and we see more people and we hear more names, it'll become a lot more real to me. But right now, I feel like I'm still in the bubble of the day, and the whole experience is just kind of numbing.
Fairbanks has been a cameraman for 16 years, but today he wasn't operating on experience. It was instinct. And that's what drew him back for one last shot. That's when the tower began to collapse.
I was looking in the viewfinder, and I just saw this reverse mushroom cloud billowing down, and I realized my proximity, and immediately just turned and started running north.
But for Evan Fairbanks, this is the image that will haunt him and us for the rest of our lives.
The image of that plane just coming out of nowhere, coming into the frame, and disappearing into the south side of the tower, as if a floor had been hollowed out and it was a hangar that it was just landing in. We've seen these images in movies, and we know that it's all artificial, and Hollywood makes it. And it's hard to put together that it's real this time.
Well, and it was real, as everybody now knows. It's interesting, in the Middle East, political leaders have asked people not to celebrate this attack on the United States. It's interesting that, even in nations which have historically had a long friendly association with the United States, including Egypt, there has been a tendency among some people who have been more profoundly politicized in the last several years to acknowledge this attack on the United States with pleasure. In Cairo, it's reported tonight that some students, taxi drivers, and shop owners actually crowded around television sets watching what was happening here and saying in Arabic, Mabruk, Mabruk, which actually means congratulations. But it's fair to say, knowing the region reasonably well, that there are a vast number of people in the Arab world who are deeply attached to the United States, a great number of people who have family living in the United States today. There are some towns on the West Bank in the Palestinian territories today, one of which comes to mind is Ramallah, this deeply troubled city in the Palestinian territory today, where more people from Ramallah historically live in the United States than do there as well. And I think that is why Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani, and certainly the political leaders in your town, living elsewhere in the country, have made a special effort today to call on people to be tolerant and understanding, and not to lay blame and let their prejudice run away with themselves, because we don't know who did this. We do not know who did this, and any tendency we may have to lean in the direction of saying that one group or the other did it quickly reminds us of what happened at Oklahoma City, when we all thought it was one thing, and it turned out to be someone else. John McQuethy is outside the Pentagon. John, I gather now you have what we can call a preliminary casualty figure.
It is a preliminary estimate, Peter. It comes from one of the fire chiefs who has been handling the operation here today. The Arlington County Fire Chief is saying there could be 800 dead in the Pentagon.
Can I just ask, John, could be or are?
Could be. They do not have a body count because they still do not know even how many people are really missing at this point. He made an estimate by figuring out how many people were in the area that collapsed, plus the people that were in the airplane, and that is how he came up with a figure of about 800.
Okay, thanks, John. And anything on injured at all?
None whatsoever, Peter. Although they've been going out to the hospitals in Northern Virginia as needed, several hundred, we believe.
John, as horrendous a situation it was at the Pentagon, the military is actually in a better position to assess its casualties than anybody around the trade towers. Just simply it's got better records, know who comes to work in the place, and can check people more carefully.
Well, they have a whole plan for evacuating the Pentagon. In fact, I talked to one office that was supposed to be meeting on the helipad outside the Pentagon in case there was a problem. Of course, that's where the plane went in, so they had to assemble somewhere else. They are very organized, and the medical teams came in very rapidly, military and civilian, to this building. So they had a plan, they executed the plan. No one dreamed that they would ever have to do it because of this kind of attack, but they did it very effectively today.
Thank you, John. John McQuethy at the Pentagon telling us that according to the fire chief, the Arlington fire chief, there could be as many as 800 people dead in the attack on the Pentagon today. And lest you lose sight of it at all, this is where an American Airlines flight, American Flight 77, which was destined from Washington Dulles originally to the West Coast, had 58 passengers and 6 crew on board. This was the aircraft, this Boeing 757, which attacked the Pentagon today. I can't think of any other words to use other than attacked. And the fear of violence continues tonight. ABC's John Miller, I gather, has just heard of an incident in New Jersey.
The New York City Police Department has a report that the FBI is responding to New Jersey because a truck reportedly loaded with explosives has been stopped by authorities on the road there, and the men with that truck have been detained. Members of the Joint Terrorist Task Force, according to the New York police officials, are responding to question those people. I want to underline that all the phones to police headquarters and to the FBI from here seem to be disabled. So sorting through these reports to get specifics, to sort them out, can sometimes take time. But this is information that is in the possession of the police department, comes from the FBI, and we don't know the exact significance of it.
Okay, thanks very much, John. I guess it's also clear to people now that ABC News is going to stay on the air for an indefinite period of time. For a variety of reasons, of course. One is to continue reporting the news, which is our job, and secondly because of something that an American historian once said to me many years ago, that the television set is roughly equivalent to a campfire in the days as the wagon trains were making their way westward, and there was a catastrophe on the trail, and so people pulled the wagons around and sat down and discussed what went on and tried to understand it, and then went on the next day. And we do that in front of our television sets now in large measure today. We did it, you'll recall, at the time of the Challenger. We did it when President Kennedy was assassinated. We've done it in any number of incidents, whether we're working on television or watching television or contributing to it in some way. This is in some respects the national campfire, to use that analogy. And one of the things we try to do at the moment is to reach out and, not in any scientific way, try to understand how people are feeling about this. Not just the man on the street interviews, which we'll get to in just a second, they're so important, but in terms of trying to understand what people's attitudes are about things. And so we did a poll. An ABC News poll has already been conducted, one of them. And you may find it interesting. One of the questions asked, did the United States do all it could, reasonably could, excuse me, to prevent these attacks? And there's a split right down the middle. 43% say yes, and 44% say no. Here's something very interesting. We asked people whether or not they had confidence in the United States to find and punish those who were responsible. And we asked people whether they were very confident or somewhat confident, and quite an astonishing 91% said yes, and only 9% said they had little or no confidence. Were people willing to give up some liberties? It's been a point of discussion throughout the day. Were people willing to give up some liberties to support a crackdown on terrorism? 66% in this poll, very quick poll. It's a limited number of people, only 600 people interviewed, plus or minus 4%, all those usual admonitions about it. But 66% of people said they would support sacrificing some of their liberties in order to crack down on international terrorism, on terrorism in general, and 24% said no. Would you support military action against groups or actions responsible? 94% said yes, and 3% said no. Would you support military reprisals even if it could mean war? And maybe this is not a surprise in the intensity of these early hours. 86% said yes, and 7% said no. Fair to point out that none of us have any understanding of what a definition of war is at the moment. The last time the United States went to war was in the Persian Gulf, and it was by conventional war standards, it was fairly casualty-free for the United States, and we didn't even do as much, the United States didn't do as much damage to the Iraqis as they had originally anticipated. Concerned about future terrorist attacks here? Back to the poll very briefly, 2 more questions, Andy. Concerned about future terrorist attacks here? 87% of the people we asked said yes. Seems like a sensible answer given what's happened today, and 12% said no. And worried? And this is where we've talked extensively today, or not extensively, but occasionally, about the effect on the national psychology. Are you worried or someone, you or someone close to you, may be victimized? And 47% said yes, and 52% said no. So that's what we find in an early poll from our polling institute today, asking those very obvious questions in the wake of these attacks in New York and outside Washington today. Those voices from the street are very, very important. Here's Charlie Gibson with a report on them.
All emergency workers around the city are on call. There is mayhem and chaos, people running everywhere. A clear late summer day turns into what feels like a nuclear winter. People are caught in the tower, hanging out of windows, some jumping 80 floors to their deaths. Others hoping, praying to be rescued. As men and women head down, trying to flee the building, firefighters are racing up to do their job, only to become the first victims. We better get out of the way! Then, incredibly, Tower 1 comes tumbling, cascading down. Some of the emergency workers who managed to make it out need to be treated themselves. Fire union officials say of the first 400 firefighters on the scene, 200 are missing, probably killed. Meanwhile, there are reports at the White House that the Pentagon has been hit. A spokesman for the Pentagon said he had no firm number of casualties as firefighters struggled to contain the blaze. At 10:30 Eastern Time, the second World Trade Center tower collapses. And minutes later, a full-scale state of emergency is declared in New York.
The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible.
Police officers do everything they can to evacuate downtown Manhattan. The scene quickly turns to triage. Initial reports say at least 2,100 people have been injured, 600 of them taken to hospitals by mid-afternoon, 5 dead on arrival. 1,500 more walking wounded were taken across New York Harbor to New Jersey's Liberty State Park, and dozens of ambulances raced there as well. Meanwhile, uptown, hundreds turned out to give blood, some waiting 2 or 3 hours at blood donation centers. And then late afternoon, 5 p.m., still another building collapses. 7 World Trade Center, ruined by falling debris from the Twin Towers. But overall, there are some stories of lives saved
As we came downstairs, we were just dragging people along with us.
At the Pentagon, workers continued through the early evening to contain the fire and smoke, but can't get to ground zero, where officials fear many are dead, including the passengers and crew from the American Airlines plane. One of those known passengers was Barbara Olson, the wife of the Solicitor General of the United States, Ted Olson, at this hour where the World Trade Center once stood. Casualties are expected to be overall in the thousands.
Mrs. Olson, who is widely known to viewers of cable and to network television around the country, is the only, to the best of my knowledge, the only person who we have publicly identified today who has been killed. And that, of course, is because, as Charlie Gibson has pointed out before, Mrs. Olson was in contact with her husband, the Solicitor General of the United States, while she was on a plane that had been taken over by terrorists. But as we heard from Mayor Giuliani earlier, and we heard from Governor Pataki, in part because, excuse me just one second, okay, in part because New York State and New York City have offices in the trade towers, and because Mayor Giuliani simply knows so many people in New York City, they know that friends and associates have been killed, and people in many, many parts of the country, without any doubt, know people who have worked in the trade towers or had offices in trade towers, and it is those people sitting on the edges of their seats tonight, perhaps desperately trying to get through to those government hotlines which we put up on several occasions, that we will put up again as the evening ensues, desperately trying to seek information. And we don't have any in a personal way yet. The hospitals in Lower Manhattan have been to some extent overwhelmed. You see these scenes on the street as well as we do, and so you can appreciate just how enormously difficult it is at the moment to get to the point of identifying people on the ground. It has been easier and desperately sad for people who knew other people traveling on the 4 aircraft that were involved in these incidents today, because there are passenger manifestos. And we know that the airlines have, over the years, improved tremendously their capacity to get in touch with relatives. Do you remember after TWA 800 there was something of a scandal? TWA was under tremendous pressure because the families of those people involved literally went out to Kennedy Airport and stood around desperately demanding information about their friends and relatives who were on that flight. And the airlines have become much better. So people, and 266 people, we believe, were killed on those 4 aircraft today. 266 passengers and crew flying on those flights, which were taken over by terrorists and then directed at these essential American targets today. Now, it's just a little before 8 o'clock in the western part of the United States today, and in a short while from now in the eastern part of the United States, some of the local television stations, our affiliates up and down the country, will be breaking away. We'll come back in a minute, but I want to check in with Cynthia McFadden, who's been down at the Chelsea Piers, right on the river, on the Hudson River, on the west side of Manhattan. And Cynthia, you have been waiting expectantly all day, because this was the place, or this still is the place, where people are expected to be brought?
This still is officially placed, Peter, the place where people will be brought. However, we've just been told unofficially, but it appears truly, that doctors are going to be dispatched to Ground Zero. At this point, victims are trapped in the rubble, and they're sending a team of doctors to perform amputations at the site. And the reason this place is empty, filled with doctors and nurses, but not with victims, is because the victims can't get here. So they're sending a team of doctors to the site.
Cynthia, has anybody shown up there today at all? There's been this long line of ambulances behind you.
Indeed, there have been victims brought here, but most of them not severely injured. They are still expecting a massive influx of victims, Peter. And this site still stands ready with 50 operating rooms inside. But at this point, they are going to dispatch teams to perform amputations on the site. Okay,
Cynthia, thanks very much. 50 operating opportunities at Chelsea. This is this enormous sports entertainment center on the west side of Manhattan, which has been turned into a disaster preparation area at the moment, and the federal government and the state government and the city and hospitals and volunteers from every aspect of the medical community have descended on these locations tonight to be ready, lest they are able to help. Governor Pataki and the mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, said a short while ago they've got enough volunteers at the moment, but the reason that the governor called for doctors, I'm going to dig through my notes here and see if I can find that number again. The reason that the governor of New York said that they were put up a couple of phone numbers was because he made it very clear that while they have enough doctors at the moment, even though the tremendous pressure on the hospitals in lower New York particularly, and burn victims have been taken to a variety of centers in New York and New Jersey and Connecticut and as far north as Canada, not very far north when you think about it, to be treated. There is going to be a need for the people to be relieved, and so the governor offered this number for doctors who wish to volunteer their services. 518 is for doctors. 518-431-7600, 7600. And he also gave us another number for nurses. Shortage of nurses, as everybody knows, and he gave a number for nurses who wish to volunteer as 1-800-628-0193. 1-800-628-0193. This is not to imply a shortage of doctors or nurses at the moment. As Cynthia McFadden says, there are 50 operating theaters set up in this huge sports complex, as close as you can reasonably get to the World Trade Centers, very close indeed, on the West Side Highway that goes down the west side of Manhattan, who are there prepared to help. That is that skeleton of the front facade of the lower part of one of the trade centers. And we've seen this many times, this horrendous result of the power of the collapse of at least one of the trade towers in and of itself, when the intense fire started when these two large commercial aircraft went into these planes, caused such fire, aided by aviation fuel, so that the steel simply couldn't stand it, melted, collapsed on itself, and then simply collapsed floor by floor down to the bottom. So we will pause for a few seconds while some stations on the eastern part of the United States go to local news. ABC News is staying right here.
This is an ABC News special report.
The whole day has been an ABC News special report, as you know, and so much has happened. The President has been on the road back in Washington, has spoken to the nation. The political establishment in the Congress has come together to reinforce the strength of the nation in the face of this horrendous attack. The FBI, the CIA, every imaginable intelligence agency, both here and overseas, have leapt to their to whatever assets they have to try to find out who may have perpetrated this act on terrorism. And at ground level, at the Pentagon, and in lower New York City, lower Manhattan, and in Pennsylvania, where people lost their lives on a plane that was, we learned, trying to file a new flight plan for Washington, people have died, and search and rescue operations go on. It was the mayor of New York who said there is hope, and we know from other reporting that there are people trapped under the rubble who've managed to communicate with the outside, which means that dogs have been. Let's just try to give you, for the next few minutes, a videotaped package, which you may have seen before, and you may not have seen up until now, which gives you some sense of how this day has transpired. Just before 9 o'clock Eastern Time, just before 6 in the West. This is what has happened in very general terms throughout today.
Oh my God! Oh shit! Oh my God! My own eye. Just went. It must be a car or something. Oh my God! Another.
Let's just get back. Get back.
What is it?
What are we in, 3 World Financial Center? We heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere, and people are jumping out the windows. Over there, they're jumping out the windows, I guess because they're trying to save themselves. I don't know.
Give him in. Give him in. You can walk. You can film him. Okay. Hey, go home. Give him in.
As soon as he got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky to get out. There's a lot of people that didn't get out. There's a lot of people coming down the stairs, burnt up. It's bad.
There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
Anything else that you saw? Were you there for the second hit by the plane?
About 10 minutes later, the second building went off.
Did you see it?
Yes, I saw it. It just blew up. A big explosion. People started running. It was just chaos everywhere. People jumping out. People just kept jumping and jumping and jumping. And you could still see they were alive because they were flailing around.
A huge explosion now, raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
He's not in a life truck. I know.
Jerry, try and shoot this. Try and shoot this as we run, Jerry. Try and shoot this.
Hands right this way, straight up. Put your mask on. Put your mask on. Put your mask on. Now put it down. Oh my God, there it goes! You okay, officer?
Standing next to One World Trade Center, and then all of a sudden I heard rumbling, and we all started running away from it. The glass like blew out and threw me onto the sidewalk, and I couldn't see for like 20 seconds.
We came from the 82nd floor, and I don't know where my peers are. I don't know. I hope to God they're okay. That's all I can say. I don't know what. We saw a shadow. It looked like a plane. Next thing we know, it was boom, boom, and the floor started shaking. Right behind us.
It's a war. We've been attacked. It's like World War II.
terrible. Can't even look at it. Because all I can see are people. I don't see a building, I see people. People hurt. Children without mothers and fathers tonight.
Panoply of terror, a panoply of terror, a documentation, a diary of terror, as it has gone on for, what, 12, almost 15 hours now since these incidents occurred at the trade towers and at the Pentagon. We have no idea how many people have perished in these attacks on the United States, because that indeed what they have been, and on innocent civilians in the United States, and any number of people. The president included, if I recall his marks, acts of terrorism committed by people who simply totally disinclined to think or understand or appreciate that innocent civilians here, as they have been in other terrorist attacks before, have been involved. So this may be regarded by the enemies of the United States as an attack on the country, and it's certainly an attack on the country in many ways, but it's an attack, as we see in other terrorist attacks, which involve innocent people to the nth degree. And so many people we have talked to today so far, and so many people we want to talk to before the night is over. We're joined now from Virginia by Larry Eagleburger, who has served in a variety of very high positions in the U.S. government on previous occasions, and is now still very deeply connected with the rest of the world. Just talk for a minute, Mr. Eagleburger, and tell us what you think after what you've seen.
Well, I think, first of all, we need to understand, if I know my American history, this probably will be the largest casualty rate in one day in the U.S. in our history. The Battle of Antietam stood that record before. I think this is likely to exceed that. That is, in 200 and some years of American history, that is an awful thing to have happen, but it's, I think, happened. And I do not see how we can accept this as anything other than some kind of a declaration of war, and I'd mean by that a declaration of war by terrorists in general, or at least that's, I think, the way we have to understand it. And that means we have to act against terrorism as if we were at war. That's easy to say, but I really do believe it.
Well, what do you mean by that, Mr. Eagleburger? And I don't think anybody expects you to say anything other than that this evening.
I hope they do.
No, they don't.
Let me tell you what I mean. Let me tell you what I mean. First of all, and the president said it just right tonight, I think we will hold those who have mothered, who have husbanded these terrorists at least as much responsible as the terrorists. I suppose it is important, and it is important, that we try now to establish as clearly as we can who did this. And if it's Osama bin Laden, so be it. That leads me immediately to say that Afghanistan and the Afghani government has a responsibility that is at least as great as Osama bin Laden's. And that means, I think, we must take military action against them. And we must do this, I think, against those states that we understand and see are responsible for these terrorists as much as the terrorists themselves. And that means taking military action against a number of states if, in fact, we have any solid evidence. Not that they necessarily did this attack, but that they are those who husband and mother and support terrorist activities in general. I think we now must understand this is more than just a response to the particular people, if we can find it out, who have done this. It is, I think, it must be now, our best efforts must be made to try to make terrorists and the governments who help them understand that the costs of doing this are terribly, terribly high.
Mr. Eagleberger, I hear you being very careful about trying to establish blame first, and I expect that from a man of your stature. Talk a little bit about Afghanistan. Afghanistan has been in a country in absolute turmoil, just riddled with violence for more than a decade, and the United States was party to that in many cases. What could the United States do now to a government in Afghanistan that would make life any worse for them than it is already?
By destroying that government, or by destroying the infrastructure of that government. Look, I understand that particularly in a case like Afghanistan, you have 150 years of this kind of instability. That doesn't mean, what it does mean, I think, though, is that if we're going to judge these issues precisely with the kinds of questions you've asked, much as they have to be asked, and we then decide because there is not a lot that can be done, that we shouldn't do anything, I think that's the wrong approach. And I think if the terrorists and the governments who house them are made to pay prices for it, and again, I can't believe that the government in Kabul would take kindly to having its government buildings blown up under them or over them. But I think there are things we could do.
You do mean, I gather then, among other things, attacking the capital of Afghanistan, Kabul,
if necessary, yes.
where the Taliban,
yes,
from which the Taliban rules, and perhaps a city like Kandahar, large city in the south.
If necessary, if we think it's,
if we think it will make on Afghan cities,
sir,
full-scale attacks on Afghanistan.
I would do it. Now, look, I understand. I'm one person saying this, and everyone else will be horrified by it. But the point I'm trying to make here is, I think we now need to understand that this is a war. We will have lost some tens of thousands of people, I suspect, and I think we must make it clear to the rest of the world that we're going to be, if you will, somewhat irrational in our response.
I mean neither to agree nor disagree with you. I hope you understand that, first of all, sir. But you are suggesting that the United States now fight on the same level as the people who have committed these acts against the United States.
You betcha. When you fight a war, that is what you do.
Okay, now tell us how difficult it is.
Very. You mean to do this?
Yes.
It would be very difficult. There is no question about that. And I am not, for heaven's sake, arguing that we have to mobilize the whole country. But what I am saying is that when we have a target, when we know that there has been activity, that by supporting terrorists, or we know where the terrorists are, and sometimes when we don't know where they are, but where we know where the governments are, I think we need to mount military attacks. And it will not be easy. There is no question about it. And therefore, I frankly believe that we will not do what I think is going to be necessary. But the point I'm trying to make, and perhaps exaggerating, is I really think we must understand that this is now a war, and that if we don't act, and act vociferously, if you will, violently, if you will, we will see this go on and on and on. And the terrorists, unless they begin to understand that the costs are terribly high, and the governments who house them begin to understand that the costs are terribly high, this is going to continue. And as far as I'm concerned, we are the only ones on the face of the earth that have the ability to make this point to these people, and I understand completely how off the wall many of you will think this is, but I'm serious. I think this is a major crisis. I do not think this great power can stand the loss of some tens of thousands of its citizens without some violent reaction.
Now, Mr. Eagleberger, as you have, and I don't mean to be dispassionate about this either, as you've mulled this over in the course of the day, Do you think the United States has the capacity to do it, or you could win a war against international terrorism,
Well,
exchanging violence for violence?
I think the U.S. has the capacity. Whether we have the will, and I want to be careful here because I could understand why most people would disagree with me, and I would not argue that it is a weakness of the will if we don't do it. I will say I think we have the means. I think if we have the will, it seems to me that I can't tell you that we win this kind of a war. I'm not at all sure that you can define this as winning or losing, although in the long run I can see the total disaster to our society if we continue to let these things happen. But I do believe that it is possible over time, with the kind of an approach I'm saying here, that we can at least make it so much clearer to everyone, and particularly to the terrorists, and even more importantly, to those governments that support them, that at least we will find a substantial diminution of the attacks against the West in general and us in particular. But it won't be done, it won't be won in a hurry, and probably in the last analysis it won't be won at all, but it will, I think, substantially tend to depress the activity.
You know better than most people how difficult it is for a really powerful nation like the United States to hit these little cadres of people and these cells of people around the world. How hamstrung is the United States by being in some respects so powerful? Is it almost muscle bound in some respects?
No, it's a very good question. I'm not so much muscle bound perhaps as to say that our military structure is built to fight bigger battles than this most of the time. Maybe we need to take some lessons from the Israelis, but I do think we can be restructured. Restructured is even too strong. I think we can put together the kinds of forces that would make this possible without an awful lot of difficulty.
Well, I appreciate your time. This is precisely the debate. Thank you very much for coming in. This is precisely the debate that has been going on around the country today, and Mr. Eagleburger is not the first today. Thank you very much, Mr. Eagleburger.
Thank you.
Mr. Eagleburger is not the first person today to make comparisons with the Civil War. David McCullough, the noted historian, said earlier today that there was no doubt in his mind earlier in the day that this was going to be the largest number of casualties on American soil since the Civil War. Mr. Eagleburger raises the specter of the Battle of Antietam, which was fought at Sharpsburg, Maryland, on September the 17th, 1862, in which 22,000 casualties were incurred. And that's the other reason for Mr. Eagleburger making that comparison to the Battle of Antietam during the Civil War. You've heard any number of people today make the comparison to World War II and the attack on Pearl Harbor by the Japanese, which guaranteed American entry into World War II in a full way. And in both of those instances, what we have here is a real appreciation of what this has meant to the nation as a whole in terms of people just making these comparisons. And if you looked at those last 8 or 9 minutes of the scenes of today, some of which you've seen before, many of which we haven't actually seen before because we're getting material from the source all of the time, we do as well as we can to get you close to what has happened, even though many of us in many parts of the country are distant, if not distant emotionally, from these attacks on the United States today. I do want to bring, by the way, Larry Eagleburger, John Miller reminded me of this, was the government's point man in the attack against Pan Am Flight 103, when a Pan Am airliner en route from Frankfurt to New York was blown up in midair over Scotland. Over Lockerbie in Scotland, and it took years and has never satisfied even many of the passengers' families on board that they found out who actually did it.
No, and I think the connections here are that at that time Mr. Eagleburger was the Assistant Secretary of State before he was acting secretary. And the great debate was, do you treat that as an act of war? Because U.S. intelligence concluded, and later there was a trial that concluded that this was the work of intelligence operatives from Libya.
As we look at this list of major terrorist attacks, April 18th, 1983, we all remember, some of us were there at the time. Just go back one, would you please? That was the suicide car bombing on the Marine. Could we go back one? Is that possible? Thank you. The attack on the Marine barracks in Beirut. And you may recall that, in fact, many people do recall all too clearly that the United States had got involved and was seen to be involved by a variety of forces in the Lebanese Civil War just before the car bombing. The attack on the Marines. There was this suicide car bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. I remember broadcasting from outside the embassy on that particular night when 17 Americans were killed and that embassy collapsed on itself. Then there was 103, the 747, which was blown up over Lockerbie. Just look at the numbers, 270 people were killed. And we've all talked many times today about the February 1993 attack on the World Trade Center, where only 6 people were killed, if only is ever an appropriate word, and 1,000 people were injured. Today, the World Trade Towers have been destroyed. In a minute, I want to go, and there, of course, the list goes on. This is the truck bomb that exploded at Dhahran in Saudi Arabia. This is the attack on Khobar, the Al-Khobar Towers. Al-Khobar is actually a little community quite near Dhahran in Saudi Arabia, which was the headquarters for many years of the Arabian American Oil Company. And the American presence in Saudi Arabia has always been extremely controversial. Saudi Arabia vacillates between a stable and not particularly stable country. And that was the incident in Saudi Arabia. And then, of course, we had the horrible summer of 1998 when the U.S. embassies in Nairobi and in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania on the African coast were blown up almost simultaneously in the middle of the summer, and 224 people killed. And the United States has reached out in the case of the Kenyan and Tanzanian incidents and managed to get people who believe they are responsible for that and has brought them to justice. And then we're all familiar with the attack on the USS Cole in October last year, just as they were docking in Yemen, and 17 sailors on board the USS Cole were killed. And the Cole has even now just now being prepared to go to sea again all this time later, as they have tried to repair that huge gash, do you remember, in the Cole side and all of the devastating damage. And recently, last week for that matter, various members of the Cole crew were decorated in various degrees in Washington, in some cases for acts of heroism for what happened in the wake of that. But here was another incident or instance in which the intelligence was misinterpreted or not fully understood, and the Cole did not in every instance follow the requirements that they should have. Remember, they were docking in Yemen, and the terrorists came up in a motorboat, another suicide action, drove the motorboat into the side of the Cole, and there has been serious question subsequently and a very long investigation by the Navy into whether or not the United States and the officers on board, including the commanding officer in this case, did precisely what they were supposed to do to protect against this sort of thing. There are, it just seems to everybody today who has watched this, just some occasions on which you cannot do anything. In some cases, people blame this on the lack of human intelligence in the war against international terrorism today. Yet sometimes there are just things which cannot be done, and today appears to be one of those days. And ABC's Pierre Thomas is around somewhere at the moment. I'm not quite sure where. Oh, he's there. Pierre, you, I think, have a little tiny bit of information about the very beginnings of investigation and at least one clue on board one aircraft. Am I right?
Yes, Peter. Law enforcement sources are telling us that one of the passengers on the plane who's listed on the manifest, that there's a bit of information, and I emphasize the word bit, that may link him to Osama bin Laden. It is very early in the investigation. Officials are not sure if this is going to pan out, but this is one of the reasons why you hear Osama bin Laden's name being bandied about. In fact, this is what Senator Hatch referred to a bit earlier tonight.
Okay, thanks very much, Pierre. You've heard in the last couple of minutes the former Assistant Secretary of State, Larry Eagleburger, who has served in this area just for an awfully long time, arguing that if Afghanistan is involved, the United States has to take a very powerful stand against Afghanistan and try to destroy the Taliban, who have been unreachable by the United States before. The United States, remember, the Soviet Union were deeply involved, and the Taliban were part of the forces enlisted by the United States, as were other forces which tried to drive the Soviet Union out of Afghanistan. Here we have a situation tonight. Linda Douglas reports from Capitol Hill that according to her congressional sources, the Russians have offered the use of their intelligence services to see if anything can be done in Afghanistan. I have no idea how good the Soviet intelligence is in Afghanistan, but how the world changes where the Soviet Union and the United States, who were bitter enemies, and Afghanistan was the boiling pot for that confrontation between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. And Pakistan was enlisted on behalf of the United States. And now we have Pakistan divided to some extent, with some forces in Pakistan which is becoming, in many cases, susceptible to more extremist Islam. I mean, the world is just extraordinarily complicated at the moment, and government on behalf of the people is going to have to work that out. Yes, John, you want to comment?
Quick update on the reports that a truck was stopped in New Jersey with explosives. Further information on that. That's being investigated by the FBI. It was stopped after people reported seeing 3 men celebrating in Liberty Park opposite the World Trade Center on the New Jersey side of the river, celebrating with joy after the explosion. Somebody recorded the license plate number. Police stopped the van and actually held the van for fear that there were explosives in it. Police dogs have gone over the van. There are no explosives. The FBI Terrorist Task Force is trying to identify the 3 men and find out what the story behind their actions were. So we can knock that down. It's certainly suspicious, but apparently it's posing no danger right now. The other thing,
I must say that anybody seen celebrating this attack on American soil today would be lynched, it seems to me, almost immediately.
And it would certainly seem that was the reason people notified the authorities, because the behavior is at least bizarre, if not suspicious. I think what we just touched on, the Russians offering to help with their intelligence service, what they've been through is what we're going through now. There were a series of explosions in Moscow during the Chechnya conflict.
Many of them connected to the war in Chechnya.
And Russian intelligence concluded very quickly, and they said this publicly, that the bombers were trained in the camps in Afghanistan, the camps that they've associated with bin Laden. So, I mean, that's the root of this common bond and common perception that that's an enemy there. The Taliban's history with bin Laden is very interesting. Moderate people from their version of the State Department have said bin Laden's not doing anything there, he's not carrying out operations. Yet when the U.S. asked them to turn him over, it was Mullah Omar, the leader of the Taliban, who said they would shed the last drop of Afghani blood before they would turn him over to the United States. They've been very protective.
Thank you, John. John Miller, who's been with us all day, and terrific help, because no one here understands this whole world as well as he does. What a day it was for the president. To Florida in the morning, to Louisiana, in the keep of his security detail, who just kept him moving all day long, from Florida to Louisiana to Nebraska, finally back to Washington tonight. And for the entire day, ABC's Ann Compton, a veteran reporter at the White House, was with him. Annie, it's very nice to see you back in Washington. Why don't you just, you've told us in bits and pieces as the day has gone along what it was actually like, but why don't you talk for a spell?
Well, Peter, I think the most striking thing about today was the sense of traveling with the President of the United States, who was running with no place to hide. And that was most acute when we left the first refueling stop. That was Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, where the president made a short statement. You saw him standing in front of flags, talking about how deeply he felt and some comfort for the country. This, by the way, was the room. We were not supposed to identify where we were, even say what state we were in. The president, I think, his eyes looked red, he looked upset. But when we left there, what was most striking is many of the White House staff and press were jettisoned, some of the Secret Service, even some of the Air Force One crew, and just a skeleton group of us got back on this great, big, huge aircraft and headed off. We had no idea where, but as we were taking off, the little clock in the front of our cabin, which always has a destination time, quickly switched to Central Time Zone, so we knew we were headed west again. When the president arrived at Offutt Air Force Base, as you well know, headquarters to the Strategic Command, a kind of place where there's command and control for nuclear crises. This is the president's motorcade as he arrives at what was a big headquarters building, but look where the president goes. There he and about 40 of hangers-on and military staff are going into this small yellow brick room. And obviously this was the shaft that would take them down under the ground, where he conducted a national security meeting for an hour and 5 minutes by teleconference. He could actually see the people in the White House Situation Room, and they could see him. Even after we finished that, we had no idea. We actually thought that we would end up spending the night there, Peter. But we're told President Bush really decided that by sunset it would be wise for the president to be back at the center of power, showing the world that there was no fear and intimidation. So this is what we found as we were flying back into Andrews Air Force Base. Off of our left wing, that's an F-16. Now, I'm not good on planes, but it's, I was told, F-16 off of our left wing. And then on the other side, a little bit farther off, two F-15s. These were the escorts that were with the president all day long. They were often out of our sight. But Peter, in 28 years, I have never seen this kind of armed escort, or the care or the speed or the altitude we went to in this, and to be on a plane that was almost empty. At one point, President Bush did walk back. He wouldn't come in and talk to us, but he looked like a man who had been kind of stretched to the limit and was trying to get a deep breath to come back and address the American people from here tonight.
Annie, you've had such access to the president, and I want to give you the full opportunity to talk about it. And we're coming up to the end of a little beyond the half hour in time zones across the country where local stations have done it. So if you don't mind, I'm going to stop you for a second now, ask you to stay here for a moment.
Sure.
And then when we reset this for much of the country, I'd ask you to come back and maybe repeat some of this stuff, and I have some questions for you. So we're going to leave the White House for just a second now to tell people up and down the network today, we already know this if you're looking at your local television station, that some stations in the East have been doing their local news, and of course the local news is the national news today. And it's certainly true of the ABC affiliates here in New York, which have been on this story all day and have contributed tremendously to our coverage of the day as everybody tries to understand these attacks on the United States. But this is a national story in every respect. So we'll be back in just a minute.
This is an ABC News special report.
As we said before, the entire day has been a special report on ABC News, and if you've managed to get your hands on a newspaper in various parts of the country today, you know that your local newspaper has devoted a huge amount of attention to this, and not only in the cities where this occurred, but in Pennsylvania where one of the aircraft went down, and in every city and community across the country, how the country was itself involved. We are, those of us who are working in newsrooms and conveying information, are isolated in the same way that you are, and we do our best in the course of this day to get you close to what has happened and help all of us get closer to understanding why this has happened and what the United States intends to do about it, first in simple terms of responding before the world to the action which is taken against the country today, and what the United States might do if and or when it is able to discover those people who are responsible for this, those individuals, whether members of an organization, and perhaps that state or states, which, if you listen to Larry Eagleburger, former senior official at the State Department and in the White House for many years, believe should require, and a lot of people in the country will sympathize with this notion, an attack on any government that may have been party to these attacks on the United States today. But I think probably the best thing we can do at the moment in describing this day of warfare, 21st century style, as one historian referred to it today, is to go to Diane Sawyer, who has managed to compile much of what we have seen in New York today. Then we'll go to Washington, and then we'll try to pull it all together for you in the next few minutes and proceed with our coverage from there. So here's Diane.
Look at this moment once again. A colossus, wounded. and next to it, another giant with no shield. We cannot see inside, but thousands of people are fighting fire and fumes and fear, making their way down endless staircases, trying to escape before this.
A huge explosion now, raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way!
No one knows what's next. People are running for their lives.
And all of a sudden, it was this big explosion. I don't know if it's just like what you just seen. That's what we went through before we came out of the building. Then when we get out the building, then another smoke cloud came. We had to go through that smoke cloud again. Mom, I just want you to know I'm all right.
And then we saw the people jumping. We saw what we thought was debris, and we realized it was people jumping. I can't do anymore.
The second tower collapses.
Oh my God, there it goes!
And tonight, where New York's tallest buildings proclaimed America's secular might, a ruin, countless souls crushed beneath. Some of them, we're told, were on the phone, saying farewell to their families as the building burned. Some of them, the firefighters, the police, there not by order, but by spirit.
It's the most tragic thing that has happened to America by far. I've been on the fire department 20 years and never lived through this. I lived through 2 collapses today. I'm on vacation from the fire department. I came in on my own. My car's all wrecked, and I just came in to help people and do my job.
And those who perished in the planes also phoning to warn the world that they were now riding in weapons of war.
We've been attacked. It's like World War II. It's World War II. This is unbelievable.
Was there no defense for the Pentagon? And what happened aboard the flight that crashed outside Pittsburgh? We've heard a story that the pilot refused to hurl his plane on Washington and crashed in a field instead. Hospitals filled with wounded, strangers volunteering to give blood. In the ashes, rededication by a nation whose symbol is the eagle because it is the bird least afraid of a storm, the bird strong enough to soar through and above it.
As we said, we want to try to get you close to this. And one of the difficulties at the Pentagon has been that ABC's John McWethy, who has an office for ABC News in the Pentagon, was on the other side of the Pentagon complex from where this attack took place this morning. You know, there were 4 aircraft involved. One of them crashed in rural Pennsylvania. But an American Airlines plane, American Flight 11, on which 81 passengers and 11 crew died. This was a flight hijacked by the terrorists as it was originally scheduled to go from Boston to Los Angeles. Then the United Airlines flight 767 with 56 passengers and a crew of 9 on board, which took off from Boston on its way to Los Angeles, was crashed into the other World Trade Center. And then at 9:38, another American 757 crashed into the Pentagon, where 58 passengers and 6 crew on that aircraft died. And one of the important things in terms of looking at the explosions throughout the day we've been made aware of by people paying close attention is that whatever the terrorists used on the particular aircraft to subdue the crew, get into the cockpit, and it is widely believed by people who've analyzed this, but that's all it is at the moment, themselves went to the controls. It's been a conventional piece of wisdom from the very beginning that no American airline captain could or would accept the notion of flying his own aircraft into one of these targets. And while we have no idea at this point, and may never have any idea what happened in the cockpits of those particular aircraft, there has been some suggestion today that there are terrorists out there throughout the world and terrorist organizations who are able to enlist people who have some flying capacity, some flying ability. And John Nance, who is our aviation analyst, and others have pointed out that there were pilots who flew in the Afghan Air Force or who flew with the Afghans during the struggle between Afghanistan and the Soviet Union. So there's a lot of talent out there in terms of international terrorism in general. But now, as we make our way through the day, we go back to the Pentagon. John McWethy, like everybody else, was obliged to evacuate from the Pentagon. He's on the side of the Pentagon which was attacked and has had a difficult day, but a tough day, John, trying to report this story from this location. So just review for us, would you?
Peter, I was sitting at my desk in the Pentagon when there was a jolt, and it was clear that the Pentagon had been hit just as the two towers of the World Trade Center had been hit. Horrible clouds of black smoke were billowing out of the Defense Department. A sense of disbelief as people were being forced to evacuate the building. In the part where the greatest damage was, there were many terribly injured people who were being helped by their colleagues out to the pavement outside. Hundreds and hundreds of rescue workers were on the scene within hours. Ambulances were lined up. Bodies were also lined up. There was a tremendous sense of the medical people trying to come to aid of those who were injured. But it took more than 5 hours for rescue workers to really get inside the damaged part of the Pentagon. And tonight, Peter, they are continuing the work. They have heavy equipment. They are working under lights. There are special dogs that are trained to look for dead bodies and to look for survivors both, who are working in the rubble tonight to see if they can pull anyone out of the rubble. We know tonight, Peter, that various jurisdictions, New York, for example, has called up more than 2,000 National Guard. By morning, there will be an additional 1,000. This is to help with control of intersections in the streets. In Virginia, more than 300 have been called up, and about the same number in the District of Columbia. For a while, the intersections in the District of Columbia in Northern Virginia and in much of New York appeared to be a very tightly controlled area by the military, by the police. There was very little movement of traffic in any of these jurisdictions. The government is going to great lengths. The president tonight saying that the government is going to be open for business tomorrow. But of course, much of the country today was utterly paralyzed from one coast to the other. Because of the airline cancellations, because of the cell phone tie-ups, and because of so much else that has happened during the course of this day, Peter.
And John, just before we leave you for just a little while, would you review for us what your sources believe the casualty estimates are at this moment?
There is no estimate for what has happened in New York that I know of, although they fear the casualties there are going to be many, many thousands. We are hearing from one local official here, Peter, that there could be as many as 800 dead in the Pentagon.
Thanks very much, John McWethy at the Pentagon, as close to the Pentagon as he's allowed to get tonight, reporting under the very difficult circumstances. Cynthia McFadden is on the west side of New York City in what we keep describing as the trauma center, where triage was originally meant to occur. Do you have any further sense or any closer sense of the magnitude of this in terms of human loss?
Well, Peter, what I can tell you is this. We have talked to sources who have been inside the triage center all day and asked them why the volume of extreme trauma, why the number of people just hasn't been seen. You can see this parade of ambulances, I think, behind me here. We've been seeing ambulances come through all day and rescue vehicles, all of them, for the most part, empty, with the exception of some rescue workers and some other rescuers at the scene. But by and large, they have been walking into this center, not the kind of severe trauma. When I just asked why they weren't here, someone simply said, Cynthia, it's because the victims are dead.
Well, thanks, Cynthia McFadden. Cynthia McFadden. I said a short while ago that we'd only actually publicly identified one person, one individual who died today, and that was the wife of the Solicitor General of the United States, Barbara Olson. I got her first name right, I think. Barbara Olson, who was on the aircraft that attacked the Pentagon and was able to communicate with her husband, to whom we obviously extend our deepest, just everybody who knows him must be thinking about his tragedy tonight and the potential for tragedy for so many other people. But Mayor Giuliani in New York has now given us some sense of loss in the firefighting contingent in New York City, because as you couldn't help but see in an instance like this, when every civilian in his or her right mind was running away from things, the firefighters and the police, but particularly the firefighters, were running in the direction of disaster. And 3 top city fire department officials died at the scene of the World Trade Center devastation today. One of them, Ray Downey, the chief of Special Operations Command, ironically was in charge of the New York City contingent that was sent to Oklahoma City at the time of the bombing. And Chief Downey has lost his life. Also killed tonight from the ranks of the firefighters in New York City were the first deputy commissioner, William Feehan, and the chief of the department, Peter Ganchi. I believe that's the correct pronunciation. Just telling us, as we already knew instinctively, that the most senior officers of the fire of the New York City Department of Firefighting were on their way in to help people not running away at this time. Bill Blakemore is in Lower Manhattan at the moment. Bill?
Peter, we are beginning to see a little bit more movement here of these large operations for search and rescue, which have been staged here during the day. They've been moving down the street past us here. But we had ABC crews come back just in the last few minutes, including correspondent Don Daler, telling us there are still flames coming out of the base of the trade towers. They're pouring water onto it, trying to get the trade towers themselves cooled down enough to move into the very center of it. There are search and rescue operations going on around the edge of the base of the trade towers, but a couple of buildings there are still on fire as well. We have seen some of the heavy equipment beginning to move some of the rubble out. It's just the beginning of a long process that's going to be, beginning to truck a little bit of it out. We have at the same time hundreds of firemen and volunteers and search and rescue workers here at what is nearly midnight in New York, standing by in these darkened streets. It's a very eerie feeling around us because the electricity is out all around this area. There are a few floodlights, but many of the streets completely dark, as everybody waits for it to get even cooler at the center so they can begin the operation, which is really just around the edges at the moment.
Thanks very much, Bill Blakemore, who we will go back to on a regular basis. All our reporters have been on the scene since the beginning, and so have these firefighters. An extraordinary collection of uniforms you've seen today. There's the police department, of course, and the fire department as well, and You'll see from time to time a jacket with ATF on the back of it, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, which had an office in the World Trade Center in New York. So these men now working in the search and hopefully rescue operation tonight have no place to work anymore, as do any number of people. 50,000 people, we've said it many times, worked in the Trade Center. And earlier today, we'll try to get it up again, you get some sense of the enormous amount of commerce and business and government business that was done in the trade towers. And said it before, it was just at that moment when people were coming to work or perhaps had not come to work. And that's one of the reasons we're so uncertain about the magnitude of the human tragedy there tonight, because as we have been told by people who managed to get out of the trade tower, that some people got out of the building, of at least the northern building, where the first aircraft hit, from some of the very highest floors close to where the explosion occurred, and many people got out in an orderly fashion from the lower floors. So we have no estimate whatsoever of the number of people who died. And as you all know, it's been an extraordinary day for the president, in part because we've seen the presidency at work in terms of security and the shield that just forms around the President of the United States, keeps the President and the Vice President separate. The leadership in Congress was whisked away to a, quote, secure location, as it turned out, outside Washington. But ABC's Ann Compton was with the President. Before we go to her to hear from her the moments which she and very few other people witnessed today, who at least can talk to us, here's what the President had to say, or in part what the President had to say to the nation. He's talked to the nation a couple times today, but here's what he had to say when he got back to the White House tonight.
America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America. with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks.
Excerpts from the President's address, which he and his staff didn't have an enormous amount of time to work on, but seems in large measure to satisfy people all over the nation tonight in terms of what he actually said. What government will do now is the question for tomorrow. But as we said, ABC's Ann Compton was with the President from the beginning of his trip today. She was the pool reporter on Air Force One today and had this is there, Ann?
I am indeed.
This astonishing trip around the country with the President. We left you, I think, and it's worth, I think, perhaps revisiting the video of it, when you arrived in Nebraska and the President was taken into a bunker at what used to be and still is a Strategic Air Command headquarters base.
This is a place, Peter, where they knew the president would be able to teleconference with the vice president who was here at the White House. Even though most of the offices were evacuated, he was in a secure place in the Situation Room. But you can see the president getting out of a motorcade, and instead of these great, huge, important buildings at Offutt Air Force Base, the president and a group who was with him, he had a skeleton staff with him, he had a number of members of the military from the air base, and he gets out of a sedan and look at them pile into this small yellow building. This was the entrance that led to a big underground bunker where the complete teleconferencing setup was ready to go. He used it for about an hour and a half, able to see Dick Cheney, able to see Condoleezza Rice here at the White House while they plotted what to do, what they knew, and the president began to make the beginnings of his address tonight. It was also the time, we were told, when the president said it is right for him to be back in Washington at the end of the day to show Americans that the federal government isn't shut down.
Then you described the fairly lengthy journey back from Nebraska to Washington and the extraordinary sight of fighter aircraft on your left and right wing securing the president's airspace.
You know, this was the one flight of the day, Peter, when we knew as we took off where we were going. They said, yes, the president's going back to Washington. We assumed Andrews Air Force Base. And the president's press secretary came back to where just 5 of us were filling up the back rear of the plane. And he said, Ari Fleischer said, come look at this. And as you can see, this is off the left wing of the aircraft. This is where there was an F-16 sitting right off the president's wing. And frankly, it gave great comfort for those of us who we figured the planes were with us most of the day. And on the other wing, 2 F-15s on the side that the president would be able to see from his cabin as he worked on the remarks in his speech. It is so unusual to see that kind of physical security. The same was true when we landed at Andrews, how quickly he went aboard his helicopter. In fact, you and I were on the air at that moment. We had been told, don't say that he's going to helicopter. But Peter, how dramatic when that chopper came down around the White House South Lawn and the beautiful sunset, golden light, and behind him a huge plume of gray smoke from the still smoldering Pentagon. Press isn't usually allowed to helicopter with him, but they had us on a chopper right behind him. And it was a dramatic scene to show just how intense the effort was to keep the president safe. And this is for the president, it was also an unusual day. We haven't seen this man tested by fire, and we saw George Bush take the full brunt of everything today. Peter?
Thanks, Andy. Ann Compton, who's had this extraordinary day with the president, and we want to talk to her again. But we have on the phone now in California, Alice Hoagland. Ms. Hoagland, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
First of all, let me say how very grateful we are that you take the time under such circumstances to call us, or sorry, to talk to us, not to call us, but to talk to us about what you know about today. I should tell you that Mrs. Hoagland, are you Mrs. Hoagland?
Miss Hoagland, I'm okay. The mother of Mark Bingham.
I know you are. The mother of Mark Bingham, who was on United Airlines Flight 93 that crashed in Pennsylvania today. And Ms. Hoagland has agreed to tell us, I think, what your son said to you from the aircraft. Can you tell us from the beginning?
Yes, that's correct. The phone rang about 6:45 this morning, and Carol Phipps, a friend of the family, answered it, and she heard a male voice say, Kathy or Alice quickly. And she did. She went and got Kathy, who is Mark's aunt. That's my sister-in-law. Is her home here. I heard Kathy running down the hall. Kathy spoke to Mark. I heard her say, "We love you too, Mark." And I coming out of my room, she said, "Come talk to Mark. He has been hijacked." And I got on the phone. I heard Mark's voice. He said, "Mom, this is Mark Bingham." He was so flustered, I guess, giving me his last name. And he said, "I just wanted to let you know that I love you." He was repeating that, the same thing he had told Kathy a moment before. I told him, "We love you, Mark." And he said, "I'm on a flight, flight 93, United Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco, and there are 3 guys that have taken over the flight, and they say they have a bomb. And I'm calling you from the airphone on the plane," meaning not his cell phone, I guess. I found out since that he was sitting in the last part of first class and that the flight was fairly light, not very many passengers, 45 people aboard. So he may well be able to take a proactive part in that, and they intended to do and target. I certainly hope so anyway.
Ms. Hoagland, I hate interviews like this at this moment, and I'm sure you are suffering in ways that we cannot imagine. Did your son say anything else to you about the circumstances on board the flight?
No, I wasn't able to. He was cut off. Can you hear me all right?
I can indeed.
The plane, the phone went dead after a few seconds. I got the impression that he was being distracted badly by something going on around him. I didn't hear anything except the sort of confusion. I didn't hear any explosions, any yelling, just voices, and then he seemed quite distracted about something. Quite calm voice, though. He was a very close fellow, and then he repeated that he loved us. He emphasized to me that what he was telling me was true. I told him I believed him, that we loved him, and the phone went dead. But I have been asked since. We immediately called the FBI, and they made any reference to any other weapons being used.